千の風情、願望の無名三千の少量 Necessary In the light That's what the conversation It's never over yesterday I'm the time inside Combination I'm the time exile Sever Tear Fear 女もキャベイのシャドウ中も7割反応はシンマラハラバリザヤウ奈落に歌う混走状Second to them 芸能の不足で式三千の風情願望の無名三千の少量 Necessary In the light That's my conversation Today which will never begin The time inside Combination I don't need your sympathy Why won't anyone leave me alone? If I had a comrade, I wonder what I would tell them. Yes, I knew the answer. In the brick of vexation, such a It's never over yesterday. No, don't stand still. My vengeance will be sacrifice. The pain kill the pain. The hardest road lies ahead. Die. A girl who lost her way. There is a rainy forest. She don't know what lay ahead, but she had to go on. The stray dog was walking farther ahead than the girl. The stomach was rumbling, so the dog couldn't stand still. Oh, la 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 la, they were worlds apart, but fate must have brought them together. Had to laugh and take shelter from the rain. Had to laugh and take shelter from the rain. And that the dog knew this cliff ahead, so she told the girl that. The girl said, why don't you stop? The dog didn't like that word. Oh, la 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 la, they were worlds apart. They walked down the same street without conversation. Had to laugh and take shelter from the rain. Had to laugh and take shelter from the rain. That dog was starving, she could eat the girl. The dog didn't want that, 'cause the dog knew it, her time was drawing near. She could live on anything she eat anyway. Still she couldn't just stop walking, even if it has fall off a cliff. She just could not stop. The girl followed her, just looking for warmth, even if it does fall off a cliff. Oh, la 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 la, they were worlds apart. Oh, la 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 la, they were so close. Had to laugh and take shelter from the rain. It was what a girl needed. For the first time, the dog.
Hello. Welcome everybody to Paragon Online on a Wednesday. And y'all know what that means. It is Guilty Gear time. And man, what a time that it is. Ganon, happy late Bastille Day, by the way, if you are aware of what that is at all. My name is Squidfolk. Thank you for joining me on the mic.
I am not aware what that is, so you'll have to fill me in here as we go. But yeah, no, it's super good to be here. Check out some Strive again. Always a good time to be on Paragon. Great, you just feel you get a lot more of a wider array of not only skill levels to be able to show on stream, as well as maybe just some different matchups you don't normally see. Sometimes people kind of want that experience of more of a regular bracket, right? But when it comes to being able to get as many games in as possible in that window, hard to beat a ladder format. You know, it's like a Swiss format that you decide how long you want to keep playing, right? As opposed to being forced to X number of rounds and such. So very happy to be back here. Definitely always a good time, and our first chance to get a chance to cast together as well. I've seen some of the stuff you've done on both on this as well as the factory when I've seen you do it. So appreciate being able to share the mic with you, man. And so what is Bastille Day? Hook a brother up.
it is a French holiday, but like the big thing about it is that it's actually also my birthday yesterday. So I literally just turned 32. That's sort of my joke is, you know, happy Bastille Day. I don't care about it. It's my birthday. Let's go.
Nice.
But yeah, like yeah, yesterday was very fun. I don't know if anyone wants to hear about it, but literally all I just did was I ran a group archipelago with some friends and with some randoms as well. And then I went to a bar that was literally just down the street, and me and a couple of people from the local just chatted. We had a couple of drinks. I got maybe a little too turned up, let's say that. And you know, it was all pleasant. So yeah, thank you for the birthday wishes, by the way. And yeah, I'm ready to get into some Guilty Gear. How about you?
You and me both, man. I mean, it's been a very fun time. You know, there's always people. It's always easy to kind of be like, oh, I miss when it was like this or it was like that. But as far as at least what we've gotten now with 2.0, it definitely feels different in a lot of ways that do matter. There's some familiarity feelings, but I think there's always going to be a top tier or a character you don't like fighting against, right? Unless they continue to completely rework a character, which really outside of like, I think Happy Chaos is the only character that I would say inherently got a rework, you know, with from where we started to where we're at, right? Where like this character does not function the same anymore. There are very few HC players who are still sticking on this character, which I think is pretty indicative of like, yeah, he's probably fine, parentheses, you really need to like this version of HC, right, as opposed to old. So, you know, I don't know. And I'm someone who plays a character that, you know, lost a lot of important tools as we come into this version of it in Baiken, where it's like, you know, she's fine. She plays this version well. You know, shout outs to Kermit in top 8 as well. Then at Evo, kind of you know, kills the rhetoric we're all trying to convince right now that we're playing bottom 1. But no, I mean it's hard to be a bottom 1 character with a 9-frame var slash. We all know we all know how you know what she could still do. So yeah, very excited to see what kind of matchup we're gonna get in tonight here. I feel like as time is going on, we've been seeing a few more characters popping up here. I don't know about for you, but like, you know, it's been a much larger wave of Axel players, which I think is pretty kind of, it's nice to see. It's a character that was very much in the background for a while, and I hate fighting Axel, but it's like, it's very cool to see this character be represented a lot more. You know, rest in peace a.b.a. I do miss a lot of the a.b.a. players no longer piloting her as well here then, but like, you know, we're kind of seeing a lot of the same names as well too. Ram's still very good, Gold Lewis still very good, Potemkin's still very good, Leo's still very good. So it's like, you will see a lot of familiar names, but a lot of new ones too. You know, shout out to Magician Girl, who I think has cemented herself as pretty much the Asuka to do it right now. You know, there are some of the really good names out there too, right? But yeah, no, it's been a very fun time. Right? We've seen a lot more, I think, a wider pool of like maybe the same names, but some of them on new characters as well. Shout out to Jack putting a lot of time into that Robokai, man. I mean, that is a character that. Yeah, I looked at him at first, and I'm like, no invincible reversal. You know, I as someone who has had a parry for most of my time playing this game, I definitely don't want to give that up then. But trying to play a character without it here. But, you know, he came from Happy Chaos, right? A character also without a reversal. So probably not too hard for him there. But no, how are you feeling about 2.0 in general, or even for yourself?
I mean, as a pure spectator, because, like, I think everyone kind of forgets I don't actually play this game. As a pure
nice, okay.
Yeah, like, I've got, like, people from the local just being like, look, you literally cannot just be a pure, like, commentator for us. You've got to at least throw some fists. And, like, I've tried several times. I might have to hop on pot and just toss people around and get them to, like, stop trying to get me on this game, okay? But right now, I'll get into that in just a minute. Speaking of Leo, our first Leo, it's been a hot minute since I've actually seen Leo on stream at all, and I'm glad that Zany is bringing him out in ML on the Gold Lewis Dickinson as well, and Zany already off to the hottest of starts, half health gone. Holy.
Yeah, half health down, 100 meters spent to get this hit, but off to a good start. Even your opponent having to use their burst right now. Of course, this Gold Lewis, though, takes a few good hits. MNL fighting that, but of course, Zany getting this reversal throw, getting that turn back here. Nothing worse than a back throw incident to start yourself off here, of course.
Float up in the chat. Thank you for pointing it out. Minimal is how you say that name, Zany. The first advantage to start things off. Good armor point counter. Now Minimal stuck in the corner. Oh, the side swap and the monkey flip. And we are going right through the wall.
But rolling in here for Zany. I don't want to take any of that there. Actually ended up going with hailing with the HDP as well. Maybe we just knew, or maybe we're still stuck in a patch of old here. But Zany off the throw, shooting OTG. No wall break though, gets a meaty back turn. Waits out for the 6P. I think Minimal was even expecting, maybe that to actually connect there, but the patience for Zany. And, and I will say, like, Leo is normally a character where I wouldn't default my experience with their player base as patient. So really, really excited to see how Zany continues to go in this set or any kind. Willing just like, not send the first option after getting into back turn can definitely take you pretty far. So.
No, yeah, absolutely. Zany. I mean, I was bringing it up, but like Zany's literally the first Leo I think I've seen. Like I have been able to like commentate, or at least in this current patch, I think I've seen like 1 or 2 Leos just in general. I think Nitro during Evo was playing Leo. I didn't really get to see much of Evo though, was the thing. But like, Leo's still a very strong character, as we were bringing it up earlier. I mean, he's got that new monkey flip, new options for pressure. And in this current patch, he is still looking like the king of the jungle. As we start this second game, Minimal already having to take a defensive posture. The counter hit trade not going in your favor, and already through the wall we go.
Yeah, Zany is looking very comfortable right now with running, kind of safe pressure here. Ooh, a little bit too press heavy on our options. Back gonna get caught, of course, here. Stuck in this corner, getting slowly walked down now. All are created equal in the world of Behemoth Typhoons. And then we burst it out here from Zany. Get our turn back right now, but Minimal caught pressing here. Doesn't get the overhead to connect here. The patience actually working out in your favor.
No way.
Baiting out the parry here again. Oh, but no full pickup. I get caught anyway. The staggering 5H to find you.
Not a drop, just an American reset right there. Minimal able to sneak away with full burst from that round, and now Zany having to sneak in a little bit of damage, able to find that opening in the run through the low pokes. We go for a third overhead, but Minimal finally putting on the hard hat, but still, what are you doing?
Zany doing their best Milia cosplay here with like these like absolute tickle hits into these left rights over and over again, but Minimal fighting back right now. Zany bleeding here, down a round as well, so speeding up the game. Minimal can find the right hit to do. They have 100 meter behind it. The classic Gold Lewis will be taking some space here into burn it down. We'll see if it gets dropped. No, let's the drone play it for us here.
Let that drone play a little bit of neutral for you, and Zany, no opportunity, or not fast enough on the trigger, rather, to pull that burst. Minimal tying things up. Very well done. This is going to be a very back and forth set by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'd be curious, like, where Leo or Gulu's players feel about the other side of this matchup, because these are two characters that are, in most, I would say, like, prominent, like, good placing players who have made like tier lists, and these are two characters that find themselves absolutely in the top 10. Like you could argue till the cows come home about a top 5 placement, but these are pretty strongly top 10 characters, right? And so the song and dance of these two, like, for lack of better words, behemoth of characters here, I'd be kind of curious to see how it's actually going to shake out here. Of course, Leo not having really any true disjoints outside of what you get from, clashing with 6P, but then obviously being able to just bring out the giant behemoth. A good pair of yourself started here. Minimal getting pushed through this wall already. Got 50 in the pocket and positive going. Zany off to a great start.
Absolutely, and as the curtains come down, once again, back turn pressure for Zany. Minimal, 2 throws, and not blocking overhead. Unfortunately, Zany is going to be able to sneak away that round. However, burst is available for both sides if we head into the second round. What's the starter? Just rips off the flash kick and actually connects. Holy moly, Zany.
Yeah, I can absolutely respect that there. You feel like your opponent wants to press here, and this is the strength of Leo, is you kind of have a bit of an inkling of what your opponent wants to do. He definitely has essentially a tool for almost everything. So there's the burst. When I get put in that corner, I can absolutely respect that here. Though if you lose this round, it'll be a little spooky. Okay, didn't want to try to go for the hit confirm here as well, but that keeps it plus into that low. More time again. 5 hits for the frame trap. Big combo starter. Gets the back hit behemoth here. Optimal thing. Chooses to not get the wall stick there for a little bit more mix up if you're going through here. Keeps the combo going. Minimal love the sequencing as well. Taking the hard knockdown off of the behemoth instead of going to that neutral wall break. Very well optimized.
Yeah, the Secretary of Absolute Defense showing it how it's done, but Zany, I mean, the king of the jungle, for a reason, already going through the wall. Look at that damage off of Minimal's health bar, and Zany rapidly racking up that positive bonus burst. Minimal, though, able to find a good poke. Now sending out the drone with Zany! The jump piece!
Jump pace so clutch there. Gonna take it out the drone as well to get to the throw. Did not spend the meter and get an OTG hit. Is it enough to do it? It is. As you know, guts, scale it, throw scaling, be damned. I don't even care if it's an OTG. Good stuff to Zany here. Finding that when that was looking a little bit spooky here. Minimal, like, bringing some really cool routing as well here from Golos. I think we've seen a lot of these corner sequences that are very, very used to, but I love that genuine, like intentional choice to not get a wall stick route, knowing that they weren't going to get hard knockdown if they push them through. Who needs the positive bonus? I just need you to hold this mix real quick here. I could definitely see Minimal taking us maybe to a Game 5. Hopefully love to see a Game 5 start us off here, but Zany looking pretty unstoppable on the layaway Fang.
Yeah, we have been changing stages pretty rapidly as well. I'm not sure if Zany has... I believe that Zany probably has us on random selects right now, but Minimal, let's see if this green pasture will bring us to that destined Game 5, or is Zany going to close us out with a 3-1 already? Minimal in a very good spot. Zany having to take a lot of chip, the air stall, and able to sneak your way out and get yourself into a winning position. Great counter hit, and Minimal has to pull the trigger on the burst.
Again, good 2P though, catches that IED here from Zany. Now stuck in this corner, but this time the DP is baited out. Willing to spend that burst, keep ourselves in this first round here. And we'll try to spend the BRC to see if they can get themselves in a little bit further. So now down in the meter department here, to be very, very spooky here. Being down in resource war in this game could absolutely spell your end. Doesn't spend the meter out here. Zany, a couple extra hits for fun just to show that the mix is ready now on set point.
Immediately getting the hit with the run through, and now trying to mix things up with the monkey flip, trying to get a sneaky little overhead in there, but Minimal able to push out, and now the whip throw tech. Zany in a good spot, but a great poke out from Minimal.
Keep the same size here. Minimal trying their best. Keeps themselves in this set, put them through the wall, but the guts keeping that from being a little bit too much here. 100 meter work with Zany. Tries to send out with the BRC. Maybe have some sort of follow-up into BRC. Does not get the input there. Minimal with that retreating behemoth. Looking at that round, getting even out. Still set point here for Zany. They're leading off to start right now here. Gonna be an early wall break. Oh, doesn't get the full pickup then. A back throw. This is so big for Minimal.
Able to escape with a back throw of their own, and now Minimal, very dangerous waters you have to tread. Able to poke your way out after the PRC though, and the drone catching Zany on the approach. He has to pull the trigger on the burst to keep corner pressure, but Minimal fighting his way out. The overheads being blocked, but that long coffin poke getting a counter hit, but nothing big out of it. Big anti-air, is this enough?
3P scaling. Working against it, a great solution. Reward can definitely differ depending on where it's going to be hit at here. Minimal just needs one good hit to even it up here, but Zany, one good mix away, potentially taking it. There's the burst into the burn, and down here it comes, puts out the 2K. The stanky leg to say, hold on, you wait right there. Laser finishes it up here. Minimal even in and out, and we get a Game 5 for our opener. You love to see it.
Love me some opener Game 5s. Let's go. Minimal staying mentally strong. Zany gonna have to solve this problem of how do you open up Minimal. And I mean, to
Maximum effort, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to Zany's credit as well, the two games that he has won, Minimal has not had that strong of defense. But on the other hand, you know, Minimal only, I mean, this is a battle of two very high damage characters as well. Neither player needs that many openings in order to really win, it feels like. And Zany really just showing it off right there. More than half health gone, and we are already through the wall. Positive bonus ticking in. We are chasing down, and that is not going to be the round. Minimal trying to stay in this with the burst.
I respect that here, but all it takes is one good hit. You might be regretting that first spend. Yeah, there comes to a point where you hit a point of no return. You know, it's just, I can understand the desire. Spending out that burst, of course. If we do go to a round 3, Minimal will definitely get that back, but might not be able to see burst anymore this round here. But good 2P, a.b.a be able to fight out again. Let the drone hold some space for you, but the DP connects on the wake up. Zany not feeling any fear right now.
Not Minimal. Stuck in the corner, trying to fight his way out. The counter hit trade. Zany actually pulling the trigger on the burst. That might have actually been a misinput, but here we go. Zany, big wall stick into the post-wall break situation, and Oki as well. This is set point right here, and Zany's gonna get it.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there. Zany gonna take it 3-2 over Minimal. And you definitely kind of felt there. The tug of war of these two characters, both players running some pretty strong offense. And I think that's so often like what the caveat is with Strive right now, right? Strive, especially in older versions, was just all about offense. And if you actually had defense, people were like, whoa, wait, you're the full package player, right? Because I think like the average player can like run some offense in this game, right? But it's like, how do you fight correctly when you are on the other side, right? What are your fuzzy timings like? What are you looking for here? Do you understand when to properly use IBs or IBFDs or even just FD in general? It's just like so many of these things stack up to where like, yeah, most players can run some pretty good offense, but how do you fight back, right? So.
Yeah, that is like the million-dollar question, at least in previous versions. Like, I mean, we're in a new version. Damage is a little bit lower across the board is like the big thing. So you do have a little bit of forgiveness there. But like the universal truth across fighting games is that defense wins, or not even just fighting games, like just in all sports in general, defense wins championships. Like, it does not matter what your opponent throws at you. If you're ready for it, you can win. It does not matter what the situation is. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Zany able to find more openings and able to get the win out there. But, oh, man. Oh, Gucci Jorts asking in the chat what leverless is in the background. I mean, I don't think I have a leverless back there, so it must be on
mine here.
I think so.
Yeah. That's the. I'll go grab it real quick. It's a hot. It's if the hot. Everyone tells you get this like the starter leverless. It's not even the one I use. I normally don't hop off the mic mid-cast too, but you know I'm down for a little. Down for a little audience interactivity, yeah. So, but it's just a hot 42. So. Yeah. It's got a ditto with a knife on it, and then a Gengar with a gun on the back. So
hey, whoa.
Yeah, you know, let the fip here. But no, as someone who is a salary man, you know, having spendable income definitely helps to be able to dive into these expensive hobbies. I mean, fighting games really aren't too bad. All hobbies there, you know, getting your controller is like the biggest gate, and then of course, you know. What system are you playing it on? So it definitely are costs to getting into this for sure. But yeah. I think I'm up to like 4. No, I'm up to 5 leverless controllers now. So who's counting after you get past the second one? But here we go. Get into our next set right now. We got Miracle versus Clockwork Design. Now, Clockwork, I definitely have seen playing a lot of Zato. Have ran into them on ranked as well. Is super good Zato player. Not as familiar with Miracle here, so kind of curious to see what kind of dolphin action we could be bringing as we get into this. You know, definitely a bit of a unique matchup here because Zato, not a very popular character, though seeing a bit of a resurgence in 2.0.
Yeah, and Clockwork has definitely been leading the charge, at least on the Paragon streams of the Zato Nation, putting the hopes and dreams on their back. Miracle. Oh! Yeah, and that's
a miracle after getting hit by that one. My goodness.
That's the type of setup that I know Clockwork designed for. Just like stick Eddie out, hope that you try and punish him, and just get absolutely blasted away by a full charge dust. That is the Clockwork design special at this point. Miracle in a world of hurt right now. Wow, that actually hit. I cannot believe that. Holy cow.
Yeah, I was wondering if that would stay spaced out too here, but Miracle getting a chance to continue to play out this round. Able to get a full connection off that 2K though, but keeping Clockwork stuck in this corner. The Dolphin Armada is coming here, and Clockwork has to put back, spends out that burst. Floats their way on out of the corner then. Miracle, only Dolphin movement here. Eddie still a little bit of gauge left again, but you ready for the overhead to come out late. Great mix-up by Clockwork there, taking first round.
Absolutely, and first, not in favor of anyone just yet, although Miracle looks like they're going to get theirs first. Clockwork gonna have to deal with a little bit of the strike throw. Full charge anchor for the guard break, and here we go through the wall. Send out Shamu.
Oh my gosh, absolutely blinking right now. You are hearing that health bar singing, but don't let your opponent ever swing back here. Who cares what your health bar is, but everyone likes to press. This is Guilty Gear Strive we are playing here. Oh, and a great 2S. Gonna find it smart there. Miracle. Great stuff fighting back here. I mean, for how one-sided that round one was looking here, Miracle figured out what they needed to do here, take it to an even out. But it was that first burst speed spent already as we get into this option. Clockwork, though, still able to hold the space, kind of wait up for that Eddie meter to come back here. But you jumped in right into a close slash. Definitely a little bit of a nuclear option. Then Eddie is back.
Yeah, using that Sun Void to reposition Eddie as well as and get a little bit more damage. Clockwork only needs to find one more hit, I think, but here we go. Miracle finally finding an opening for their own offense. Very aggressive burst from Clockwork, and we are using the new mechanic. Very dangerous waters, though. Clockwork not confirming the kill, but does get it eventually.
I was about to say maybe Miracle's trying to do their weekly challenges, but I don't know if there are any any counter blitz quests right now or weeklies in this version of Battle Pass. But shout outs to the week I probably saw the most counter blitzes ever was when that week came out here. But we'll see how Miracle can adjust there. Definitely, we saw some pretty good stuff there from this May, you know. But Clockwork just looks very comfortable and in control, right? And until you kind of see a Zato player maybe mess up a setup or a sequence there, a lot of times it feels like it never ends. It's such good management, takes you so far on this character. The 5D mix is gonna come through. Burst has to be spent here, but Nickel puts to another setup right now with that delayed 2S. Gonna find the right hit. Eddie is sent out. The Frog is gonna carry it. Resets one more time, gets all that meter back here. I love the sequencing right now from Clockwork. Just keeping stuck in this corner, but a good 5P. Miracle gonna fight out.
Yeah, Miracle able to thread the needle and find the opening. However, the end result being the same. You're still stuck in this pressure sequence, and there we go. Clockwork able to find the stray hit and a command grab as well to refill Eddie. And Miracle, yeah, time runs out on this round, but you still got another round to go in this game at least.
Tries to get out there with the up Dolphin, not able to connect at least, and now a full punish here from Clockwork. The unsummon though, keep the Eddie gauge high. Great recognition there. It can be so tough to find a good spot to burst a Zato player who is fully thinking about the reversal mechanic options. There it is, finds the spot. Miracle, not a lot of health left to work with then. Butt press into the throw off the Pierces. With the scale down though, but the overhead gonna connect. Pulls out the Zabubu just to say, hey, I used the new move. Clockwork up 2-0 right now as we move into potentially our last game of this set here. Miracle gonna have to find a Miracle, figure out what they're looking to do, but Clockwork offense just looks too strong right now.
Yeah, Clockwork just absolutely on a tear right now. It seems very hard to rattle Clockwork at the moment. We'll see if Miracle can find a way to do so and maybe put a game on the board, but I mean, we're probably looking at a 3-0 right now unless Clockwork isn't staying strong enough with their setups. And I mean, early burst already taken off the table, but look at this damage still. Miracle having to pull their own burst now.
That might be the sickest, Eddie's I've ever seen. But we're gonna get to see it again. So nice, we did it twice there. Counter hit 6H for Clockwork. Getting it twice in one round, definitely. From the experience here. Good 2S able to connect though. No full pickup, of course. Zato not really blessed with that kind of stuff here again. We're gonna send out the Chomp then. It's dinner time even if the trade would have happened, the chomp would have sent you through. Clockwork now pushing you into near checkmate here on their last round to take the whole dang set right now. And you just jumped yourself into the corner, not where you want to be against Zato.
Definitely not, although here we go, Miracle trying to start to stagger this offense and trying to catch Clockwork pressing buttons. What a conversion! Definitely going to immediately cash out, get this damage and positive bonus rolling, so you at least have one more bite of the apple with this burst. Here we go. Nice.
Nice little setup there again. Flyers taking a little bit of space. We're trying to get their turn back right now. At this point, Miracle's getting pretty close to that burst again. So if you're Clockwork right now, your goal is to win the round would be great, but you'd be very darn happy with just getting that burst bar. That's such a big advantage going to the next one. Miracle having to spend it to keep themselves in this set still. The float! We're willing to spend the burst back! Clockwork, you're crazy.
I think it's well worth it for Clockwork to try and do it. I mean, even if the round ends right now, both players will be out of burst, so Clockwork definitely weighing the risk versus reward here. And I mean, Miracle, caught in eddy pressure, oppose, actually trades here. This isn't going to be enough, but here comes Oki. What's the setup?
For it, we'll keep it locked down again. The 5D able to do it. Clockwork believed, and I'm a believer too. Gonna take it 3-0 over Miracle, who definitely had some moments, you know, was showing some brilliance there, taking advantage of that. A lot of that up dolphin was connecting too, and some rough spots. But, you know, if a lot of your movement ends up being gated by essentially moving around with that dolphin, it kind of gives your opponent an idea of like, okay, I need to stand here roughly, right? And then they'll just come right into me, you know, and that's kind of very much a Dakama matchup where Zato could just lean on Eddie to kind of like feel it out, see what's going on, right? But when you gotta send yourself in, of course, there, eventually you're gonna get clipped a couple times, and then we've all had the block Zato mix after a while, like, you know, like some characters are gifted in fighting out of it, some characters have to sit there and just guess right silly. So pretty good stuff there, but Clockwork looking damn good. If you guys like all the games you are seeing so far, already 2 sets in, cruising right through this ladder format. Of course, it is ladder format, so those first few hours here gonna be able to queue up then. You can still queue up right now. And be able to play games, of course. So you have to really play a minimum of 6 games, I want to say, to be able to get scored into getting to that top 8, potentially whoever has the most winningest records. Be sure to do that. And then, of course, you know, if you guys want to support any of the players you are watching, you don't want to play yourself, check out that match arena, which we've been dropping the links in the chat. Claim those codes. I think we're already down 10 right now. Okay, you know, that's all right. We could do better. I know we could do better, but I'm sure as we go through, people will be doing that. So appreciate you all so far for doing that here. Oh, and I just saw the image for ParagOnline today too. I've seen it's RoboKai in the background. I'll be to see a RoboKai. That character's funny. He's a funny character. I can tell that he was a joke character. That's the way I'll talk about when I watch his moves, what he's trying to do. But he's got a lot of real stuff in this game. You know, I don't think Strive will ever have a joke character unless people want to argue that their character is a joke. But it's like I'm very impressed of like what they have brought over. Like Strive is my first Guilty Gear game. I've never played Guilty Gear before this, and so it's been very interesting to kind of like learn retroactively what things used to be like with aspects of this game. So I'm very curious to how RoboKai shakes out as time goes on here, because I think he's like good. Is he top tier? Probably not, but you know, but it's still early, right? Who knows where people find some crazy mix-up setup here or sequence that makes him, you know, the best right now. But you know, 214H, that guard crush move, when you got level 2 or level 3, you feel like a top tier in that moment, right? You know, real strike throw. It's a pretty nice thing to have in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like I'm kind of the inverse. Like I've mostly played plus R. As opposed to Strive, so like coming over from there, like yeah, RoboKai was kind of more of a joke character, but he was also like a very different character. Like he played very differently, having to use the electrical mat in order to actually do any sort of meter and like manage everything. So he was just a weirdo character. So I'm glad to see that they kept parts of his identity and also like it made him work in the context of Strive. But like overall, like I've already seen some players like do really well with RoboKai, so I think that as time goes on, that character is going to become more and more of a problem because like you always have that burn-in period with characters, like especially over in my neck of the woods, over in Street Fighter 6, you know, you got players like Pump to God, you know, who's always like taking it to TNS with the brand new character, and it's always like a top 8 with him, and it's like, yep, character's broken. Character's broken.
Yeah, I really hope the average Street Fighter player understands that it's Punk that's winning, not the character that Punk. But like, you know, if you're newer, you're probably like, oh my god, the new character won already. It must be broken. And what I like about that though is like you can let a good player maybe show you what parts are good about the kit, and then, you know, maybe kind of take away from that. And I've been kind of seeing that a little bit with RoboKai. Like if you don't have good like standardized Guilty Gear Strive defense, I don't think you will start winning brackets with RoboKai, right? Like you have to understand fuzzy timings and how to use your IBs and what things are important to FD. Like spacing is very important. He's got some just press it buttons, which is always pretty fun. You know, we play a game that not every character is equal privilege of just doing stuff, right? Some people have to like really think about when they press something to do stuff back, right? Because you press the run. Even a character like Slayer, who's been kind of like lowered down in a lot of ways, you get counter hit by Slayer still in this version, it's gonna suck. Like it feels bad. So, you know, playing a character like RoboKai is probably pretty fun. You know, being able to drop some of those like the missiles out as well again. Pressing level 3 missiles feels really good. It's like, damn, my neutral's sick. You know, like hold it down for me as the rockets go flying. The 2H is very interesting. I'm kind of nice, but yeah, the 2H being a projectile 2H, I think also has a lot of merit too, and we're seeing that. You know, a lot of these like knockdown sequences, people are trying to use 2H as the meaty, so you don't get pushed back as far from subs too. So it's like we're seeing a lot of really like early good uses of things about his kit that are very like, you know, specific. People complain about his 6P, but I've seen people 6P plenty enough stuff, so I'm sure it's fine. It's like, you know, being the worst 6P when the, you know, the what is it, the upper body invincible, you know, command normal buttons that every character has, like it's also gonna just win you interactions, right? It doesn't matter the size or the length, you press it in the right spot and you get the reward for it. So I'm kind of curious to see what goes here. I absolutely love like the float pony mix up he gets to do too. It looks very, very fun, and when like properly done, it really looks hard to kind of call out. I was a little bit worried about, first time I saw it, I'm like, oh, you use 6P it, right? Well, then it's like, oh no, you cancel into JH instead of the JS, and that just beats 6P. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, he has a sequence to call out paper, you know, like that's always what about. It's like you do a mix and it's like not a real mix, it's real parentheses, right? You know, so but being able to call out the things that make stuff not real is very important for a character to be functional. So shouts to Arcs. I think they did a pretty good job with this kind of compartmentalizing this character, like you mentioned, right? Very different in Plus R, but a lot of his essence is still very in this version of itself. He still seems very wacky. He still seems very full of himself. He still has an extra meter that he gets to manage as well. And they gave him silly moves, but he also has real like spooky Guilty Gear stuff. He has Guard Crush. I thought they were gonna walk away from Guard Crush with 2.0. I'm like, maybe they like redesign it. Maybe they make it so like only one character's the Guard Crush character. That's what I thought the original like design choice was gonna be with that mechanic. But no, it's here to stay, and that's okay at this point. But pretty excited to see kind of how it continues to go, because we still, of course, have another character being announced, you know, this year. We're also going to be a guest character, which is pretty crazy as well. So cannot wait to see who it ends up being. You know, like we all have our for fun guesses. I don't even know who it would be. You know, people talk about maybe it's like, you know, a Blaze Blue character because that's their IP, but then, you know, they also got Lucy from Cyberpunk, which was an insane announcement, right?
I still love that was like who they chose was Lucy from Cyberpunk, because like there's so many cool Cyberpunk characters, whether it be specifically from Edge Runners or just like the general Cyberpunk like lore. Like if you've played any of the tabletop RPG at all, like some of the lore in those like rule books is absolutely insane. But I mean, like maybe my like take on guest characters is a little too harsh, but like I really don't think that you should be doing guest characters if it's going to be over 20% of your season pass. Like maybe that's just a me thing, because like I am getting a little long in the tooth. I've been around here for like a couple of extra years than like most people at this point, and it's like seeing you know, Negan from The Walking Dead invade Tekken 7. That was definitely a strange one. I mean, also Geese and like Akuma being base roster in Tekken 7. Like, yeah, that was fine. But it's like Geese really as one of your Tekken 7 picks. Like, not to mention the Reign of Terror of the meter characters over there. But like that was a pretty strange one. And then also over in Street Fighter, you had the season 2 debacle of both Terry and Mai being 2 of your 4 characters. Not to mention like M Bison showing up as well. Like that's an entirely different can of worms. But like 50% of your characters being guest characters definitely rubbed people the wrong way, and it's happening again with Tifa. Like I definitely think that's something that can be thought over maybe a little bit well. But hey, you know what? Everyone's a fan of their characters. I'm not going to take it away from them. I will just say though, maybe one extra character if you're gonna go with a 4 character pass. I don't know. Maybe that's asking a little bit too much. But hey, we can get into the feelings on guest characters and how many is appropriate later.
Here we go. Next set coming up now. We're gonna have Zintai, who was able to take it in a not too recent. He was not only a VP but also a Paragon here, and of course Shiro on this Sin. Sin, a character people, a lot of Sin players fairly down upon on this character in this version, of course. So, definitely not as strong. It's always the worst when you've been playing the game for an entire part of a character's design, and they kind of take a lot of those tools away. Has that new eat mechanic, essentially, or change to the eat mechanic, where it's a little bit more akin of old, giving you some fast stamina return. But Shiro must have not heard the notes about his character being nerfed. Already working Zintai down to his corner, but a good back throw on the jump in here. Has a chance to fight back. Baits out the DP. Are we going to spend the burst? We're not. Good trigger discipline there, Shiro. Zintai had that RC ready to call it out. Here we go into round 2 right now. Shiro had to fight back.
Yeah, Zintai, good sequence at the very end. Like you mentioned, using the RC to check for the burst before confirming the kill, and now working with a lot of screen space. The low hit grab doing wonders, and Shiro very low on life, having to spin the trigger, or having to spin the burst and pull the trigger on that, and Zintai just feasting right now. Guard crush after the hit grab. It doesn't matter in the end though. It is a perfect Zintai, showing how things are done on the Axel low, taking the 1-0 lead to start things off.
Yeah, and it's great to see Zintai, play a lot more. This is a player that I know I saw a lot earlier on in the Guilty Gear Strive's time frame there. A lot of more of the earlier seasons. Not sure exactly if it was 1 or 2, but a player that I at least was aware of being a strong Axel player, and then kind of disappeared for a while here, and maybe they just weren't feeling like the current state of what their character was at. Axel, a character that was considered more on the medium to lower tier side for quite some time, and now coming, of course, into 2.0, getting a bunch of benefits and buffs, as well as just overall making the character just have a lot more functionality, how it can combo things out. We're definitely seeing that come to fruition right now. So you're having these players who have these long-standing comfortabilities on these strong characters, really reaping those rewards as we get in. Second game here, Shiro already finding their way in, gets a trade combo, but no full pickup after. Traps it into the low. Zintai able to fight out, though.
Yeah, great poke there and able to buy some screen space, and now Zintai. Nice anti-air there. Again, just trying to get as much screen space as he can, so that way you can retreat and give it up where needed. Actually won't even need to give up anymore. The one vision finding its mark, and the double Axel bomber closing things out after only 29 seconds.
Yeah, Zintai definitely not the name you want to be seeing when you're booting up into an Axel on ranked. Already can be a scary thing to be running into, but just so comfortable at holding space and able to genuinely maximize reward so often on the hit. The block on the over, we were ready with the optimal punish after 2. Gets underneath there, DP actually gets spaced out up the guard at the clutch. Excuse me. Hold it on this corner here. Shiro finding their way to get out again, but back in the corner we go. Zintai keeping you locked in, gets a trade hit. No full pickup after, though.
Shiro finally using that movement option and closing things down on Zentai, and look at that, all of that screen space that Zentai had behind them, completely gone. It doesn't matter though, Zentai hitting the hit grab, the one vision goes through, and it is a 2-0 lead for Zentai in the blink of an eye.
I feel like Zentai just had us locked in the one vision, man. I feel like he just snapped his fingers and we're now 2 games done. It's just incredibly like good choices on presses, right? Very often you kind of like run into this expectation of like, oh, the 5P, 2P filter bot kind of thing. But Zentai is like, we want to press the good button. We want to press the S starters, right? The H buttons. We're looking to like make you hurt for your bad choices here. And yeah, Zentai just so optimal with spending that meter. We'll have to see if Shiro can adjust and be able to at least find a bit of composure. Hey, a jump in H is a good place to get started here though.
Yeah, but look at that, Zentai using that burst very aggressively. However, Shiro accidentally putting themselves in the corner, able to at least fight their way out thanks to some of these gazelle steps. But look at the ending situation. Stamina only just now coming back. Shiro at least does have burst to work with, but Zentai, a very healthy lead, getting the hit grab. Not going to go into one vision just yet. Shiro pulled the trigger on the burst. Is this actually going to chain? Wait, no. What?
I'm pretty sure Zentai just wanted a reversal super and got 2H into reversal super. So, you know, it's all good. And you know what? If anything, it makes me feel better because I feel like this is like a me problem. But seeing players of this level making that mistake, I feel a lot better. So thank you, Zentai. You made all of us a little bit more okay with where we're at right now. But all good. We can do a good jump in by Zentai. Shiro, sorry. Zentai getting the beat down right now for that mess up. Shiro has 50 to work with. No BRC after. Pressing on the jump. I mean, their FT's out to get a bit of space right now. One good hit would let Zentai potentially do it. Enough frame traps able to answer back. Shiro keeping themselves in here and getting that first round.
Finally, Shiro getting around on the board. However, what matters at this point is getting games on the board. You are trying to avoid a sweep at this point. Good anti-air from Zentai, shutting down Shiro's approach attempt. And look at this damage. Look at how low Shiro is. Shiro is maybe looking a little desperate.
That's the worst part of like the sickle flash like mini game, right? Is that yeah, you can kind of like space it and block it out, but the chip damage on it is so high too. So it's like it's a game that yeah, you know, you're allowed to take a few seconds before you guess, but you feel that health bar whittling down there. Zentai looking unstoppable despite dropping this round here. Just once they get the sequence going here, Shiro's kind of struggling to find a way to be able to navigate their way in, and that's what Axel's hoping for right now. They want you to kind of overforce it, right? Because a simple 5P anti-air gonna take out about a fifth of your health bar again, and you are back right where you started.
Yeah, and Shiro very, as you're mentioning, Shiro very low on health, and Axel first input had to have been what had happened, but here we go. Shiro finally able to take up space. Zentai now, wall behind you. Shiro spending some of this stamina, able to get the big counter hit, not breaking wall just yet, but a good neutral jump punish from Zentai. The script has been flipped. And that
Flip
is
right into a 2S, yeah, hits to the bomber at the end as well. And honestly, like, it was kind of interesting to use that full block stun you got, of course, off of the return from Sickle Flash there to get that air YRC. But by that point, Zentai already was pulling away. He's like, all right, I'm not gonna be next to you in this corner. I know you're gonna bust out with something, right? So really, really well navigated. Zentai just, I mean, Zentai has been doing very well for themselves here, coming back with this Axel in 2.0. Like, this character, if you are not comfortable with fighting Axel low, you are going to have a bad time right now. I'll say that. So
It is a zoner's world right now, at least by the looks of things in Strive, I will say that. But yeah, I see a lot of talk about Universes Beyond in chat. Man, I am so upset with Magic the Gathering about it, man. What are we doing? Why are we transforming a game that I have literally played ever since I was in high school into the equivalent of, like, you know, just a mishmash of, like, IPs and stuff? Like, why could we not stop with Final Fantasy?
Do you know why they're doing that, Squid? Do you know why they're doing that?
It's because Magic the Gathering's literally the only thing that's been printing Hasbro money. I'm not. Oh my god. Yes,
it's money,
that's
right? It's
yeah,
money, unfortunately. It's and I'm glad about it. I'm not a big Magic player anymore. I was when I was growing up. My stepmom taught me because she learned in college when it first came out, which is really kind of cool to have that moment. You know, Magic, an incredible game in general. Like just a very good game. For a game to last as long as it have is pretty damn impressive, I think, in the ecosphere. And they did it for so long without having to kind of jump outside of their own world. Now, I don't hate the idea of, tapping into other IPs. I'm from what we talked about earlier with crossovers. Like, I don't hate when they add crossovers over into, my games as well, for the most part. So,
I freaking love Magic at times, because this is sick, okay? Like, literally, I am a Final Fantasy X fanboy through and through. When I opened this, I resolved to never sell.
Oh, you
buy
packed
high,
it too?
sell
Dang.
never.
Nice.
I love Final Fantasy X so much, and like when I heard that we were getting Final Fantasy X cards, I was like, you gotta put in the Kiss. I'm so glad that they put it in, even as Ristic Study, which is like such a desirable card for like so many players. It's never leaving, never.
Yeah, and you hit on the head, like, because Final Fantasy, that set is what got me back into playing again. Like I had sold all my stuff. I was a poor college kid, and I was like, well, I got a couple grand in Magic cards. I should probably pay rent. So I unfortunately had to liquidate my collection. Many moons ago. That's crazy how long ago that was. And fast forward to now, and I was like, I wanted to get back into it again, and so it was a good opportunity to it. It's been fun, and even seeing like the Avatar set. I love Avatar, and so for me, once again, it was like, this is cool. And then it was like, and then it's TMNT, and then it was Marvel again, and then it was Spider-Man again, and it's just like, okay, I'm kind of feeling the weight now. Like I'm starting to really understand, because like I was in the camp originally of, why would you dislike something that can bring other people into your game? But I think at a certain point, the diminishing returns are insanity. How do you compete in this game? How do you play Standard anymore? Can you play Standard anymore? If they're dropping 5-6 sets a year, like, I don't. Nah, I'm good, man. Like, there's no way.
Like I've tried, man. Like I was a Standard baby for like so long. I loved playing Standard competitively. Like Theros Standard was my absolute favorite Standard for the longest of time, even though like Mono Black Devotion and Mono Blue Devotion were so good. Like I was playing it was green white tokens at the time, but it was like my absolute favorite Standard set. And like freaking Theros Beyond Death Standard was a close second, even though that was in like the start of Fire design, which is definitely like a point that I can go at and being like, this kind of sucked, and is also sort of the catalyst for where we are now, because like that's when they sort of started to go to like, every card needs to have some sort of home somewhere. And like old Magic design was like, yes, you do see Ogre. But like back to like old Magic design is like, we intentionally designed certain cards to be bad as a skill test. Like if you do not recognize that this card is bad, that is on you as a player. But it's like, no, nowadays every card needs to be good, and every card needs to have like some sort of home. And it's unfortunately like, it leads to like this very bad stuff, because like even before Theros Beyond Death, you had it was Eldraine Standard and Adventures and Food and like all this stuff that ended up just being so incestuous and being like very, very bad overall for the meta. And like the only things that they can do is ban and like try and improve the meta that way, rather than like going back to like, only a few cards are good, or maybe you need to build around like this and that and all this stuff. But it's like, at the end of the day, like I can't really commentate anymore on it without being like old man yells at cloud, because like I've been pretty out of Magic for the last, I want to say like year and a half at this point. Like I came back for it was the last in-universe set, which was Night and Day, the Night and Day plane. I'm forgetting what it is. So Lorwyn, that's what it was. Like that set, it was amazing. I absolutely loved it so much, and I unfortunately will probably never buy a pack of Magic cards ever again unless there is another amazing set that is Universes Within, because like I am in an pretty interesting spot where like I didn't really grow up with Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like the Marvel stuff, I only know from a lot of the movies, and even then, I'm a pretty lapsed fan on that. TMNT, like I grew up with the 2000s cartoon, but that seems to be drawing from like the entirety of TMNT as opposed to just like the stuff that I'm familiar with. And even like Star Trek, like I did not grow up with Star Trek at all, like none. So I feel nothing from it. All I'm just is like, oh cool, we got more people's likeness in this game for some reason, even though it was like a really big deal back in the day when players would actually win tournaments and be able to design cards and get their likeness in there. Like that was such a big deal. And like then you have the Final Fantasy set. It's not lost on me that Yoshi P has his own likeness card with the Wandering Minstrel. Like, I guess that's another way that you get your likeness in now. And now we're just putting in everyone's likeness who's worked with Star Trek. So, hey, again, I can't really talk anymore without, like, sounding bitter and whatnot, but hey.
No, I you know, and I appreciate that perspective personally, because, like, I am someone who was very much into it, and then, you know, for means outside of my desire, got pulled out of it, and so definitely was a bit of a interesting return to it. But here we go, returning to our wonderful Guilty Gear sets. We're gonna have Echoes of Furia versus Hoff here, a little Kai versus Biken, and if there's a Biken on the screen, I'm having a good time here. We'll see how Pop can navigate this kind of current, you know, what a lot of Biken players are calling like a much more like, you know, watered down version of it, and calls out the Gold Burst there, but not able to get a punish. You have to air IB block Gold Burst to be able to continue your sequence there. And Echoes has Pop stuck in this corner right now.
Echoes of Furia, maybe not super familiar with the Biken setups here or there. We'll see just how things go with this as this set progresses. But Pop right now, really just testing and see what Echoes knows. He's trying to do another tethered safe jump, gets the TKO Zonks and finish things off with the dust. There we go. First round on the board.
Yeah, great routing there as well. Pop, going for that, and I love that Pop is choosing to do, has it set up off of that left, right from the throw without doing the JPPs, A lot of players now have gotten so used to Bikens having this set up down that essentially if you can represent the one that doesn't give a tell, it can definitely take you pretty far, but that is all manual timing. So very impressive. Good delay fuzzy jump there. Gonna get a full pick up there, but gotta be careful with those IDJHs. There's only essentially 1 to 2 setups now where that is actually real. So Echoes here showing can't get away with some of these fake ones then. And great routing there off of that fast RC. Takes us to a 3rd round already in our first game. Pop after just a little bit. Counter hit JS. A good place to get started though.
All right, Tether not, immediately ripped off thanks to the burst from Echoes, and now Pop reapplying it. Trying to keep things safe. Great anti-air punish, and we are definitely going through the wall. We're pulling out the Flicky, though, to get that hard knockdown.
Okay, I'm starting to wonder either Echoes plays against a lot of Bikens or has a Biken homie, because like I've seen 2 things now that like if you ask a Biken player and they talk about this, they're like delete the bot after. We don't want people to know. So good counterplay so far. Hoff gonna find the right bar slash and the one button that will never truly let us call this character bottom 1. Gets a great counter hit routing to get himself started. Game 1 going to Poff, despite Echoes showing some pretty good counterplay to this Biken. And this is a matchup that, like, at one point, I think was a very easy to do about matchup. Still feels rough in some aspects here. But, Biken's a character that, like, all she needs is a couple good hits, and she can definitely evaporate a health bar. And we haven't even seen any of the, H-Kabari loops that she has access to now as well. and Echo is willing to switch to the Slayer, which I think as a matchup on paper is probably worse, but if you're more comfortable with it, and obviously the reward for being right when you play Slayer is so good, but good luck at Round Start, buddy, because Viking definitely controls Round Start in this matchup.
Yeah, trying to kick things off with the round start dandy step into what I assume was Pile Bunker, that was very brave. But yeah, the Slayer swap for game 2, I'm assuming that this might actually be Echoes' main, or at least a pocket character. As you mentioned, probably a little bit more comfortable against Viking with this one. But I mean, you were mentioning there was a little bit of counterplay that Echoes was showing off, so maybe just putting some stock into only maybe needing 1 or 2 less hits. Regardless, the end of the rounds going into Pop's favor, and now as this round start happens, half health already gone. It hasn't even been 10 seconds.
So darn good right now. Echoes has to spend the burst. He chance to fight back. Gonna get the PRC to keep the Suka's going there. Gets the FRC into the Yozansen. Good luck guessing that one, buddy, there. And a cross through setup as well. All this time. I said that's always been in the game. Now has genuine use and fruition. We are in the era now, no longer getting that hard knockdown off of H. Kabari. Definitely really changes, you know, a bit of how Vikings want to sequence there, but she can still very much get meaty, real things by doing that cross through. So good stuff to Pop here, looking so comfortable no matter what character that Echoes is bringing in.
Yeah, Echo's gonna have to stick with the Slayer now. And I really do think that Echoes is putting in all his stock on just needing like 1 or 2 less hits overall. Like at this point, that's what it's gotta be. But I mean, the round start not going your way and already having to spend your burst in order to try and reset to neutral, but Pop just running the gauntlet. We're gonna get a hard knockdown post wall break.
Great JS routing too. That's what the harder confirm to go for. Pop is looking too good and gets the super jump, which lets the double overhead rip out free. Echoes here on potentially their last round of this set. Pop is looking unstoppable right now on this Viking, and actually gets a micro walkout there, which actually puts Echoes in the corner. But definitely a bit of a catch situation. Pop can get that positive now rolling in. Just a little bit of space back with these Tommy mats. With the upward JS here, late burst just to get ourselves a chance to fight back. We have to guess right now. This can be scary.
Danger situation, yeah, Echoes is in. Gonna have to hold all of this pressure, and now finally able to take your turn, get the punish counter. The Kabari rope though makes things a little bit weird, and Pop able to win off the scramble. Wait a minute. Last touch situation for Echoes. Good block on the side swap Master Hammer, but the side swap once again going Echoes' way, but Pop unrelenting, just smothering Echoes with the bed sheets at the end of the night. Pop 3-0 takes this game.
Yeah, well done by Pop. Like I said, just ran strong offense. Changed up the sequences often, got comfortable seeing what Echoes wanted to represent as like the, I'm putting up the wall of insert thing here, can you work around that? And that's the thing about Viking, like she is an RPS machine. And yeah, sometimes we went from a version of the game right now where like she could take 2 of the 3 options and they could potentially win it, right? So some of those now feel like a 1 of 3, you know, shot in the darks, which definitely can suck in some of the ways it works out there. But you're just seeing there good low usage when Echoes trying to run the 6P. Shouts to Echoes though, I have to say, I saw 3 specific, you know, the Viking matchup things. Right, I saw 3 things that, like, if you know these things, it's either you play against a lot of Viking and have tried stuff, or you got a buddy who plays Viking and says, just do this. Or maybe you're an ex-Viking player. You're like, I'm so tired of people pressing 6P against all of my Kabaris. Like, this whole mechanic, they keep buffing S-Kabari, but I cannot put it on somebody who understands when to press 6P. They threw the IAD Tatami setup. That also isn't real a lot of the time, unless you can space it out. Like, it was just a lot of really good counterplay, but it was not enough, man. Pop's reward for getting the hit was so good. So good.
Absolutely. And And just a reminder for anyone who is watching us right now, 1 hour of our 2-hour ladder has finally elapsed. And if you are curious as to who is looking to punch their ticket into top 8, just a reminder, they do need to play 6 matches in order to actually be eligible for top 8. However, Lasagna Slayer, Yokai's very own, 5-0 right now, undefeated. Speaking of undefeateds, you do have Caliber and Zentai and Poncho, all currently 3-0 right now. Magician Girl, Raven, and Nan Nan, aka Chainsaw Nan, all currently 2-0 right now. And you do have Manu Min and Yokai's very own Sir Kappa and Kama, all currently 1-0 right now. Those are your undefeateds. However, Insert currently 6-1, Clockwork Design 4-1, Pip Gaming 4-2, and then you also have Miracle at 5-2 right now. Piper also 4-2 as well. So the top end of the leaderboard looking pretty solid at the moment. So a lot to still have to play though, is the big thing. I also see Pick Guy down there over at 4-2. King 2 Sleepy as well, also there at 4-2. And Zany as well, 4-2. We saw them kick things off tonight on that Leo White thing. We'll see if they can punch their ticket.
Yeah, it'd be great to see. I'm kind of curious to see who pulls up, makes it to that top 8 cutoff, of course. Just make sure you have a better winning percentage, of course, there with a minimum 6 games to make themselves in. And then there's some, I believe, some additional, like, in the event of a tie, it goes to like this, or as like a percentage of like maybe where like the players like level or the little ranking was at, it takes effect. So curious to see who ends up being shaken out, what our top 8's going to look like. We still have, like I said, an hour of games to go, so more than enough time to get up, probably get those 6 games in, see if you can make yourself in. I saw Lakey signed up as well. Shouts to Lakey. That's another Wisconsin goat here. Definitely, I'm a bit sad because Lakey has kind of moved on from playing biking. He came to our local. I help run the local fighting game scene here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Lakey pulled up there and he's watching me play. He's like, you picked biking on the character select screen, right?
That's rude. That is.
And
so
I was just
rude.
like, yeah. He's like, biking 2026, man. What you do? And he's joking, obviously, but it brought a little tear to my eye because, funny enough, I played Lakey at Frosty Faustines. That would have been the one in 2022. He's the one who knocked me out because I met him in Loser's Side. It was the bike and mirror as well back then, and we get a chance to talk at all. It was very much early on, but I got a chance to fight someone who really knew how to play my character, and I was like, whoa, I can do all this stuff kind of thing. And so it's been pretty cool to kind of have that full circle moment, and now get a chance to talk with him a bit more. But he's been playing a lot more of the characters. A lot of the Unica as well has a pretty strong.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty strong Asuka as well here. So, but I think it's mostly been like Unica. He did also mention he was really excited about Robokai as well. So I'll be curious to see what he's actually willing to bring out if we get to see him on stream tonight. But yeah, shout out to Lasagna Slayer, just absolutely cooking it right now. Insert, no surprise to see them up there. Usually I was doing so good. I see Poncho's in here tonight. Poncho, I think I commentated it was the last Geekly, and Poncho played 3 different characters, I think, in their top 8 run. They busted out. It was the Zato, the Asuka, and the Unica. I think they all played within their run. And so I'm someone too very comfortable with playing multiple characters, and so it's like I'll play like 2 to 3 in tournament. So when I see another player who's also willing to do that too, like I get like hyper fixated on like, why do you pick certain characters, right? I think it's so interesting.
Bedman spotted.
Bedman spotted. There he is. Fishy, a bit of an Eno extraordinaire. This is a player who's been doing, incredible things on this Eno, even when this character kind of had various reports and feels. But Jazz Panther, a name I wasn't so privy to recently, though, but this Bedman can absolutely cook and put you to sleep here, but not because you're bored.
I mean, the zoning game for Bedman right now seeming to be what Jazz Panther is favoring at the moment, but as distance gets closed, we are now throwing this Fishy, trying to find an opening. However, Bedman's pressure, very awkward and very tight. there we go. The error finally opens up Fishy, and look at the position that you had the burst from. More than half health gone before you finally pull the trigger on it. But here we go. Fishy now finally able to start things off.
Health here off from Jazz, evens it up, gets the empty button to the throw. One coming through, has to work up to Jazz, keeps themselves in this round. Trying to float away around here. Bedman's so good at just kind of hanging out in that upper corner and kind of choosing when he wants to fall down on his own fruition here. Double close slash routing, gonna help to get that wall stick. Beautiful job here by Jazz Panther. Despite kind of getting beaten up for a hot minute, still has a big health pool to work with, or to say effective health to work with. Well, let's see, Fishy here does have the burst lead right now, so he's playing a little bit more on that aggressive side. Yeah, 2P get out here, burst immediately back here. Fishy on the offense again.
Yeah, going with that high-low setup, stays airborne for the high, and Fishy immediately going to take the hard knockdown. Probably just favoring the positive bonus so that way you get your burst back for a bad situation. But here we go, Jazz Panther mixing things up with the error, going for a throw and getting it. Now the head bomb popping out, and we just go for another throw again. And what's the post-wall break setup going to be? We're going to go for a hard knockdown. What's the mix?
There's absolutely nothing. We're just going to hold this space and hope our error can do the work for us. But a good 2P press. Going to find the right hit for it. But Fishy keeps that sequence plus. Do that one more time here again. Probably not going to do the dive anymore. Lets it rip after. Fishy not quite ready for when Jazz was going to do it there.
Fishy hit a button. I saw that punish pop up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering what we're looking to do. Maybe thinking we would work around, like, firing off the needle after. But, like, I feel like the tracking is so fast when it's the install version. Like,
it's
pretty surprising to see that bad.
I had to assume that Fishy was trying to go for the, I think it's called Sultry Dance forward to try and maybe beat the needle shot. But, I mean, like we were saying, yeah, Call 13C needle shot, super fast. Game 2, though, round start counter hit, and we are trading our burst immediately.
Here again, they're blocking out that no here. They're pressed out here, Jazz Panther. I'm so comfortable pressing these 2Ps. You have to be comfortable with this fuzzies. Getting your turn back, though, but Fishy finding that next hit. Going to get that wall stick here, break it with the super to get the hard knockdown. What's that going to be? Empty into the low this time. He gets blocked out here again. No punch to his air block there after the Beyblade. Has to RC to keep the turn going. Gets it into the empty low. Jazz Panther's pressure looks so good when we have those errors ready on deck. One more time again. FRC to keep it going. One more again. Keep on blocking this Dark Run, please. That burst, I say the risk gauge absolutely built up right now, though, for Fishy.
This is how Bedman wins games out of nowhere. You've been blocking this string for so long, and it gets so cranked up, but a little bit of a drop from Jazz Panther there. Fishy now, free from the corner. Up, down, left, right. Which way are we blocking? We're actually going for the back throw, and the reversal super going to get blocked and punished correctly from Jazz Panther to end that round.
Shoutouts to them making that reverse super from negative on block now. That's hype. So I ain't gonna play quick about that one there, but Fishy definitely complaining right now. They're sitting here blocking out this bed man pressure. RC being spent. That hover into the delay of the JD falling. That was nasty, Jazz Panther, but unfortunately getting thrown for your troubles. Burst out, don't take any of this sequence here against Eno. Runs into the 6P, tries to reversal out to get underneath with the stroke. Keeps sequence going one more time. Jazz Panther just one good hit away from being able to do it. Oh, but the OTG off the hit, not able to get the full pickup here. Fishy, good luck. Not a lot of FD meter remaining. And the chip damage to do it. Jazz Panthers absolutely running off the race right now. Already up 2-0.
Jazz Panther just running the gauntlet, just making Fishy have to guess for their life here. It's going to be very interesting to see, though. Can Fishy get started with a reverse sweep at this point, or is Jazz Panther just going to pull out the broom and end things right now? Game 3 Already neutral jump button meets Jazz Panther in the air with the counter hit, and we're already going through the wall. It's not even been 10 seconds, and also Jazz Panther now working with only half health, less than half health. We are not pulling this burst at all.
Who knows? Might be willing to send it if the right time calls for it right now. Puts it into the needle midi game here. The fly in here, almost gets the full pickup then, but actually ends up picking up with the Beyblade after. Tries to find it out here. Jazz Panther back on the defense now. Be a little bit spooky here. Gets into the overhead. Gonna get the full pickup again. Fishy, early reset. Bit of an awkward setup there again. Gets it to the throw.
Fishy finally on the board. Jazz Panther though. Still can end things right here. Strokes getting traded. But Jazz Panther getting the worst end of the trade, having to finally pull the trigger on the burst, and still trying to make your way out of the corner. The Beyblade will clear us out. And yeah, you're not the only one who can stay in the air a little too uncomfortably long at times. Pulling out the eye gunk, and we go through the wall.
Eye gunk, clean your eyeballs. Do your best again. Good luck blocking that sequence here. And look at this routing right now. Almost made it all the way to the corner there, Fishy. The deflect shield doesn't care about your projectile. Good to be mashing out. Your Fishy wanting to win this game. Believes themselves that they get one more thing. They can definitely do it. But has to play neutral one more time. Has to be very careful now. A single needle can do it.
Ooh, and a single needle, as he called out, will do it. Jazz Panther now on set point. Fishy still trying to get on the board. Burst is in Jazz Panther's side, although the way things are going, Fishy will have first crack at it as we head through the wall.
The wall with the far slash there. Fishy finds the right hit though. He's stopping that error follow-up. Hard knockdown again. Goes into the overhead. Resets one more time. What's it going to be? Overhead again. Tries to bait out a burst. Doesn't happen. But has meter to spend to get the hard knockdown. Jazz Panther has 100 meter to work with. Burst being spent first, though. I absolutely agree. Always again, we'll pick up after here. Good fuzzy match out here from Fishy. Getting their turn back, but Jazz Panther on the sequence again. Multiple overheads being fully blocked out. The defense going so crazy right now for Fishy.
That's all the meter finally spent on that block string, and Jazz Panther able to find the hit. Fishy does have to pull burst there. And 100 meter now on Fishy's side, uses PRC to try and clear out. Jazz Panther still finds the stray hit. It's a one-touch situation potentially for both sides.
Yeah, and the YRC was spaced out too. I was like, is this it? But Jazz didn't have a button to connect. No worries though. Kept Fishy locked down in that corner and takes a very convincing 3-0. We had a pretty close scrap there at the end, obviously. But man, oh man, was it looking like Jazz Panther's game most of that set. You know, a character that if you essentially have like, I'm gonna call it, you know, like strong tracking. Like the most great example, of course, was Happy Chaos of old. Eno into old Happy Chaos was like probably the closest thing we had to like a true 7-3, you know, in older Strive, right? Where like this character has to move in such specific awkward way. It felt impossible there. That was almost like not to the level of what was, you know, like the hit scan kind of thing, but like if Eno isn't allowed to freely choose when she picks the moment to want to go in, this character just looks awkward sitting there at that full screen. And she's got some threat, of course, with the chemical love and the notes, obviously. But it's like, that only gets you so far. Eventually, you kind of have to go in. You need to high-low people. You need to put them in that super annoying Eno blender that we all hate so much. And we have to mash correctly, or we're going to get counter hit and put through the wall. But yeah, I would say Jazz Panther just looked so in control, and the offense from this Bedman was so good. It was some of the cleanest like transitions to high lows I have seen from this character yet, period.
Absolutely. Bedman's always a treat to see on Paragon. I love seeing people bring out the Bedman. It will be interesting to see, though, because looking at these two players' records right now, I don't think that either player is really in a spot at the moment to challenge. Like Jazz Panther just now evening things out at 3-3, but there is still a lot at stake when it comes to the top 8. As Lasagna Slayer, flawless 6-0, punching his final set when needed to be eligible for top 8. Now, the thing is that just being 6-0 does not guarantee you a spot in top 8. Lasagna Slayer probably going to have to play at least 2 more games in order to solidify their number 1 seed. We'll see how things go, though. Did I shout out Poncho, by the way, when we ran down the undefeateds? Because I see Poncho currently 3-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I brought Poncho up just because I was talking about their multi-character prowess in a recent bracket that I had commentated. But yeah, no, I mean, Poncho is like such an impressive player. Like, you know, really, let's get like I feel like when you get to like that higher level of Guilty Gear Strive, it is so often that it is that strong understanding of Guilty Gear Strive defense. Do you know your fuzzy press diamonds? Do you know when you can backdash? Do you know when you can throw? Like, it's just like this kind of stuff will take you so far in understanding, like, you don't need to know every single number, but kind of getting when you're allowed to, like, you know, be a little greedy to take your turn or push your turn versus, like, you know, having spacing traps to work around some of these minus frames here. So, and these are players that are good at doing that kind of stuff. So I'm super excited to see if Poncho can make their way into that top 6, of course. And, you know, I hope everyone here has been enjoying. We've had some incredible games so far. Please check out that match Reno. Claim those codes. We've had 5 more claimed since my last time I brought it up. We'll love to see a few more done there as well. And if you love what you've seen from Paragon, I don't know if you know this or not, but Paragon streams at this point, are we at every day right now?
Almost every.
I know we're gonna get there here very soon, but man, oh man, check it out right now. Paragon's schedule. If you love ladder format, but maybe Strive isn't your game, well, the good news is that if you have Invincible versus Tekken 8, Grand Blue Fantasy versus Ryan, Street Fighter 6, 2XKO, and we also have Avatar and Tokon on the way as well. What are you doing? Should I have a Paragon? Play the ladder formats here. Get your practice in. If you love competition, if you want to meet some players who are going to show you the best of what you can experience in these games, sign up. It's free. You can get, maybe if you sneak that way into top 8, you might get a little bit extra change for your time too. But like, there really is no better place than when you get to play multiple sets. Like, if you're a common O2er, I get it. Entering TNS, entering a Geekly, entering, you know, any of the tournaments here, shouts to all the ones who run brackets here. Like, you can lose 2 sets and you're like, I guess I can play Redemption, which is shouts to Redemption, beautiful thing. Cool parts of brackets. But like, maybe you only get 4-ish, 5-ish sets in a night. You can get as many sets as you want in 2 hours. Like, it's such a cool concept to me as someone who, like, I mean, I come from TCGs competitively initially, so like I'm used to Swiss, so I always got a ton of matches, no matter what, right? But with fighting games, when you go to, you're like, oh, I guess I'm done, you know. And you know, you can't always run casuals. Maybe meet somebody online. It's super cool if you do, but like, I mean, I just love what Paragon brings, man, and it's such a wonderful experience here. I've had a chance to sign up for it myself as well. I'm not a big online bracket player myself then, but I love consuming, I love commentating as you see me on here now. It's such a wonderful place to be, to practice for every skill level, right? It really is a wonderful thing, and we appreciate what everyone here does, not only Khalil, but everybody else here working to make Paragon what it is. It's a very, very, very awesome entity to have in this space, of course.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm kind of in the same boat as you. Like, my basis is in TCGs as well, so like I'm super familiar with the Swiss bracket. Paragon is the closest that you can come to Swiss nowadays. Like, the number of like actual ladder format like tournaments that are run, like I can literally only count Paragon. I don't know anywhere else, and it's quite fun. Like, I know I've got to prep for Hip Hop Kick in like a week and a half, so I'm probably going to be hopping on the Street Fighter 6 ladder bracket here this week. I actually hopped on it last week for a game, and then my friend was like, oh, join my double elimination bracket, and I was like, okay, sure. And I was like, well, shit. But yeah, please join up. Don't forget to claim the Matcherino codes as well for each of these events as well. And just a reminder as well, Marvel Tokon Open Beta is not the $500 Marvel Tokon release tournament that Paragon is running. So once that happens, Paragon will have if I'm remembering right, it is a $500 release tournament. It might actually be a $400 tournament. I'm sure that Khalil is going to correct me here in the chat which one it is, but be sure to sign up early. It is also one of the Matcherino quests as well, that if you sign up for it, you do put in $28. It is the $500 tournament, by the way, for Tokon Tuesdays. It is what it's going to be called. As there you go, August 11th from 7 to 9 EST, $500 prize pool for the first event. We thank you.
Can't wait to see.
We thank you. Paragon thanks you, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting to see, right? We are in a very good era right now. There's very, very much, like, if you have not tried a fighting game or you're on the verge of trying something out, I promise you there's a fighting game for you. There's probably a modern one. There's probably an old one for you, right? Like, there really is a... I got into fighting games. My first fighting game I ever, like, sat down and wanted to learn to play was Dragon Ball FighterZ. And I didn't give a crap about fighting games at the time. I just thought Dragon Ball was cool, and I still do, you know, like, it's like, but like, now it's been with this wonderful journey, and it's been this whirlwind of like, wow, there's so many kinds of fighting games and different cuts of life, from tag fighters to 1v1 to 3D to 2D. You have platform, like, there's so many different subsections, right, where it's like, there is a fighting game for you out there. You just gotta have a character you think is cool or hot. And you'll boot up the game probably and do your best to push it for it there. Now you find some friends playing there. Like, I've been able to get friends to try out fighting games because of like 2XKO, because it's a free game, right? And you know, only one of the 4 of them are still playing it though, but that's one more than I ever thought I was going to get to try here, and it's all because there is a game out there for everyone. So it's such a cool thing to see, and I cannot wait for the future here. You know, Avatar here in like just a week now, Tokon in like about 3 weeks roughly, right? 3 weeks. It's just like, it's very cool that we are at this point where we're gonna have all these new big flagship games out now, and we get to kind of see where the dust settles, because I think there's gonna be still tons of Strive players, and we all know Street Fighter is not going anywhere, and we all know that Tekken, while it's been on a bit of a interesting journey as of late in popularity, people are enjoying, like, at least like a lot of the direction of the current version. Like, yeah, like, it may be what they thought it was going to be, but like, it's getting better, and that's very exciting to see. People are excited for a Kangaroo. I'm hyped for y'all too, if that's what you're excited for. Like, it's just cool that it feels like every fighting game is still getting supported. I mean, they added new characters to Dragon Ball FighterZ. You know, it's just like, it's wild that these games can be so old and still get so much love, not only from the community but the developers as well here. Then keeps us playing it, keeps talking about it here, keeps us streaming it obviously too. It's awesome, man.
Yeah, and like, over from my neck of the woods, like, I would never in a million years, like, I'm a KI fan as well. Like, that 10-year anniversary patch, when it hit, like, all of my old friends was just like, yo, you want to play some KI? And I'm like, freaking bet, let's go. And also, like, BlazBlue as well, getting a new character, also 10 years down the line, is absolutely insane. I can't wait to see what Platinum... what's her name? Her name's like Platinum, yeah? Like, the new character that they're adding in. I can't wait to see what they... She
looks like a cute anime
Trinity
lady.
Glassfield. Okay.
Trinity Glassfield. That sounds the most like generic anime character name ever. I'm gonna be real. Like, she looks cool. Like, I don't mean to attack anybody who like has a reason for why she's awesome. I apologize. Please fill me in as we go through here. We'll have to wait on that. We have our next set coming up. We got King 2 Sleepy on this Eno here, and we have Demonics, or Demo NYX_X. However you want to say it, let us know in the chat, but we'll have to see another Eno on the screen, and we're going to get a return of May here. So 2 characters that definitely want to mix you, though I'll have to say the reward is pretty high on the side of this May. We'll have to see how King can kind of adjust, work around these giant H disjoint buttons, the Dolphin Armada, as we get into our first game.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning as well, this is actually our first time that we've seen basically repeat characters at this point, so we'll see just how these 2 players decide to pilot it. But Demon right now, running like their namesake, that is... holy moly! That was barely 20 seconds!
Yeah, looking like Demonics here by looking at their in-game tag at least. So shouts to players actually putting what they want their real tag to be, of course, in game here. But King fighting back here, down around, but not out of it quite yet. Keeping Demonic stuck in this mix. Gonna get a dive to get out of that sequence here from the Mei. But this air throw by coming out here, but actually rips a 2H instead. So good here. King may be thinking that a throw was gonna be coming through.
Just goes for the anti-air there instead, and now Demonics trying to get a little bit of a mix started, but King too sleepy, sticking out the button, getting the big counter hit, and now we're mixing things up just a little bit. No!
The multi-hop reset, see if they're holding their space, and ripping the command grab. Didn't even have a lot of life to need to cut through there, just wanted to send the message then. Good stuff here to King. Himself in the set right now, but now we're already on the defense here. Demonics have to do the best to fight out right now, but good luck without any meter behind it. Sends the Dolphin out, but able to get a trip back into the corner here, but a back throws a grip way to get started back in this game.
Demonics, good swing with the anti-air, and now another big counter hit. Great routing there, actually maximizing damage. Not enough to kill though. Demonics. Oh no!
Not gonna kill here again. Barely on, hanging on by a little bit of life left. It does have the 50 behind it. But now on the PRC to keep himself in it here. Block the sequence out one more time again. Multiple overheads block the defense. We talked about it earlier. Defense wins championships, and defense wins Demonics this first game. That was 4 overheads we chose to stand up for. We were ready, and King too sleepy is gonna have to go back to the drawing board there, and I'll be curious to see how they weave in bringing out the lows now, because we have shown that Demonics more than willing just to press back, not even down back here in this matchup.
Absolutely. Gonna have to work a little bit harder on the mix. But we'll see what kind of mix gets brought out as round start counter hit. Already Demonics spending burst pretty early on, just so that way we stay out of the corner just a little bit longer. Oh my god, the overhead coming through.
This time the overhead connects, yeah. King 2 can put to this corner here again. Puts it out with the 2S. I will get the full pickup after. The air one still keeps her plus, though. It's only from the ground one that is no longer plus. King 2 sleepy. Hurt us there. Channeled their inner best. Brought out the mix that was necessary. And the hard knockdown gets us started here. Overhead into the low. One more time resets. Empty low here again. We are bringing out the layers now, showing that, yeah, we're willing to hold back, but are we ready for that down back after?
Overhead does connect, and this time Demonics having to spend that gold burst in order to stay in here, but King too sleepy, just seemingly pulling out the pillow, trying to smother Demonics here, and it has successfully been done. Life bar extinguished. One game put on the side of King too sleepy as we head into effectively best of 3 territory now.
Yeah, and realistically, I feel like it's a lot of a familiar feeling of the game one. We just saw, King representing like a, slightly more earlier entries into the low. We saw that early, situation where the double overhead did come out, this time actually catching Demonics, maybe on that switch up on the block, but we'll have to see here if we go into it where it's like, essentially Demonics can get something to connect, and sending out the air dive, not really want to be doing without any meter behind it here, but King, that gold burst puts it back into that corner here again, delayed out with that JH. They're going to find themselves putting Sleepy through this wall here. Didn't spend the super, though, but 100 meter to work with, a good place to be.
I don't think that Yamada-san would have come out in time in order to get that wall break. However, Demonics, a lot of life to work with. Gonna have 100 meter to work from this post-wall break situation, and the anchor scoot coming in. Able to win that round for Demonics.
Yeah, and I can respect not want to spend that burst or spooky Demonics that gets a character like Mei, so quickly good at hitting you as well. Finds it underneath that far slash here again. Meaty not going to connect here. Overhead on the throw, comes out into the low. FRC to keep the sequence going here again. No wall stick though, but calls out with that reversal Orca. Big chunk of damage coming in here too, but Demonics now getting clipped and knocked down here. Sleepy, empty low, another sub again, into the throw this time. What's the mix this time? Multiple overheads all get blocked out, but able to get the throw into the OTG. King 2 Sleepy answering back. We got round 3.
King 2 Sleepy just like trying to keep the options rotated, not really give Demonics an opportunity to sort of figure out what the pattern is. And already, look at that, health gone, barely 10 seconds in the round. Burst now taken off the side of Demonics, and King 2 Sleepy just in a fantastic position with 100% tension. Even trapped against the corner, we are still swinging. It's not enough to kill though.
Kill indeed here. PRC into the Chemical Love. Tro gets tacked here. Demonic stuck in this corner right now. My best to jump out here, and King 2 Sleepy getting a read on that. Demonics trying their best to fight out, but sometimes you make it a little too obvious and just open yourselves up to get caught there by these floating buttons. King, despite giving up that first game now on a 2-game tear, we'll have to see if the third one is coming up next, or we can get a game 5. First game 5 for a while. It's been we opened up with it, of course. Here we've got a lot of 3-0s tonight. The 1-3-1 earlier. Here we'll see if we get another 3-1 coming up, or if we can get a sweet game 5. We'll have to see how they can adjust from here.
Go. 2-1, let's rock. Neutral jump punish for Demonics. Life bar is still relatively even. Great bro tech. Oh, but the back throw incident, now King 2 Sleepy trying to set something up. No, Demonics just pulls the trigger on the burst. Doesn't want to guess. Just wants to run offense instead. Oh, and the neutral jump back throw from King 2 Sleepy. All of a sudden, this is looking very dangerous for both sides.
Yeah, both players having a moment there. Both, I think, at least whipped one throw each here, but not going to be too much for worse of wear. King 2 Sleepy finding the right hit, puts himself in this mix again. Gets the plus Chemical Love, finding himself to get out again. Punch trying to get out, but 2H going to connect. Big hit to get started. King are willing to spend out that burst. We aren't. Here we go. Moving into our second round. We are up in burst meter, but Demonics finding their way. At least even up maybe the game count right now. Can we get that game 5? Demonic sure definitely wants it, and we're slowly working Sleepy to this corner. Finds a way to get out there with the dribble. Going to get connected for their troubles.
Guard crush off the charge anchor, and now King 2 Sleepy back against the wall. Pulls the trigger on the burst, but very low on life. Demonics with the up dolphin, able to get the counter hit, and brings us to game 5 with a perfect.
Love to see it. Love to see it. May definitely a character who is no stranger. All of a sudden surprising you with a round being over. So good at just putting out the damage. Making you hurt for those incorrect choices, though. Trying to stop them from working in the air. And, you know a character who's able to put out a little bit of screen presence, of course, with the note and that Chemical Love. But, we can't stop all angles of attack, and having to play defense against a character as scary as May can be tough. With the up dolphin doing so much work right now. It's immediate, I guess say, beach ball setup right now again, and a good far slap to fight out again here, but an up hold there even during the block stun. Demonic putting out the damage, and King going through this wall right now. Only about a quarter of a health bar left.
I'd certainly say that King's going through it right now. Nothing has been going their way in this round. However, the deep counter hit, able to get a little bit of damage off of Demonics, using the BRC to try and punish the anchor swing, and all of a sudden, Demonics now in a very dangerous situation. Post wall break, hard knockdown, King 2 Sleepy. Are we going high or low?
Decided to do the hide and throw that, and this dive into this throw is getting so much value right now. Demonics not quite ready, able to answer back and kind of RPS in that spot right now. King has sent the throw every single time, but a good 6P. Oh, and a back throw here into this corner. It's a good spot to be in. Demonics finding a way to keep himself in the set now. Sleepy feeling that shift in momentum, tries to burst it out, but spends the burst This is a potentially catastrophic situation right now. Tomas can get this round to even it up. He might not even be able to see another burst then, but running through. Command Grab's been able to connect. A big chunk of damage is about to come in. Not going to be enough to kill, though. At least 1-2 more mixes to win out this round of game.
Onyx needs to win this in order to see another burst, but King Too Sleepy looking to shut the door, and it has successfully been closed. The lock has been turned. King Too Sleepy able to take it in a 3-2 set.
Eno wins.
Yeah, very, very close back and forth there. Like, it was... Both players essentially had moments to show what kind of stuff they are cooking right here. We see a lot of... I really loved, like... the choices at which when King decided to switch up to go for these, like, you know, empty lows and having multiple of these, like, jump in angles where it's like, okay, do you know which version this is? Like, is this the one that you have to fight with a 6P or a fuzzy 5P, or you can fuzzy backdash this one, or technically you block the first thing and then you can press. It's just like, if you don't have all those ready in front of your mind to correctly fight Eno, you're going to have to guess in at least one of those here, which is just a reset into the situation all over again. Eno, a character, at least is still incredibly gifted with getting those hard knockdowns, of course, to run you through the mix over and over again. At least her reward is down considerably in this version. That's probably the biggest thing Eno lost right now, is like when she was right, you really felt it in previous versions of Guilty Gear, and like the mix feels about just as good as it was, maybe even better in some sequences then. But like, I've never seen so many games now in Guilty Gear Strive go under like 60 in-game seconds. Like we are at a point now where we are having conversations with each other in Guilty Gear Strive, which is kind of a wild concept to consider. It's been a very offense-heavy game for a lot of its lifespan, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very cool to see.
Yeah, it's very interesting because, like, even in like older revisions like Zerd and Rev 2, like, I don't think like the pace of the game ever slowed down as much as it has like in the current revision of Strive. Like, make no mistake though, like matches can still end in the blink of an eye, but it's like it's very frequently now like you're getting like 30-40 seconds milked off of the in-game timer before like things start to get settled. But like, speaking of time though, 20 minutes left in the ladder. And taking a look at our top 8 picture, ooh, Lasagna Slayer dealt their first loss. Zentai, the lone undefeated, I think that's 6-0. Yes, 6-0. That is not safe enough to secure like winner side though. You still need to be playing. Meanwhile, Magician Girl, I see 5-0, currently paired up against Pip Gaming, so looking to punch their 6th win in. Insert 8-2 actually I think would be the #1 seed at the moment if things closed out right now, just by virtue of having played more games. And then you have Miracle and Pip Gaming, both 7-2, Chainsaw Man 5-1, Zany, I believe that's 6-2. Yes, that is 6-2. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a monitor from distance and the 5 and 6s look very similar to me. Clockwork Design also 5-3. Sir Kappa undefeated, but has only played 3 games. He might have had to step away and call it a night. No, is actually paired up against Chainsaw Man, so that's going to be very interesting. Poncho currently 4-1, Flowed up a late joiner, but currently 3-1 right now. You've got Menace Zero 5-2. Like, the list goes on and on. There's a lot of 5 wins, 4 wins, 2 and 3 losses with a lot of people. But I mean, you gotta get your matches in now is like the big thing. You gotta be like 3-0 and hopping right back into the ladder at this point.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if we were playing an older version of Strive there, I'd be too worried about playing at least 3 or 4 more games in the next 20 minutes here. But we just said it, right? Games are going longer. Depending on the matchup you get that one person who does not want to interact with you. You get the Faust who's just trying to only throw items and see what you can do with it, right? Or, you know, the zoner player who truly never wants to be next to your character model if all possible. You're going to have a longer game, right? Depending on the matchup. But definitely exciting to see. Pretty cool to see how often we see a lot of returning names here, right? So I think a lot of people really look forward to Paragon's, events to get that ladder practice in. We see people in the chat signing off about it as well, that they're enjoying the format, or they themselves want to sign up for maybe whatever their next game they're excited for to play it. See me in Avatar when that drops in. I am very excited for that. I mean, that is both the show, and I got a chance to finally play in their I'll call it the more open beta, where if you pre-order the game, you basically got access, right?
Oh yeah.
So, that game is gonna be so sick. Like and maybe it gets solved sooner than later, but like the way I've kind of sold to other people who know fighting games, it's like there was an idea of character design in DNF Duel that I thought was really cool and good. I just thought the game around it was terrible. Like, just not interesting. Like, it after a month, I'm like, where is the competitive depth to this? Avatar gives me the first half of that feeling, and then the opposite of the second, where it's like, there's cool character design, and I'm really enjoying, like, what they made their system mechanic, and then how it becomes unique. Like, flow is not as crazy as Roman cancel is to consider. But it's very much this idea where it's like you are going to be rewarded for understanding what you do with the systems that the game gives you, way more than like what DNF is. So like I'm very excited to see how long that game holds, because like Avatar is an IP that like now is a little bit on the older side, right? And so it's like been wild to see it get like a Magic the Gathering set in the past year, a fighting game that they've been working on for at least probably a couple of years at this point, right? So it's like, why now? Like I know there's like a movie coming out soon, and like there's been some talks about another. Well, there's also gonna be like another animated Avatar to take off of the core story, and so it's like the IP is coming back. It's just it's interesting that it's like still focused so heavily on this one that's like at this point almost like 2 decades old, which is pretty wild to say, right? So it's like
it's absolutely insane to think about. And like Avatar, like again, I really have no skin in the game when it comes to Avatar. That game looks like it's such an amazing hyper fighter. Like if you are into hyper fighters at all, like you are probably going to love it. But time ticking away, we can probably fit in maybe 3 more sets depending on how things go, and we are kicking things off with Caliber and Raven, our 3rd Eno in a row tonight. But Caliber bringing in the big guns with Unica.
Yeah, let's see here. Caliber, a player that I've become more aware of now as well, because Unica, everyone was talking about just how egregious this character is in this version, and I definitely can agree. Her pressure incredibly strong, and if you are not comfortable at dealing with some of her RPS spots, it can definitely feel a little bit difficult to overclimb. But really, I've only been seeing kind of Caliber pushing this character, making their way into some of these top 8s here for these big online brackets. Had a pretty good showing at EVO as well, but we saw it well mentioned in chat. The Eno Armada is out tonight here, and Raven tried their best to show us what they can do, but it was all Caliber in that first round.
Maybe it is Paragon, so the spirit of Daru Eno is with us right now, and Raven really trying to channel that spirit and get on the board here. Caliber, though, seems to be taking the lead of this dance as we head through the wall. The Death Buster doing a lot of damage, and the neutral jump counter hit. Raven's not going to have burst back in time. That should be the game for Caliber.
Talk about speedrunning. Caliber trying their best to give us our 3 more sets here in our last remaining block. Absolutely incredible. And I have to say, while like everyone of course lost their conversions, I was playing a lot of Unica in the previous version, and I used to just laugh at how you could go from coast to coast with no thoughts extra. Of course, Red Wall Assault was pretty good at making most characters be able to do that, but she definitely did not leave her damage in the last version. If this character hits you, it is gonna hurt. And Raven on this Eno, not a very tanky character in any capacity, so definitely gonna be feeling it. So we gotta get that offense in, and not only that, we have to get our offense in that can also safe jump too, because the Unica DP, Unica's love to rip it.
Absolutely. Caliber, though, having to rip that burst pretty early on after the round start counter hit trade with the gun dipper, and Raven now taking the lead.
But Caliber trying to fight their way out. Raven with a very aggressive burst to keep Caliber trapped in the corner. Yeah, through the wall we go. It will be a hard knockdown. So Raven going to set up a high-low situation. The deflect shield actually to neutralize it. And Caliber all of a sudden might try to set up a kill condition right here.
Oh, holds up though. Caliber. Both players on blinking health bars then, but Caliber finds the right sequence, catches Raven, maybe holding up there as we're blocking it out. A much closer back and forth here in our game two. Caliber after running away with it in that first one, but finds it right here. Good block on the crossover as well again. So often it's essentially like very easy for them to do the same side, and that side switch off the J. It's pretty hard to call out here from the Unica, but we are sending out these multiple guard crushes again. But there's the first DP of the set. Gonna be ripped right now. Tries to empty out with the multiple jump resets here again. Tries to fight back here, but actually throws it out. Great recognition on that sliding low. Raven shows that they are ready to fight back against any Caliber.
Caliber. He's just swinging for the fences here, and you do have to swing for the fences in this situation. Raven first ready, just in case anything goes south. Spins the 50 on the YRC. The stroke actually not catching anything, and Raven having to pull the safety net, but the hard hat is not on for the overhead, and Caliber sneaks away that round and the game.
That is the quintessential, I'm going to start swinging my arms around me, and if you walk into it, that's your problem, buddy. So just sends out the overhead, and Raven meets their demise running into it here. Caliber is up 2 games already. We'll have to see if Raven can do the reverse sweep on their Eno. And we're seeing it when they're able to run some of their offense, situations here. Definitely able to keep Caliber guessing. It has such a good he was earlier out here, but Caliber has barely had to represent their own reversal, which definitely tells you that, Raven has not been able to play a lot of offense right now, but a goal burst. If I don't get connected, tries to do the BRC to call out, to bait out the burst. Great patience from Raven, though.
I'm going to be honest, that goal burst felt very disrespectful from Caliber, and Raven, oh no! Raven's
getting the in-between. Oh no, the invincible part had ended, and all you were met with was a flying gal with a gun bike.
Set point now from Caliber, and yeah, Caliber, I just feel nothing but disrespect from Caliber, just watching them absolutely dismantle Raven at this point. Reversal comes out from Caliber, and Raven having to send the stroke the victory in order to get any offense started, but again, the double TP to end things for Caliber, a 3-0 in spectacular fashion.
If it worked the first time, why not try it again? Why not try it again? And I will give some care as someone who's played Unica. Sometimes their best way to fight someone who is here is the DP. Like, unironically, it's like, because even if they block it and they're really spaced up in the sky, like a lot of times it pushes them away, and so like it feels disrespectful, but like I saw it and I'm like, yeah, actually I kind of mess with that. That actually makes a lot of sense to press that there. So really, it's have Caliber firing on all cylinders, man. Just like Unica is a character that once she gets started, like it can be so hard to call it out correctly, and we've all felt it, right? We've taken an H or an S button from that character and wondered what the hell happened to our health bar. So man, oh man, that was a good set. It's a good set. It's a quick set, but it's still a very fun set as well. Very excited to see some Unica. I know, I know Jack was playing some Unica as well when he was on a little bit of soul searching from that time from Happy Chaos Changes. I think it was even during when Happy Chaos was banned for a while. It was just really kind of refreshing to see like really strong players pushing this character that everyone talked about how good she was, but no one was really playing her. You know, Sifikai was playing her a little bit. We saw some other players, of course. Pancho, we mentioned earlier, had a Unica phase here too. So people are giving her a shot, but like, all I know is Caliber only plays Unica, at least as of right now. And so like, this is someone that if you see that name in bracket, you better know this matchup, buddy. Because man, oh man, when they get going, it is all cylinders. It's crazy.
Absolutely, yeah. And like, I think over in Texas we have kind of a big Unica contingent. Like, I think that there's a couple of players over here who have been like sticking with the character for a while. Like, that is, they are definitely feasting, at least in this patch, because I do remember like when Unica released, like everyone was like saying she's super strong. Like, it's very, very realistic that she's like in top 5, if not like top 7 or top 8. But like as time went on, it sort of felt like people were starting to drop her. Like a lot of her stock started falling, even though like nothing really changed significantly with her in the following patches, at least to my memory. And then all of a sudden, now that we've hit the 2.0 era and she got like that little like pseudo projectile with the stance charge now, like she is fantastic now. And like a lot of the players who I know who stuck with her throughout that entire time, you know, they're just like, yeah, I don't know, I don't know, man. Why did they give me extra chocolate with my ice cream? I don't know, man. I'll take it though.
Yeah, the way I look at Unica 6H is like, I thought they said they weren't giving DLC characters new moves. You know, like that is how powerful that 6H having a hitbox on it now, and it's a projectile. I can go on a projectile rant all day. I play Bikin, but it is absolutely incredible. Like, it gave her new setups. It gives her new conversions. It essentially covers a spot where she didn't have good cancels into something. Like her command, she doesn't really have command normals besides 6H, right? Everyone has 6P, but like you do 5K and you go, oh God, what do I press now? Like you didn't really have an answer there, and like they've given her something to do almost all the time. I think I know there's a setup as well where she can do like the 6H and like I think the 6H OTGs, and then like if you get like it's like the last frame of the gun dipper on block ends up being like plus 12 or something ridiculous like that. It's like an insane, yeah, it's like the weirdest sequence of happenings now where like she's just a character who was given, like, lost some things as we all did, but then they found new ways to like really shoot up her strength. So like I don't even know where she sits right now. Really tough to say. There aren't a lot of people pushing this character at like the highest level quite yet. So I imagine as things settle a bit more, but if you think about a lot of like the more of like kind of Shoto leaning characters as far as like what they have in their toolkit, like Unica's got to probably be one of the better, you know, like, you know, Kai got a new tool, but people forget that Kai has the damn snap all the time to pop the electrocute thing here. Unica got a new 6H, and everyone's like, wait, this character is a problem. You know, like it is absolutely insane. And I said her damage did not, like, she lost conversions. The damage feels the same. Like it's absolutely wild to watch this character. So.
Oh. Well, we are about to lose a large chunk of our player base as 7 minutes left in this ladder. We're going to be cutting into top 8 once this ends. We're probably going to have enough time for maybe one more set, but that just is a matter of like people listen to Khalil, trying to get them to play on stage is the big thing, because when it gets time to brass tacks, like especially with how close the top 8 chase is at the moment, like people just want to get in and they want to play their matches. Like looking at top 8 right now, Magician Girl and Zentai both finishing 6-0, perfect at this point. Magician Girl actually still pressing on, though, does have another match that they're trying to play. Meanwhile, Zentai looks like they're comfortable staying at 6-0, just trying to sneak into it's probably going to be loser side, because you got Lasagna Slayer 7-1, you have Insert 8-2, you have Nan 6-1, you have Miracle 7-2, Pit Gaming 7-3, you have Caliber 6-2 at the moment.
and is actually paired up against someone, so that's going to be a very interesting one. They can go 7-2 and try and finish off the bracket with this, but it's like sitting at around a +4, +5 differential is probably like the where you're like realistically looking at for a top 8 seed. And it's just tough at this point. It's very tough. Oh, Float Up is actually paired up against Lasagna Slayer. Oh no. Oh boy.
Good luck in that one there. Yeah, good luck playing a low HP character. Though, who knows? Maybe Lasagna's on a Venom only kick tonight kind of thing. We'll have to see. But maybe at the point now we're mixing both. So.
Yeah, Lasagna Slayer usually for Paragon, I noticed that he does like to stick with Venom unless he feels it is necessary to pull out Gold Lewis Dickinson for a player or just to like close things out. But he tries to go Venom only, at least for Paragon, which I mean, hey, fair enough. You got it. Paragon's the perfect place to do that, especially in ladder, you know, because you get as many matches as you need. But man, like this top 8, I do not envy Khalil trying to figure out what things end up looking to be. And we had a lot of players register tonight. I see Test Your Luck snuck in pretty late. Actually doing pretty well, 2-1. Nowhere, unfortunately, started out too late to really make a threat for a top 8 seat, but just looking to probably ruin someone's night. I see Classified actually registered as well. I don't think that they had a chance to play any games. Maybe they got drawn away, potentially, but you know, that's the glory of a ladder, though. You could register and maybe, like, you get called away to do something else, and no harm, no foul. Actually, Classified did play 2 games by the looks of things. It's just they had to go somewhere else maybe. I don't know.
Sometimes you're queuing up for ranked, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't sign up for Paragon early enough. Here, my rank queue's taking 10 minutes. I can probably get a game, you know, 10 times as fast if I just hop on the ladder real quick here at Paragon." And that's the beauty of it, right? It's like, you don't have, even if you know you're a top 8 player, you ain't got to play it with top 8 in mind, right? Just boot up, fight some good players that you know are going to be out there, right? Most people aren't responding to those matchmaking Discord servers, or, you know, like I said, when you get to that, like, when you're at the 1% of the 1%, right? Like, I've seen some of those queue times, man. You're waiting for 5-10 minutes for some of these times to get one opponent, like, which is probably like for the best of the system, right? But like, or you just queue up for the ladder on a Wednesday, right? You know, play as many games as you want. I imagine it ain't gonna take you that long to find an opponent as well. So definitely worth doing there. You know, I checked again, like he only played the 1 game. That was it. You know, he was like, you know what, I gave it a shot. I'm out, gamers. So but that's the video. There's no like expectations. It's what you want to make of your evening with it, right? So. Pretty cool thing to see. Okay, you know what? Here, I want to get started to someone who don't normally got. Shout outs to Blank, the person named Blank. They have played 14 matches, by the way, tonight. They have gone 0-14, but that's 14 sets you got to play of Guilty Gear Strive tonight against people who also look at competition as a place that they want to improve on. This is the beauty of this format. Like, don't care about your score. Maybe you sign up for just for fun, or you want to try a new character, or maybe you're like, I'm only gonna play random for every set tonight. Like, whatever your reason may be, but if you want to know you're fighting against likely other good players who are trying to improve or push themselves in different ways, like, this is it, man. Like, it is something very, very special, and I really see game counts go that high, or set counts go that high. 14 sets is impressive, man. I'm actually curious, Khalil, if you know, like, what's the highest amount of set count someone has ever played in a Paragon ladder, like total sets played, right? I would be curious to see if we had anybody pushing 20, because 20 is like maybe doable if it's a shorter game, you know.
It has to be like maybe one of the Uni 2 nights, because it's typically 1st to 2 until they hit like top 8. Like I or like finals. is I think what the competitive rule set is. And like Uni 2 matches can go very fast. Like I got washed out of a Uni 2 bracket like in the matter of like 20 minutes. Like it was very fast. 18, but in a 2 out of 3 game. Okay. Yeah, I figured it was going to be a 2 out of 3 game, but man, like that is some dedication, being able to get 14 matches in a first to 3 game.
3 out of 5. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But heck, imagine that was like 18 matches though, but in like Dragon Ball.
Oh my god.
Right? Like, you know, because that's the thing. 2 out of 3 games, yeah. But like, if it's a long game, if it's a storied match game, you know, that's the wire there. Soul King was says, "Hey man, so appreciate you signing up though. That's pretty cool." And you got wins on the board. It's what it's all about, you know.
Hey, yeah.
Watch those VODs back. Figure out what you can do better for next time. I don't know. Like if you're competitive, losing sucks. You know, it's kind of a rough feeling though. But it doesn't have to suck forever. And the better you get at it, the less you'll be like, man, that starts to be like, oh my gosh, I know exactly what I need to work on now. Like when you can kind of change that mentality on its head, it's such a good sensation there. So hope to see you back at a future one. Appreciate you signing up, Soul King. Definitely a great one to do it though. But so it looks like here. All right then. So yeah, just got the word from Mothership again. We're gonna take a short break here while we go ahead and figure out our results, see who our top 8 is gonna be. But we will be back here in just a second there. Get top 8 underhead. Hopefully Steam holds together here as we can do it then, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Stopped, but when they looked up at the sky, they found a break in the clouds. Precious things, the heart turns into stone, hardly stop. Bedtime story, happy ending game, just a snapshot in time. Life is a journey, not a destination. Enjoy the ride without sound downs. Precious things, my heart turns into stone, hardly to stop. Bedtime story, happy ending, it's just a snapshot in time. Life is a journey, not a destination. Enjoy the ride suffer. Bedtime story. Sometimes you have to play supporting role. But what matters is that your eyes shine in the moment. Happy suffer. Bedtime story. Happy ending. You just possess something time. Life is a journey, not a destination. Enjoy the ride with ups and downs. Don't call me out, who can say that I can hold on today again? I think don't call me out, who can say that? People are all dead, but so are the monsters. I woke up one morning, strangers say hello to me. Tomorrow their names will be carved on the stone. We're going home, but I'm a terrible liar. Forgive me, that's not the art of prayer. For the sake of the day, keep crying out. Swing the soul, swing the soul, swing the freaking soul down. Hellfire, hellfire, bring your buster. Hellfire, 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 hellfire. All the men are going down with us. Those who dream of heaven. Those who dream of heaven never last very long. The running flash and dirty sky infect my wounds. We're going home alive, alive, alive. Forgive me, just get me out of this hell. For faith and the day, keep crying out. Swing the soul, swing the soul, swing the freaking soul down. I must be that way, lives can't hear my commands, but still I can't see the way. Oh, I am the reaper, took my place in the world, that's why I have to go. I've been down, tell me out, who can say that I'm just an ordinary soldier. I've been down, tell me out, who can say that will I be on the right side of history. I've been down, tell me out, who can say that I can hold on today again. I've been down, tell me out, who can say that people are loved at the soul of the monsters. Bring it on your buster! Hellfire, hellfire! Bring it on buster! Hellfire, hellfire! Hellfire, hellfire! I'll never go him down! Hellfire, hellfire! Bring it on buster! Hellfire, hellfire! Hellfire, hellfire! All the men are going down with us! in the world, find you a way. Give that back, nobody will miss it. I just say I'm the step body, do it out of turn. I say hit back down, cause nobody denies it. You and I both just have our views, that's all. You are not me, you're not alone. You are not my downfall either. If your voices will fill the sky, I'll take the wasteland, but I won't be alone, never. Slide back, get them out of your way. Don't care if along the way's a little sacrifice. Slide back, get them out of your way. Don't melt in the world, find your own way. Let's go and step it body, let's go and step it body, let's go and step it body, step it body, step it body. Strike back, get them out of your way. Don't care if along the way's a little sacrifice. Strike back, get them out of your way. Listen to your heart, let the voice in your head. Get them out of your way. If along the way's a little sacrifice. Strike back, get them out of your way. Don't melt in the world, find you a way. Wisdom, patience, empathy, kindness, serenity, clarity. Break out, turn the key to world untold. Life is a maze where the wind burns. Blah, 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 blah. Sick and tired, normal and no big deal. I'm just quirky note in the symphony.
What is up, everybody? We have returned, and with us, we are bringing 8 of the mightiest ladder warriors from this evening. It's your boy Gannon here, joined by Squid Pope. Squid, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I am ready to get this top 8 kicked off, and as is tradition with Paragon, we are going to be starting off with the lower half of our bracket. We're going to be kicking things off with Miracle and Zentai, 2 players that we did see earlier. I think Miracle was actually one of the players... No, not one of the players who kicked us off. I do believe that they were on the May, though, and Zentai, I think we saw them on the Axel. Meanwhile, we do have Caliber and Pip Gaming coming through for our second losers round 1 match. That is going to be Unica, and unfortunately I don't think that we saw Pip play tonight.
Faust.
So
Pip
Faust.
plays Faust.
Shout
out to the Colorado FGC. I know Pip from Colorado FGC. So
Gotcha.
Pretty cool to see him there.
Yeah, and then over on the winner's side, which will be following up our losers round 1 matches, we have Magician Girl versus Chainsaw Nan, aka Nan. Magician Girl representing the Oscar. Meanwhile, Chainsaw Nan currently preferring to start things off with the Ramlethal Valentine, however, still playing multiple characters. And then you got Insert and you got the Lasagna Slayer, Insert the May Fanatic and Lasagna Slayer. It's going to be interesting to see who they decide to bring out to play tonight, because I do know that they prefer to play Venom over here in Paragon, but they are definitely a force to be reckoned with on the Gold Lewis Dickinson.
Yeah, should be pretty hyped to see. It's been a super fun night of matches here, of course, on Paragon's ladder format here. Definitely make sure you guys, if you missed out on tonight's, then, of course, every Wednesday will be Paragon Strive Wednesday. Of course, they'll announce it otherwise, but, you know, good, reliable place to check out, get multiple matches in. I called it out earlier. Someone got 14 sets in of the ladder format before it was over, so that was pretty darn impressive there. Maybe they got one more while we were squeaking out the last few at the end, but yeah, pretty cool to see. We're gonna have 2 Mays, of course, in this top 8. Gonna be opening up then, of course, with Zentai and Miracle. So we'll have the May versus Axel. Kind of curious to see how that will go. Obviously, the reward difference I think is pretty heavily on the side of May. But we are at a version right now where Axel can convert way more than he's ever been able to, right? Maybe not the best for Vision connected, but like, you know, for a 2.0 character that is a zoner, Axel be putting you in the combo sequences. And I'm actually very excited for the next set as well, because Pip is someone who essentially is very, very regularly is in kind of the top 2, top 3 placement of the Colorado's, monthly that they end up running there. Only usually ends up losing to likes of Volteon, an incredibly strong chip player who is not playing as much lately these days here, but whenever those two play, it is a back and forth set. I'm very privy to that scene because I actually started playing fighting games when I was living out in Denver, Colorado. So they always have a special place in my heart. And while I've moved to both Michigan and now Wisconsin, they always kind of are the scene that I like to remember very fondly, just because of, you know, that's where you started, right? You never forget where you came from, you know? So definitely very cool to see. Yeah, but should be a pretty fun top 8 here. Once again, of course, waiting for our players to get into the room here so we can get ourselves going. Of course, top 8, you know, all of Guilty Gear Strive is going to be that, you know, best of 5, the 1st to 3 format then. So we'll kind of have to see how players are able to adjust. And when you're at this level, while you can still have the 3-0 bulldozers coming through, we're going to see a lot more back and forth, a lot more of these players being ready to represent some of these, like, you know, fuzzy defensive options as well, fighting back for their turns a little bit more, willing to press that 6P at the right spot, even if it's just to smoke a mid. Like, there is so much, it's such a different experience, right? Like, you can be a Vanquisher player sitting at a strong 1700, you know, MR, and you're like, dang, I'm pretty good. And the answer to that question, yeah, you are pretty good. But then you fight some of these players who are like the regular top 8ers in these things, and you feel like you're back in gold all over again. Like, and no knock to any of the gold players out there. We appreciate competitive players at all levels of this game. It's such a beautiful thing about fighting games, right? You know, it's like we all have to start from somewhere, right? You know, we don't just turn the game on and all of a sudden we're jack levels of power right off the rip, right? So it takes time. You got to learn it out. But man, oh man, if you need a humbling here, hop on a ladder format, or you know, hop in a TNS or something, or a Geekly, man.
Oh, yeah.
You are gonna feel the level of difference so quickly. Like I can pull like a 3-2. My best run in an online bracket for Geekly was a 9th. I was able to get one time, and I have never been close to a 9th ever since. I think my best TNS was like 3-2. Like the players out there in these online brackets, like they are demons, man. I tell you. So definitely very excited to see these players pull it out here again. These brackets are not easy to place well in, so everybody you see here on your screen tonight going forward, you know they are pushing their character to the absolute best, and I cannot wait to see how these sets kind of shake up.
Now you got me curious. What is my best finish for TNS? I see a 97th.
Nice.
Yeah, 97th. And then there are like the days where it's like, oh, 0-2. 257th out of 347th. Yeah, no, it's like absolutely like the double elimination realm is definitely very, very much different than ladder. Like, hey, at least with ladder, like you go 0-2 and you still get to continue on. But it's like some of the people who come out there for like TNS, like over in Street Fighter 6, you know, you got Motivation Academy. I do think you also have the can opener as well. Like that is some demon level territory. You got like players like NuckleDo, you got players like Punk, you have like all the household names who just absolutely farm all of these big tournaments, and it's like, you know, you still want to do well in them, like especially in TNS. Like TNS is probably like the best place to like get a good result in, just because there is just so many players. Like, but it's like it's also at the same time you got to fight some of your regional demons as well. Like the last time I went into TNS, I ended up fighting against one of the best JPs in Texas to get eliminated, which did not feel good. But you know what? Having that TNS under my belt just before Texas Showdown, that was definitely spectacular. And being able to get a decent major finish, definitely going to be one of the things that I remember for a very long time. Because, hey, 65th place in this year's Texas Showdown, you know what? I feel very happy about that, let me tell you.
As you should, man. So it's hard. It's so different, right? It's very different than playing in the comfort of your own home, in the comfort of your chair. You got your beverage at the exact temperature you want, and you got the noise at what level you want it to be at. And then you go sit down at a major, and you're like, wait, this is very different.
Legitimately, I was so stressed out. I played my first match, and like I went to go like stand up, and I felt my knees buckle. Like I was that stressed out the whole time. But this is a whole different type of stress that these two players are about to face, as one loss and you're done. It is top 8 losers round 1. The return of Miracle and Zentai on your screen.
Oh, and letting the intros rock too. I always say it. Let the first one rock. You can skip every single one after there. Just let it set the mood. You know, understand we are playing a crazy high pass anime game. These characters gotta talk to each other just a little bit here. Just like Zentai, make a Miracle, have to talk and get their way in off the back of a Dolphin with the start, but a back throw into the corner is not what you want to be seeing if you are Miracle right now. Zentai being able to hold this space, keep this Mei locked down in the corner.
Yeah, speaking of space, having all that screen space behind you to retreat from and give up should you feel the need to establish a little bit more. And yeah, Miracle just having to eat the chip from the sickle flashes here, and what a great jump in, able to find an opening on Zentai. Having to give up the burst though, but Zentai now nowhere left to run.
Oh my god, what a bomber actually catching the attempt from Miracle to fight back, but a good trade hit gives Zentai the combo. The tumble happening above the head, more than enough time to recover and pick that up. Great recognition there from Zentai, showing us that they are ready for any of these odd stagger hits. And you have to be in Guilty Gear, right? Like, scrambles are so common as we kind of fight out in these reset moments here. And Zentai, in this second round, still taking off to a pretty good lead here. Miracle's gonna have to find one good hit to get herself started. Counter hit 5K. Watch this health bar evaporate. We call the K buttons light buttons but nothing is light about that damage.
Definitely not. May has no way of holding back. Zentai now establishing that screen space, sends out Yasar, but Miracle able to find the counter hit. Now Zentai, very low on health, uses the PRC momentum to escape. Now Miracle giving up burst. Zentai. Both players playing patiently, but Miracle the first one to close distance.
Pressure back here again. That low, but the Axel 5D, it hits so far away. Not much of a conversion, but absolutely people who want him to be, and Miracle's gonna need a miracle to get out of this corner situation, and the 2S gonna connect your attempt to bring that falling button down on the head of Zentai, but they say, no, 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 you'll have to try again in game 2. A pretty, I would say a fairly back and forth first start to our game. Maybe both players kind of just getting themselves seated, figure out what they need to do to adjust to each other here. But, I think that's kind of the beauty of Axel. Like Axel, of course, I'm sure in a lot of aspects of a character, you need to be ready for what your opponent can represent as options then. But Axel is usually the one dictating most characters to have to play around his game plan, and I think May definitely is equipped to be able to do it, but is Miracle ready to stop what Zentai is bringing? We'll have to see as we get into game 2 here.
Yeah, definitely Miracle is going to have to adapt to the pace of Zentai. As you were mentioning, Zentai though, sending out the hit grab, but Miracle ready for it. Now, again, just a Miracle showing off a lot of patience, just looking for the opening that they know that Zentai will eventually present them, and a nice tricky little reset off of the 5P. Zentai though had a little bit of meter to reset. Miracle going for a very aggressive burst, keeping Zentai in the corner, and Zentai unable to find an opening. But there it is. The back row now.
Back row stuck in this corner. They'll finish the route. Should be enough to do it there. Zentai, very good patience and very smart presses, rewarding you despite, a character like May, right? Bit of a tank character, high guts value as well. So definitely able to take a lot of hits as the health bar gets whittled down. Axel, character not equipped with that kind of, responsiveness to it, but a good routing here. Gonna get the Yamato-san coming in, breaking the wall. About 50% life lost here. Zentai gonna do their best to fight back in this round, but they're not gonna get the chance though.
That other 50, that other 50 looked like it was going away there. Let me tell you that, Ganon. But yeah, Zentai, I think you're on borrowed time here. Gonna have to FD everything out of tension now. Any stray hit will do it. We're just buying time, trying to build up some resources, but there we go. The chip damage for Miracle.
Lead indeed here. Zentai. Not getting kind of mauled down by these Dolphins. Definitely looking so good there, but a good hold up there, not to get caught by that throw. Tries to hold back then and may bait out any of the bursts here. Not being given by Miracle right now, but Zentai pushing back to this full kind of screen game plan again, letting that Winter Mantis Guard Crush doing so much work for us here, getting the PRC forward to punish out the startup on the burst attempt again. Good chunk of damage here. One more good hit can potentially be enough to do it. Falling buttons here, at least it keeps up plus. The up Dolphin gonna catch Zentai trying to press.
Miracle just letting that drop, thinking that Zentai was going to commit to the burst there. Miracle, though, does have 100 tension to work with. The big behind-the-back anti-air for Zentai, though, shutting things down, and a 2-0 lead being established. Miracle going to have to make a big adaptation now to start on the path to a reverse sweep.
Definitely a tough thing to do, of course we all know May, a character able to absolutely shovel out the damage when she gets the hits they're looking for, but we're seeing a lot of these kind of odd trades, kind of causing some awkward situations there where Zentai more often than not is kind of getting the better end of the design, and Axel is slowly whittling you down. Like, Axel's never been a character that essentially you played for the combo routing, of course having some of those bomber loops, but the reward change being a little bit different coming into this version right now. Good IB, but still gets pushed out because of the projectile, but fights out the beach ball there. Close slash connecting.
And burst being given up by Miracle, trying to stay in this round. Zentai, though, screen space being taken away, but able to find a button and reestablish. Zentai in a fantastic spot. Burst is still available, just no tension on their side. Miracle's just about to hit that 50% on their side, but the life bar not in their favor. I mean, you can still potentially win this right here. It's tough.
Too tough there. Miracle just not able to even make Zentai block a normal at that point, and we are one round away for claiming this first set of top 8 from this side. So moving forward, sending Miracle maybe off the game, or at least back to the ladder, the other ladder, if you will. Paragon's time will be over here again, but Zentai keep Miracle locked down in this corner once again. Is not able to leave it here. May, normally a character so elusive working around the air, but the space control from Zentai looking so good, and answering the 5G with a super. Gonna get a hard knockdown here. Zentai is so close to victory.
Yeah, you know that Zentai was ready for it at this point, and Miracle, the walls are closing in, the curtains are being drawn. Can you escape from this death trap? I mean, all signs point to no, but where there's hope, where there's life, there is hope. And right now, Miracle dishing out the damage. Zentai not looking to burst at this point, and a miracle might be happening right now. Getting the big overhead kiss, not enough to kill off the OTG. The dust getting blocked, we have to pull the trigger on the burst.
Gets the hit to keep ourselves in. What's crazy is Zentai would have won if they essentially wasn't for the PRC scaling changes from old, but you know, bless those changes. They have brought a lot of good to this version as well here. Miracle fighting back right now, trying to keep themselves in this set, saying, hey, it ain't over for me quite yet. And Zentai stuck in this corner, having to block all sequences here again. Good empty Dolphin into the throw. Up Dolphin again, gonna catch it out. So plus here, trades in the favor. Zentai fight a really any life left. Has to Goldberg to get some space.
Yeah, but look at that reward though. 100 tension of 50 already being used on the PRC back, and screen space being re-established. But Miracle finally seeing the patterns being emerged. The overhead actually getting neutral jump though. Wait a minute! All of a sudden, it is such a close game. One touch for either side, potentially depending on what Zentai gets. The overhead not being blocked.
That's a deflect shield, worried about any potential of chip damage working effect. Good throw tech in the air again. Up Dolphin gets sent. Sent on a deflect shield though. Now looking to keep sequence going. Gets a throw, and with a pixel, Zentai takes it off an incredible back and forth scramble between these two. Miracle, I could tell they could taste it, that there's just one right sequence going their way, and they would still be in this bracket. But that means Zentai will be moving forward here in this loser's side, and Miracle will be signing off at least for this evening, at least for the Paragon side of it all. Thank you for pulling up and showing this incredibly strong May. But I mean, that if you're familiar with Zentai Axel, you better be now. Like, this is a player who, it looks like such an awful time to get around the race Virginia, man. Like, they just seem so good. They are willing to spend that meter to reset that button they chose and make you block something else, which then just pushes you back to full screen, and you gotta do that shit all over again. You know, and that's the Axel experience right now too. And even against a character like May, who's normally very elusive and finds some of these spots to get around, whether it's off the Dolphins, the cancels, the jump options here, just like the space is being held. You are not allowed to move forward on Zentai until they either don't have meter or they mess up, which is a pretty short list of times that happens across that entire set.
Yeah, no, it looked like I was watching Guile there. Like, man, coming over from Street Fighter 6, it was like, man, this is definitely...
You're just hearing perfect in your head.
Yeah,
like it's just like it's running back.
I am a Guile player. Like, that is definitely like, yep, flash kick that, yeah, air throw, yeah, just open, shut, just every single avenue of approach getting shut down. And the reward is, yeah, your opponent gets absolutely desperate, absolutely frustrated. Even if your defense collapses, you still have the life lead at the end of the night, and you can still make that comeback. But wow, Zentai showing off Axel's prowess tonight. a 3-0 to kick things off, at least in the loser's side. But yeah, you got Faust now, and Caliber bringing back the Unica.
Should be exciting to see how this kind of goes. Here's how often Pip gets a chance to play against the Unica matchup here. But right now looking pretty good to start us off there. But there is the gun, a big difference maker off it. Great conversion here to pick up the whole sequence right now. We are sending out the homies. They're going to catch out here, not able to catch the bomb. Able to still space it out. Actually blocks from that full screen here again. Can't even IED over. This laser is such a good kind of anti-zoning tool for the Unica, but Pip's routing here gonna put you through that wall. Just barely alive though.
Yeah, Faust not really the strongest of characters as of late, especially with the recent patch. Like I've been chatting with a couple of the Faust players in the team, and they are not really happy with what's been going on. Pip Gaiden, though, making things work, down burst, but able to win the first round. And Caliber, maybe a little bit of unfamiliarity with how Faust is being played at the moment, but I mean, you don't have to be familiar with how Faust plays when it is a one-player game right now.
Chase up into the air there, and I love that recognition. Gets a couple hits then, and just wait for the BRC slowdown to help you with that conversion, and an immediately quick answer back here from Caliber. Pip definitely a player caliber of a player caliber to be able to fight back against a character like Unica, but good luck being right enough to do it. Faust, of course, not a tanky character, and the Gun Dipper gonna connect here and push you at least close to this corner on the other side. Fights out again with the Scarecrow into the falling Faust option. Love connect, actually dashes forward and makes Faust run into it too.
Teleports, though, have been catching Caliber off guard, and the DP, Faust able to duck underneath it and get the full punish. We're going to be breaking some shins and going through the wall. We're just doing it for Oki, though, as the damage is not good.
I feel like Goldberg's to connect there, but not going to actually find any positive R themselves here. Pip tries to get the late PRC to keep the combo going, but not able to do it. Caliber just really one more hit would be all it takes. But a BRC down, just the way out here, and the OTG is enough to sneak it away. Pip was playing so well, but wasn't able to get that conversion to sneak out this first game. And it goes the way to Caliber off a real cheeky use of that BRC drifting with that immediate normal after. And that's just an issue when you play a character like Faust, right? You know, a character that kind of has this really weird game plan that you and your opponent need to see who's most comfortable in. But of course, playing defense on Faust, losing access to the down back crawl, and of course, just being a zero guts character, like he will absolutely explode when hit here. And Caliber gonna show us some pretty big bombos as we get into it right now, but so far off to a fresh start then. Tries to chase off on the Gun Dipper being blocked. Gets thrown for their troubles.
Yeah, Pip Gaming maybe thinking that they need a new set of duds for a new mental mindset, if you will. And the what's all this? Actually trading with the burst there thanks to the only item being thrown, the hammer. But it's still very close for both sides. Pip now having to give up their burst pretty late on. Able to convert with the mix. Hold on, PRC trying to go for a cheeky quick throw, but Caliber too far away. That might have just cost you there, Pip.
Yeah, not working out in their favor, but finds the next hit then. A bit of an oopsie on that Scarecrow PRC setup, but that's what it takes here. Players of all skill levels can definitely mess up in those stressful moments. It's how you react and handle it better after. And Pip looking like they haven't missed a mark, honestly, in this second game here. Caliber stuck in this corner, getting clipped out by this foul sequencing again. But the craziest is absolutely happening. The bomb keeps him taking any space after. The boy's gonna break it here. Faust the man with 6 walking DPs. Pushing Caliber back to this corner, blocking out the gold burst. Send a few more items to see what happens. Mini Faust turn around, the players the other way. But Caliber doesn't even get a chance to fight back. It was Mario Party for 20 seconds straight here, Pope.
Yeah, and that's just sort of like the nature of Faust, you know. Sometimes you just get absolutely dumpstered, and sometimes the RNG smiles in your favor. Pip Gaming able to lock things down thanks to all the items being tossed out. Caliber now having to win in effective best of 3 at this point. Meanwhile, Pip Gaming, I mean, just gotta hope that the dice lands on 6 again, I think, because otherwise Caliber is going to be all over this set.
Not how you want to get started there. Unfortunately, we without the 6H and the close slash forces Pip to defend that burst already. The Caliber already has Pip back into this corner again. Stuck in the guard crush sequencing right now. Normally Faust has access to really unique ways of fighting back out when the throw is on, but he didn't even get a chance to press anything. Just Caliber running absolute strong defense, and the finally a chance to represent the JD, and the throw goes away at that exact moment. Unfortunate for Pip.
That's a GG go next moment. I wouldn't even be trying if I was Pip. I'd just be like, all right, let's go. However, Pip, stronger will, is going to try and win this round, but the DP punishing the attempt there from Pip Gaming, and Caliber up around.
6-8 actually anti-air in the end of the mix there. Pretty funny stuff then, but Caliber keeping Pip locked down to this corner, spend out another deflect shield, get a bit of space and a good IB to keep this space closer, but the close slash gonna find your mark, give a pretty good reward here. Not very often we can look at a Faust combo and go, yeah, did a good chunk of damage here, not bad, but we are in the opening half of the health bar there. Actually more than half already going here from Caliber's side. Pip doing their best to take us to a round 3 of this game 3, but the DP gonna stop that pressure.
Yeah, the all-present, all-knowing DP pushing Pip Gaming back, although Pip Gaming re-closing distance, able to get a nice chunk of damage before Caliber pulls the trigger on the burst. And I mean, Pip gonna have to give this burst back to Caliber in chunks. But in order to stay in this, the 9-iron actually connects. Mini Faust, what are you doing? Go the other way! Gonna keep Caliber locked down in the YRC. Pip is still in this round, but the walls are closing in.
The walls are indeed closing. Pip has to spend out that burst to be able to fight back, and is not ready for the armada of lasers to do it. A sliver is all you need. A hair of chip damage from the multiple sources, and we weren't able to find something to connect in the time, and Caliber moves ahead in the set count here. Currently up 2-1 now over Pip. We said it before, Pip has to find a little bit better RNG to make sequences though, but I have to say, like, Caliber's offense is just brutal. And I have to say, the confidence you have to feel in yourself to do the overhead and then rip a DP after, that's a little demonic, I can't lie, Caliber, but I respect it. Definitely working in your favor. Reason why you're up in the game right now here. We get into our game 4 right now. Caliber the first to spend out that burst then, and sending out those lasers.
I would almost call it the anime fighter special, because you do see stuff like that where you rip a DP in minus situations or even supers, and a lot of anime fighters, especially ones like Grand Blue. But Pip Gaming, the Dice's Lady Luck, finally showing you some mercy here, as unfortunately the bone-crushing excitement, the low damage from it, not going to be enough to kill, but the JD hitting something from Caliber as we head into the second round.
Go get you a fresh dew here as you hold this quick mix here. Cigar Crush luckily handling him with a couple item throws here again. Gets 3 out of double back-to-back throw though, bit unlucky then. Yeah, gets the explosion though, and actually stops the rest of the DP from ripping out, which did connect from Pip here, but spaces out one more time. Another counter blitz here. Pip showing us that, hey, this mechanic can be used by multiple. And honestly, getting the positive bonus, pretty nice here again. Almost has that burst meter back. That's on the deflect shield, but you'll see it right now. Unica has so many projectiles in her pressure that using deflect shield, have to use it on some of those meteor normals, or it will not give you the pushback you are looking for here. Bit of a YRC to get blocked out, tries to send out the low, but jumps back, and last second, it's only -3. Caliber looking so ready to bring these extra deep layers in this RPS.
Last chance now for Pip to bring us to game 5. Meanwhile, Caliber, a very strong start. The Crow actually getting bursted there by Caliber. Pip, though, health is getting drained away in chunks, but the DP getting punished. And we are just going, what's all this? The mini Faust actually stopping Caliber, and another DP just whipping. What is happening?
Absolute chaos is happening. We would have it any other way playing from Guilty Gear Strive here out there on a Wednesday, and a good JD gets the IAD attempt. Effort ends up being blocked. 6 POS there, gonna stop out that front sequence, does not get it to connect, and with the BRC slowdown, more than able to continue the conversion. Pip closing the game for the night, saying GG's, had a blast. We'll see you for the next Paragon like then. And Caliber moving forward while they wait for their opponent coming down from the winner's side, of course, there. That was a very good set. Big GG's to both sides. And shout-outs to Pip, of course, for bringing some Faust representation tonight. Faust is the character, like I said before, a lot of Faust players are a little bit more down on him these days. Like, essentially, like, his zoning game plan is, like, his best thing now, which was, like, kind of always what they wanted to be doing a lot of times. But, like, the reward being down... you know, obviously, of course, Faust, a character who took a big stray from the PRC scaling change too. You know, we all know that it was intended for Potemkin. Everyone gets it. Like, this was a Potemkin targeted nerf. But a lot of characters would use PRC, of course, to kind of cover these sequences or like late cancel out of moves to get access to something else, right? And of course, Faust, Scarecrow PRC was like the one duct tape holding that character together. And there were, of course, others he had, and he has lost a lot of those things over time too. So at least he can zone. You know, it's kind of the way I look at Testament right now too. Testament, a character, lost a lot of things that made them themselves version, but they still have a good plan in the runaway kind of zoning game plan. Just that the reward is so kind of, it's, you know, it's all right, you know, and it's like, doesn't mean you can't win with the character. I think Faust is in that same camp here, but we are going back now to the winner's side of our bracket, and Lasagna busting out the big man Gold Lewis for insert here, the May extraordinaire, one of the best to do it on this character for you. Already getting brought down to this corner here by Lasagna, but we're fighting back.
Yeah, Lasagna Slayer, like I said, in the in-between at times, usually likes to stick with Venom, at least for Paragon, but definitely respecting the prowess of Insert, saying, no, you get my full attention, you got me at 100% power right from the rip. But Insert, very low on life, already down burst, but look at the damage. This is what May is capable of. Half health gone off of Gold Lewis, and we are continuing the combo. Burst finally gone. Here comes Burn It Down.
Nothing's worse than getting a hit and just being like, yeah, I can't continue this because, you know, I got a giant laser chasing me behind me right now. A good 5P mash out then from Insert. Third chance to be able to fight back appropriately. Another laser coming in. The Dolphin not able to recover in time, and we are shot from the heavens. The orbital laser, the Hammer of Dawn, has come in right now. And Lasagna Slayer, despite being on the receiving end of that, able to win out that first round. And the overhead coming in heavy, keeps it plus. Block it out one more time, but a good backdash there. A little bit of a space. I love this back throw attempt here again. Or insert back from it here. Immediate burst out. I think too much more damage again. But says, hey, you got the space to drop that drone, buddy. Great cancel coming in. Insert rewarded for their knowledge.
Insert with the great chase down, and now another Burn It Down coming in. Insert having to cut the combo short in order to stay safe. And Lasagna Slayer now first on deck. Level 2 security comes in, but still not far enough away to set down that drone, and because of that, you die.
Shouts to Lasagna, of course, holding on to that burst here, trying to go with a bit of an advantage coming into this next round. And it's such an interesting kind of spacing right now with this game, where I feel like so often having access to the burst meter was more, you know, relevant for, you know, essentially having Wild Assault access. Right? We are in an era, a Wild Assault-less version of Guilty Gear, being able to burst, gold burst as well, or even deflect shield gain so much value in this version. So Lasagna tries to find the throw, but a good jump out here by Insert, able to get the counter hit. When will the burst come out right now? Tries to keep a burst safe as much as we can, and Lasagna not willing to rip it, knowing being aware from that.
And the far slash for Insert, finding its mark on Lasagna Slayer. And Lasagna Slayer, no! Trying to sneak something out again, and Insert with another far slash, getting the counter hit, immediately going into the counter blitz, knowing it's going to keep them in the animation, and wins the game off of that. Smart stuff.
That might be my favorite use of counter blitz I've seen yet. Like, just flat out. Like, that might be the best use case. Like, there's like this, like, more generic, like, yeah, like if they were about to get burst and you know this hit's gonna kill and you get the wall break, like there's like a very specific, like, yeah, then it's actually pretty good. But like, that was really good. Like I said, locked in that long animation, able to get through the laser despite it rolling right over their head here. Insert saying, hey, all mechanics are used at this level right now. As Lasagna tucked to this corner, has to find the burst to get a little bit of space and let the drone hold the neutral for you there. A great backdash in there from Insert. Not trying to take any of that drone sequence, but unfortunately gonna get caught. Has to get the burst back.
Yeah, didn't want to be in any sort of dangerous situation, but Lasagna Slayer putting you in one regardless, and through the wall we go. Look at the damage. This is the Secretary of Absolute Defense at work, and Insert with a tricky left-right high-low. Oh no. I think my internet just cut out. Oh, no, I'm back. Hold on.
All right, we're back here. Maybe Discord having a little bit of a moment then, because at least the game looks good on stream. But that's all I care about here for our wonderful viewers. And Insert trying to fight back. RC after the Dolphin gets the throw attempt again. Gets the side switch. That's that with a 2H. Jumping out. Great movement here from Lasagna. A Gold Lewis player who knows how to move. You have to when you play these big bosses here.
Very scary to see a Gold Lewis know how to move, let me tell you. But Lasagna Slayer will win that round off of the throw, and Insert trying to get as much damage as you can before Lasagna Slayer has that burst on standby. Half health gone. Trigger finally pulled. We're emptying the minigun. We're calling down the Hammer of Dawn. The counter hit, though, Insert does have to cut it short yet again. But look at the life disparity from Lasagna Slayer.
Great air throw, be able to get this turn back again, but a good 2K. Sends out the overhead. Good 5Ps to match it out. Doesn't have the meteor behind it here, but still gets the hit. Lasagna coming in with that overhead air taunt. Burn it down. Here comes the big old laser. Able to recover in time off the up Dolphin. Why to get our turn back? All Insert needs is one hit, and we find the straight to do it, and we're evening up the rounds.
Yeah, in terms of resources, Insert very low on it. Lasagna Slayer just going to get their burst back here in a moment. The haymakers are raining down, though, from both sides, and Insert with this pressure sequence. Lasagna Slayer finally pulls the trigger on the Behemoth Typhoon. The drone actually finally hits Insert, and we are going through the wall.
Big chunk at that. Insert was 100 meter under the belt there. Lasagna not too far away from having access to that as well. That's a double RC, thinking we're going to get an early burst out of Lasagna. It does not come, though. In the last second, though, we tried to send it out, and I think it might actually be dead. It is! No, definitely say it ain't so. It can be so tough to burst a.b.a, who has that burst routing down, the anti-route, I should say. Great recognition from Insert there. A little bit hairy there at the end. Definitely could have saw Lasagna potentially taking it, but didn't get a chance to spend any of that meter here as we're about to go into our third game. Insert already up 2, which needs one more to move forward to that winner's final side here. We'll have to see if Lasagna Slayer can bring us to a game 4 and maybe even a reverse sweep to do it right now. And Gold Lewis 2K is a great way to get started.
Absolutely, yeah. Lasagna Slayer getting this pressure on early, trying to maybe bait Insert into throwing out a 5P to whiff punish. However, Insert able to land that 5P and more run up 5Ps, and all of a sudden, look where we are. Lasagna Slayer stuck in the corner. The weak defense of Gold Lewis being exploited at the moment. The instant overhead finding a little bit, but I mean, this is great for Insert so far. Great read on the jump out.
Yeah, we called out 2 of those jump outs now in that same spot. Insert looking so ready to be able to fight back correctly here. Gonna get Gold Lewis. To make sure they block something, then let the drone do the work for it. Tries something close slash out, but the Orca reversal stops that pressure. Keeps it plus. They're trying to do a little more of a greedier turn. Good 60 lasagna. Able to fight back. Both players that want to spend out their burst. Ready. Insert has to rip it first. Stay in it, but runs into a 2S for their troubles. Laz says, hey, thanks for spending the resource real quick. I'll take that round, please.
Absolutely, and what a big mental builder for Lasagna Slayer, able to get that round underneath their belt. Insert gonna need 2 in a row in order to send Lasagna Slayer into the loser's side. Meanwhile, we're looking at resources. Both players, no burst anymore. Tension looking very low, but Lasagna Slayer with that full security gauge, spending it all. A big hit, and Insert in danger of dropping this game.
And I love the comments right now just to send it on some stuff here. We were just doing the run-up throws, being like, yeah, I'm pretty high in a bind in the resource war right now. Got hit something with a little bit not expecting there. Lasagna more than ready. We are leaning forward then. We got the gamer lean on deck. And we'll have to see if that's enough to answer back more than just one game, because Insert is a player to not be deterred by dropping out a game. I have seen them, of course, get reverse swept before. I think I saw Macmans do it the last time, so Anji May, definitely a matchup that I know the May players are not a big fan of. But, you know, of course, Gold Lewis, a character also able to dish out a lot of damage as well as take it. So we'll have to see as we get to our game 4 here if Insert can kind of right the ship and move ourselves forward. Well, if Lasagna Slayer can do the reverse sweep, potentially take us to that game 5. We're very hyped to see here.
Game 5 is always great to see. And right now, life bar just getting evened up now thanks to that big hit by Lasagna Slayer. Neither player touching their burst just yet. However, Insert with the 50% tension. There we go. Burst successfully getting baited out by Insert, but maybe an accidental drop there. I'm not sure Insert was too confident in the punish.
Yeah, maybe thinking they had a charge that wasn't quite there, unfortunately, but Insert's in a pretty big advantage right now. Trying to overplay their hand here, and I love that sequence here. Great patience, thinking maybe Lasagna's going to go for, you have RC options, of course there's security cancels as well. Just essentially not trying to give Lasagna a free hit back with spend that burst. We are super far ahead right now, ahead of burst economy, up on the round right now. Lasagna gets a good knockdown in the corner here.
Yeah, just a reminder, set point for Insert now. They only need this round, and Lasagna Slayer going to be sent to losers. But here we go, Lasagna Slayer starting to run their textbook offense. As we get the guard crush, unable to get anything following up, spending the security cancel, doesn't find anything though, and Insert now free reign to take their turn back, and we are going to the other side of the screen.
God, taking a big chunk on that journey as well. Chases out the backdash there with the 2D after the 2K. Gets the wall stick with the 6P. Send out the Orca. Free Willy and free Lasagna's health bar right now. Oh, get burst save again. There's the Gold Lewis class as the burst into the burn it down. But Totsugeki got me. Answers out. Catches Lasagna slipping then. And Insert's going to take that set 3-1 and move forward to winners finals.
Yeah, guarantee themselves a little bit of tonight's prize pool. Congratulations, Insert, on the 3-1. Meanwhile, Zentai's opponent has been set. It will be Lasagna Slayer over in the losers quarterfinal. And now we have the battle of Asuka versus, I am assuming it is going to be Ramlethal Valentine. However, Nan, a player of many pocket characters, we could easily see some Kai Kisk, we could easily see some Giovanna, but only time will tell.
And of course, I'm a big fan of both these players play. I haven't had a chance to see, you know, now Chainsaw Nan, I haven't had a chance to see them play in recency, but Magician Girl, like, I don't like fighting Asuka. I love watching Asuka. Like, I think this character is very interesting, and it's like something that you could only really ever expect to see in an anime fighting game, right? What this character is doing. Like, this is a character that we had a version of this character where he was playing solitaire for like 30 to 40 seconds by himself. Like, this is a character who just made you have to sit there and like experience what he's doing. And it's just so wild to see him now, where it's like, if you didn't understand how to use Asuka's normals, which a lot of them really did it, I'm gonna be so for real. You have to now. You will go oop. It is an unavoidable part of playing this character now, and I love seeing how Magician Girl, the activity, what she chooses to go for in those sequences there. But here we go. Our other winner's side set between our two competitors. Magician Girl on the Asuka. Chainsaw Man, as you mentioned, pulling out the Ramapho for our first character as lead. Let's get to it.
Yeah, and we were talking about, you know, Asuka having been significantly changed in this version of the game. You know, mana regen, not really a thing that he does very well anymore. However, being able to summon staffs as well, it's kind of a big deal. And here we go, Magician Girl hitting that first burnout, as I like to call it. And also the chance as well, being able to provide a projectile, and yeah, Chainsaw Man getting swatted down thanks to the meteor, and it is a perfect to kick things off for Magician Girl.
Perfect indeed. Manbar being working down with the pressures going all in our favor right now. A little bit of back there in the corner. Gonna play a little more of a, you know, back to neutral standpoint, which Asuka very, very good at handling. Of course, has access to that, you know, dang near third of a screen low, projectile low, so that in that 2D, where we've seen a lot more of these cockpits having to take advantage of these normals to do it. And 6K just finding so much right now. Chainsaw Nan not on a lot of health bar remaining. Good luck to be able to fight out appropriately. Blocks out on the 5D. Escape from trap again. Tries to go for the throw, but reversal in for the Morto Bato. Lets us fighting back. Doesn't let them run any more pressure. The immediately burst here again. Hoping to hit Magician Girl for our troubles, but just gets the mana bar, health bar less second.
Yeah, the 2Ps raining down. Magician Girl will find the opening as Chainsaw Man trying to challenge there, and we are going to go back to the character select most likely.
Understandable choice here. Now, as the, you know, selfishly, like, I kind of want Magician Girl to lose, only because I would love to watch her play against Caliber, because I picked up Unica to learn how to beat this demon in the old version that was Asuka of old. And so, like, I want to see how that method looks up these days here. But of course, I'm sure, you know, Magician Girl wants to move into that sweet, sweet winner's final spot. Then we'll have to see how that ends up taking out. But the up jump there into the icicle as well, getting that nice pickup there. Of course, the knockdown. Chainsaw Nan already having to spend the burst, and we were only 10 seconds into the round.
Yeah, and this is very dire for Chainsaw Man, having to spend your resources so quickly. Not something you want to do in any sort of scenario, especially not against Asuka, though, who can set up some pretty nasty stuff so long as they have the correct spells and the meter. And as we send out the particle, a lot of damage now being racked up on Chainsaw Man's side. The bouncing cubes swatting Chainsaw Man out from the air. And we go back to round start.
Fresh round, fresh meat. Tries to send it with flip as well. Curious what we're trying to work around for a normal there, but the block out then. Able to get a cancel off of the cube, but is not able to connect up with that Jaro. But Magician Girl, great routing right now. Has to do the manaless route, of course. So goes to the corner, gets our full hand back, full mana bar to work with again. Chainsaw Nan thinking we get a break right now here, but a wall break is all we're going to be getting as Positive works in here for Magician Girl. And we'll get a full pickup there with the retreating projectile. Bit of a trade hit here again. Tries to do that with the PRC. Keeping Magician Girl stuck in this corner now and no mana shield to work with.
It's the YRC though to get that last little bit of time to get it back, and now Magician Girl fully loaded on offense. There we go, once again back into burnout. But every time Magician Girl has gone into burnout, that is the moment that Chainsaw Man has been looking for to start some offense. And as the mana shield comes back though, very dangerous game that we're playing, very low on life, and the yellow cube not being dissipated means that Magician Girl goes up 2-0.
I like a lot more what I saw from Chainsaw Nan here in this second game. Saw a lot more interactivity. We're working around those cubes, you know, taking them out there with our larger normals, of course. You know, you have to kind of be willing to fight some of these cubes when able, you know, and being ready with what normal you want to press, whether it's like the quick 5P or a quickly active 6P to kind of cut through a couple normals. Then there's some options, but here is the Sin. I believe this is the character I first saw, you know, Nan playing here in in the past. So kind of curious to see how this changes out the sequences here again, and maybe Comfort is what we need to fight a character such as Asuka. Though I cannot blame you for trying out the Ramlethal, but a close slash starter is a great place to be seeing it.
Yeah, absolutely, and also sort of predicting that Magician Girl was going to fire off that Screamer in the air, using that movement option to low profile it to kick things off, and now we can see the end result. Mana Bar is back, but Chainsaw Man with the life lead, no stamina to work with though.
Just watching that cube bounce by there.
Oh yeah, no.
This character is hilarious to me. Like, it's just like he's just such a unique take on like this like zoner-ish archetype, but I guess kind of pseudo set play, but also like, do you understand like what you are actually blocking to deal with? Do you know how to fight back when able? And Magician Girl, I'm sure, would make a lot of us look like we have no idea what this character does here.
Good use of the momentum PRC to escape the corner, and now Chainsaw Man having Magician Girls back against the wall, using the jump Ps. It's not enough to kill, but this counter hit will most certainly do it.
Love that usage. He takes the 5H frame trap and takes it to the bank here. Try to send it out to fight through, but actually bounces the cubes over the beat driver to not get cleared out here. I love that use case here. Magician Girl looking so comfortable with these options there. It gets that empty spell cast then. So it's about -5, -6 there, but at least lets them space it out. No ability to cancel that 5D on hit here. Chainsaw Man looking so much better right now off the Sin as we get the hard knockdown here. Positive going to be rolling in. Of course, sent it with that super. So not a lot in the tension department at least. They get 50.
Yeah, Magician Girl able to find the correct conversion using these normals and able to get enough time to chant back or to recharge their mana. And now Chainsaw Man is going to have to deal with a hard knockdown situation. The God Cube bouncing just a little bit before it gets YRC'd away. The Fire Cubes doing their thing. And Chainsaw Man ripping the DP. No, we're not giving this up quite yet. And what a good conversion. Chainsaw Man staying alive, and I really do think that it is the movement options of Sin that is giving Nan these opportunities.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing right now. Willing to spend the extra stamina just to get ourselves past this annoying race. And of course, putting a strong, pseudo like strike throw in front of our opponent. Of course, the reward kind of considerably down for Sin in being right in some of those sequences, but essentially keeping your opponent on the back foot, having to answer back appropriately, definitely can take you very far here. Magician Girl, definitely a competitor who has been able to take a lot of these sets, not going her way in some of the early chunks, answering back right now, but such a big lead. How does your mental be able to handle? You get those first 2 games, all of a sudden you lose your first one. It's like, how much do you change? What was it that caused yourself to lose on that 3rd game? But it's so good earlier right now. It's a good jump in here from Chainsaw Man. Doesn't force out the burst quite yet from Magician Girl. Tries to bait it out here late second. There it is.
Yeah, and you can see the movement options that Chainsaw Man is representing, using that Gazelle step and immediately neutral jumping, trying to set up a high-low situation. Magician Girl, though, great conversion, gets to the wall, can't fully recharge mana, so this is a very dangerous post-wall break situation. The run-up DP read, though, perfect for Magician Girl, and we are at set point.
Man, I love BRC. My favorite things about Guilty Gear and Strive is BRC is it's such a fun tool to use. It has so many facets here and tries to stop that way in, but a good 2P on the punish into the RC. Let Magician Girl at least get a bit of our turn back, delay out long enough to get our mana back as well. Able to get a full conversion off of a IAD back projectile. Such a high hit, does not break with the super, so neutral we're gonna go. The mana shield a little bit low, slides underneath there with this
a lot of damage.
So much damage coming through here. Positive now, working with Chainsaw Man.
And yeah, that was a mana-less shield route as well, and Chainsaw Man daring Magician Girl to blink, get the desperation burst, and staying alive all of a sudden. This is looking like we are heading to game 5.
expecting less from the caliber of players we are seeing on our screen here. Magician Girl, not of it quite yet. No, a lot of mana, but getting clipped on the IAD here from Chainsaw Nan. Gets a quick bite to eat, gets some of that stamina back here. Not able to connect off with that 2D. Actually back through the spell. Cancels off the beat driver being hit. Tyrant Brave coming through. A big rip of damage. This girl's gonna have to guess right. Tries to pin it on the throw. We bait it out. We felt it coming. And Chainsaw Nan, after switching, being down 0-2 to the classic Sin, has now evened up the set and is one match away from a reverse sweep and then making it to winners finals. We'll have to see if Magician Girl can slow down the pacing here or try to shake up Chainsaw Nan's pressure, because man, we are answering back near flawlessly.
Absolutely, and yeah, this has been an absolute mental builder for Nan, being so close to eliminated earlier in that game and being able to bring it back from the brink. That is something that shakes you to the core if you are in the seat of Magician Girl, but stronger players will always put it past them. They work one game at a time, and here we go. An all-important Game 5 as Magician Girl down burst. And Nan looking to close the gap just a little bit. The neutral jump does mean that Nan has to give up the burst. But Magician Girl still trapped against the corner.
Yeah, it's hard, tough to fight out against Sin. We're strong at mid-range here. Magician Girl has to be very careful what we end up picking. Block it out. Why actually get some space right now again. Gets the mana shield back here. Lets the spell roll out again. Gets the autofill to get the full cards redrawn here. Overhead gets blocked out. BRC down. Also blocked here. Not being pushed too far. But a good throw there on the Gazelle. Good stuff here to Magician Girl. Answering back correctly in the matchup. Chasing out the backdash with the Screamer. Keeps the sequence going. The 5D RC going to connect. I love this again as well. Asuka being more than comfortable with single projectile hits into the drop just to get more time to get that mana back.
Very lucky for Magician Girl to have that instant mana refill card there at the very end. Burst comes back just in time to keep Magician Girl in this round, but the Gazelle step beat driver combo, anti-airing Chainsaw Man now on set point.
Tried to BRC pass, and the DP caught the dash up there. Definitely a bit of a head scratcher for Magician Girl. Is a little bit frustrated about that one, but can be all good. Don't let it bait you down quite yet here. What a weird stuff here. Chainsaw Nan trying to at least kind of stop Magician Girl's attempt to approach out, but throws it further trouble. Siske to catch you doing something on Wake Up again. Hold it out. 5D not going to be able to connect with anything quite yet. Just for Speed Guard out at this point here. 3 Screamers to work with. Not what you want to be seeing all the time, but on your pressure sequences right now. We are at that full screen sequence, right?
Hawk Baker does connect, and now Magician Girl in a world of hurt. The 6P to bypass the projectile, not enough to kill. The sliver of health for Magician Girl. Gold first doesn't hit anything, but Chainsaw Man didn't connect with the Hawk Baker either. It is a scramble, and Chainsaw Man comes out on top.
And off the back of a reverse sweep, and only after you bring out the character that got you to this status in the first place there. You know, I can respect bringing out the Ramlethal. I'm sure there's a lot of, like, you know, time that will pass, which will show that Nanan's making the right choice, trying to invest in that stronger, you know, on the tier list character. When you get to this level of competition, those tier lists start to actually matter more and more. So, you know, definitely respectable there. But yeah, the Sin still very capable of doing it. Of course, a character that is, you know, can be pretty quick to get across the screen as long as we have stamina on deck. But man, oh man, Magician Girl will be moving down to that loser's side, which means I guess I do get the matchup I was looking for. But I have to say, like, Magician Girl still kept it very close despite, you know, the reverse sweep happening, right? You know, it can be so tough to fight a character who's bringing one type of playstyle to it. And I have to say that, like, Ram and Sin kind of can, like, they kind of share, like, the mid-range aspect of big button, you know, like, do you know how to get around big button, essentially? But, you know, the core sequence is a lot different. The pressure's a lot different as well. So being able to adjust to the different character and how they bring those sequences and bring that pressure can be very challenging in the middle of a set. So, you know, shout out to Nan, of course, being a multi-character player. You know, Magician Girl, as the name kind of speaks, you know, probably only the rocking the Asuka. I don't know any other magician characters we have in the game right now, but, you know, pretty fun to see. Of course, we're going to see her again. She's not out quite yet. We're on winner's side. But yeah, we'll have to wait to see what our next set's going to be.
Absolutely. I do also want to shout out Magician Girl, just recently getting picked up by Valiant Gaming as well. Shout outs to that team running Tuesday tournaments as well and helping to run Road to the Top, which the league portion has ended. I believe it is the top 19 players have been decided, but there is still the matter of the LCQ, which will be their final Crucible this next Tuesday. I do believe that they are also running a 5v5 as well, if you want to go ahead and check them out. I believe it's going to be Melia's versus...
Oh, Anji? Anji, I think, yeah.
I think it's either Melia's versus Anji's or Melia's versus Faust. I don't know why I'm thinking it's Faust, but I believe you're correct that it is Anji's. I know that a lot of teammates are going to be participating in that. But man, it's that team has been doing a lot for the tournament scene, and they are sponsoring a lot of players. Shout out to Gay Sex Legend, by the way, also being sponsored by them. And yeah, it's been awesome being a part of like all these leagues and whatnot, and they have definitely been an absolute blast to be helping out with as a part of extras. But some extra, how am I going to segue this? Maybe you want to play some extra games. Maybe Guilty Gear necessarily isn't your bag, but you're more of a Tekken fan, because we got you covered tomorrow. You know, we got some Tekken 8 for you if you want to play in a ladder. Following that, we do also have some Invincible versus on Monday. I know that my game, Street Fighter 6, is on Saturdays, and Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising is every Friday, and Sunday is some 2XKO. And also, there's going to be some new additions for you. We are going to be running an Avatar ladder when that launches, so keep an eye out on socials for that. And also, yeah, there you go, July 25th from 3 to 5. And I'll shout out the Marvel Tokon Open Beta and the $500 special when we break. But we got to determine who is going to be moving on into loser semis. It is Zentai and it is Lasagna Slayer. And Lasagna Slayer removing the limiters. The baker is baking at home. The Secretary of Absolute Defense is here to fight.
Yeah, I wonder how a lot of the big buys are feeling about fighting Axel right now. I kind of know how the Axel Potemkin matchup seems to go. I've seen that a couple times at this point. But I have to imagine, like, not having White Wallace out to just go, all right, man, I'm kind of tired of you just pressing these single buttons and me back to full screen, right? Like, not having the forceful sequence. But talk about a forceful sequence, burn it down. Absolutely good at getting your pressure back here, but a good Tram Trap out, tries to stop Lasagna from being able to fight back appropriately. But a good 2K press here again. Lasagna trying to find our way in. We have a full burst to work with, but when we get a chance to use it at this point, spends the full thing on that Skyfish here.
Yeah, Lasagna Slayer keeping this burst in pocket, maybe for a rainy day, maybe looking to only spend it. Oh yeah, we were saving it for a rainy day. That would have been game over right there. And the run-up tapped us from Zentai. We were not standing for that one, unfortunately.
Duel 2.
It happens here, going into our second round now. Lasagna just has to kind of essentially get to a sequence where Zentai has to block here, but it's so tough to essentially, when you are these kind of slower, non-air dashing, characters, right? Like, you're just kind of like a little more limited in what you can do. And of course, I should say, like, Lewis has access to, an air dash, but it just doesn't send him as far as some of the characters want to go. So that's the drone. See if a reversal is going to come in out here. We're trying to bait out this YRC so badly, but the patience from Zentai there picks the right time to use that mechanic and get some space here from Lasagna, being slowly whittled down, gives us time, the respect being given for the run-up throw, tries to get the side switch on the Axel bomb, but a good 2P to fight out there from that retreat.
Zentai, though, with the life lead, able to make a mistake here, but one mistake is all Lasagna Slayer needs in order to probably win at this point. Good block on the low hit grab, and now Lasagna Slayer has to be perfect from this point on. Zentai still representing that sickle flash. Tension is very low for Lasagna Slayer, and it is the standing anti-air from Zentai to shut things down and take that first game.
Yeah, good stuff to Zentai. Looked pretty much in control both of the rounds we had there again. Lasagna able to find a couple stray hits here and there, but nothing feels worse than you finally conquer that mountain of, yes, I finally got past all of the zoner BS. I got my hit, and then I go, oops, they had burst. And I guess I get to do this all over again. And you got to spend burst eventually, right? It's going to happen. Sometimes you got to do it twice no matter what, but we'll have to see if any difference being made here from Lasagna. Essentially, you seem to be having Zentai on defense a heck of a lot more, and get Zentai walk to this corner is a great way to get started.
Secretary of Absolute Defense going to war right here, and Lasagna Slayer just finding the opening needed, bouncing Zentai around a little bit like a paddle ball. Zentai very low on life. This comeback is still very possible. You still have burst available. This tension is slowly coming to you. We're calling down the thunder. Oh no, committed too much. The recovery getting caught out by the laser, and that's going to be the round.
And I can respect that one. They're trying to get a hard knockdown at least for that laser that pulls you in, but as you said, push a little bit too far, which sometimes happen. But a good chase there by Lasagna. Trying to get a bit of a read on Zentai's reversal movement options here. A lot of these jumps here, of course, or that rainwater. So Lasagna stuck in this corner now, has to fight back. Here comes the laser again, pulling this Axel a little bit closer to us here. On the way through, gets a bit of a run under there. Let's projectile do the work for us. A good chunk of damage too as well. But there's that Y so you get some space.
Block on the overhead by Lasagna Slayer, and now the drive by Behemoth Typhoon connecting. However, the max range hit grab from Zentai. Not out of this round by a long shot, but does have to worry about the thunder that's coming. We had to block it, and now Zentai very low on life, no burst.
No burst, no much meter to work with either then. So one more sequence having to block out that gun could spell the end for us. Tension being slowly built up. Lasagna gets just down at health bar, about near even health at this point here. I'm gonna get a chance to use that burst here. Lasagna not gonna give it to him there. No real situation to potentially get ourselves in. Even up the rounds we go. And a fresh start here means a fresh 5K to get the first hit here from Zentai. But now it's a reward off that hit. Lasagna already getting worked down to this corner here again.
Alright. It's about to get burst back. Lasagna Slayer emptying the minigun, just trying to get a little bit of chip. But Zentai, too much tension to work with, and now Lasagna Slayer kind of in... I mean, it's hard to describe. Not necessarily dangerous waters, but also not in a very good spot. Just kind of uncomfortable as it is. Life now, though. In terms of life, though, you are very close to dying. It only takes one good hit, and Zentai probably has your number.
Yeah, like I said, Zentai doesn't need combos. They just need to annoy the hell out of you. And I'm seeing a great example of that so far. 2P to check to see if any reversal. YRC coming in. Gets the throw. And further the right side switch. Also, one more time. Not going to come out here again. fuzzy jump to block it out. One more YRC could be enough to do it. Lasagna, no burst to work with, no tension to really work with. All Zintai needs is 1 to 2 good hits, or 1 hit and some chip to be able to seal it out. But what will it come from? Staggering out, the clock is ticking down right now. We can only maybe take a few more normals there, and the Winter Cherry is gonna actually do it, or probably the Winter Mantis is gonna grab it. Good stuff to Zintai, trying to put Lasagna in that, like, oh, you're comfy now to rip out the Skyfish and bring it down. No, no, no. My hit grab was ready.
Yeah, I was gonna call, like, maybe Zintai is just going for a timer scam at that point. Maybe Zintai was just looking to really demoralize Lasagna Slayer by making the clock hit 0, but, like, that might have been even more demoralizing right there, getting punished with the low hit grab. Zintai up 2-0, and yeah, Lasagna Slayer getting opened up on round start, getting opened up again, max range. This is not looking good.
Yeah, you essentially have to, like, be right on, like, one Skyfish call out, or, like, maybe you get a lucky IAD, but it's like, Golos doesn't get the IAD like a lot of the characters in this cast does. A good hit to get ourselves started. One vision to keep the sequence going here. Have to delay it out here to see if a burst gonna come out. Lasagna not willing to spend it quite yet. I have to imagine we're gonna have to get one good natural hit on our own, be able to do it. And Burnt Down is the way to get started, but actually gets punished for the recovery frames of falling. Last second, able to answer back. And the worst case scenario, Lasagna say it ain't so. We spend the burst to get us a chance, and we're going into potentially our final round with no burst to speak of.
And my head's in my hands right now, man. That was so unfortunate for Lasagna Slayer. Oh no! What just happened? Did we lose connection to the server? Yeah, we lost connection to the server. Oh no. That's unfortunate. I hope that Steam didn't crash. I'm still on Steam by the looks of things. Yeah, it looks like Steam's still up, so I assume that it's just the Stride servers having a little bit of a tough time. Regardless, though, that is super unfortunate. It at least happened at the beginning of a round, so if we are able to get back in, we should be able to recreate the exact scenario. That is... Yeah, first off, yeah, Brass Thief is right. Claim codes, everyone. Please, claim codes. Second off, though, that is not something that you want to happen if you are either player. Like, at all.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a momentum loss for the person winning. You know, you could be a bonus reset for losing. If anything, you could be the person on losing. I have to go back into this now and you know, like, guarantee my way out, because, you know, Lasagna's players are going to have to reverse sweep this here. And while I'm sure if Gold Lewis can just hit Axel with one thing, it probably feels winnable. But we've barely seen Lasagna run any offense in the grand scheme of it all. Like, it's probably like a 75-25 of, like, Zintai offense versus Lasagna offense right now, right? And, of course, a lot of that matters. A lot of it is Axel putting you in these weird, stray, single-button situations of, okay, did you appropriately dash underneath here to get underneath the 5P? Okay, did you send an IED? Oh, you get to reset all over again. Now, it's just like... Axel is so good at making you play this plan, and, like, I look at the big bodies in this game, and if you don't have some, like, crazy level of skip potential, it just looks abysmal. Like, I have never, like, I'm almost feeling sorry for Gold Lewis watching this matchup right now. Like, and that's a character that I think is egregious and very unfun to fight against, but he looks terrible in this match. It looks like a really bad time.
I mean, yeah, that is the traditional, like, zoner versus big body. Like, what is supposed to happen is that the zoner is supposed to win against the big body and keep them out. Now, if that happens in, like, modern fighting games, that is basically a coin flip. But at the, like, there was the opportunity for Lasagna Slayer to switch off to Venom, and it didn't happen. And honestly, like, I think maybe the Venom swap could have potentially worked out in your favor. I mean, you are just sort of a Stinger merchant still in this patch, like, but it's still, like, at least you're able to try and fight Axel at a similar range. I'm curious to, I kind of want to know if Lasagna Slayer's in here, why you would stick with Gold Lewis in this situation, but I mean, it's got to be a confidence thing. It's got to be like, this is your bread and butter, like you got to feel like this matchup is winnable for you more so than as Venom, but I mean, only time will tell.
Yeah, I have to imagine there's certain spots where essentially yes, you can be a Stinger merchant, but no player, no matter what skill level you're at, wants to do the singular same thing over and over again. So I have to imagine there are going to be times where he just can't quite set up how the character's looking for, and Lasagna just banking on having a high health bar to work with and go from there. Let's see how our players are going to reset right now. Okay, so we're going to go to round up here for Zentai, so Lasagna is going to go ahead and let themselves get beat up here real quick, so we can fast forward to that point. I believe Lasagna was also, yeah. Okay, yeah, and both players also having no burst bars, so this is some great sportsmanship here. Our players trying to recreate as close as we can to the moment. So here we go. Potential set point for Zentai here. Look at that loser's semi side. Lasagna with no burst meter to work with. We are down a round. We are not down quite yet, but this Axel champion trying to tell us that, hey, stay over there, man. I'm still practicing social distancing.
Absolutely. The pandemic never ended for some of us. And Zentai really exemplifying the zoner lifestyle of full screen or nothing. But what a big counter hit, able to safely take that space and able to convert, and Lasagna Slayer down to potentially their final touch. Tension on both sides though. You have at least got Deflect Shield as a defensive option. The reversal not coming through, and yeah, Sickle Flash gonna end things right here. Zentai a 3-0, sending Lasagna Slayer home.
Axel.
Good stuff to Lasagna Slayer. Definitely showing out here. One of the best Gold Lewises to do it for sure. I mean, there's some pretty damn good Gold Lewises out there right now, but Lasagna has definitely cemented themselves as one name you need to be aware of. Of course, also the Venom is very sick too when they are cooking on that character. But of course, Zentai, Axel extraordinaire moving forward, and they'll get the opportunity to play the winner of Magician Girl and Caliber, which we'll be having coming up next. I'm gonna get the matchup that I am very excited to see. It's kind of curious how the pace of this goes these days, because like Unica did not lose anything that helped her to win this matchup before. Asuka got changed to being like more functional, but not as, you know, like solitaire one player heavy as he once was, of course. And then, of course, you know, you just have Unica running strong strike throw, has the option to high-low you, even though, you know, there is a fuzzy timing. But, you know, is everyone doing the correct fuzzy all the time on defense? No. I mean, our hands would probably explode if we pressed every single button correctly all the time like we're trying to, right? So I really want to see how two players of this caliber, of this level, no pun intended, can actually pull out and see what they have to show.
Well, you know what I want to see? I want to see everyone who is watching us tonight sign up for the Marvel Tokon Open Beta Open Ladder, which is going to be running on July 26th, and it's going to be running from 3 to 5 Eastern Time with a top 8 following up. And not only that, if you are buying Marvel Tokon, be sure to sign up for our $500 prize pool for our first event, Tokon Tuesdays. That's going to be starting from August 11th, 7 to 9 Eastern is the open ladder period with top 8 following, as we get Magician Girl and Caliber going at it.
Cannot wait to see how these two shake up. Of course, Magician Girl coming down from that winner's side there after losing, you know, a 3-2 to chainsaw Nan's, Sin be able to do it, but another character with a good sliding low with big buttons that help you fight out these projectiles. But the big change, of course, with this character is that Unica has access to that laser, which absolutely makes Asuka hate a lot of them. And there it is! That is the biggest change buff right there. This character's got some BS, but having a command cancel for your 5K is massive.
Yeah, I am. Caliber really showing how it's done with Unica, the big damage that she never lost ever since her introduction. Magician Girl gonna have to navigate through some pretty stormy waters. Meanwhile, Caliber just needs to find one opening, and it is the Unica show. But as we try to establish some zoning, Magician Girl out of mana but not out of options, using these normals to fill some time to get our mana back, and now Caliber with the walk under, able to open up Magician Girl, and only for a moment though.
Yeah, the safe out on the 5H, get the 2-1 4H cancel. Bit of a trade there, not an invincible super of course for Magician Girl on this Asuka, and one hit, basically any hit, be able to do it with no mana shield behind it. Magician Girl definitely had a moment to maybe even up the rounds there, but Caliber, very strong, very just big button offense, able to take that first game.
As we head into the second game, no time paused to even gather our thoughts, gather some breath. Magician Girl telling themselves, I know exactly what went wrong and what I can do, and we've got a soundtrack change as well. Magician Girl trying to get this zoning game plan up to full effect. Oh, we didn't pop the mana regen, so we let off a little bit of the pressure, and that is exactly what Caliber needs. Look at that damage. Over half health taken off of Magician Girl's side.
And it can be so annoying to play Asuka in this matchup and just constantly being told that I am not allowed to just send out projectiles. This is normally a character who is not forced to stop unless they run out of mana here. And this laser essentially being this instant traveling projectile across the screen can catch you in that startup so often here. I was thinking an IED into the rock projectile, but not able to quite connect it here. Has the IED in. Look at the chunk of damage from one empowered projectile having no mana shield behind it. Caliber's pressure, it feels never ending. Magician Girl has to fight back, trying to stay out with these 2Ds, not able to quite connect it, but Screamer able to fight back. There's the DP to stop out that further sequence there, and catches the recovery on the redraw.
Yeah, that is cool, man. Caliber, oh no, not blocking the bouncing cubes, and now stuck against the corner. This is exactly where Magician Girl wants you to be in. You gotta take a little bit of time off, get some spells back, get some mana back, and now gotta take even more time trying to punish this laser, and we actually are able to get the kill because of it.
That was so good as well, of course. Super projectiles having a much higher level, not being able to be cleared by some other projectiles, so good answered back, knowing that Caliber's feeling so comfortable representing this laser in so many of their sequences. But a good empowered low here, gets that hard knockdown, keeps it same side for the first JH here, resets it again, gets the guard crush, slotting low, gets the quick cancel for this potential wall break. Goes for the reset though, but drops the pickup.
Magician Girl now again willingly going to burnout here, just trying to use this tension to buy some time. Caliber sending in the gun dipper, trying to take their turn. The hard hat is not on, and Magician Girl mana is back. We've got some stabs, we got some spells coming in. And Caliber, time is running out. You've got to find this kill, and you've got to find it now.
Mana bar coming back right now. Caliber able to find their way in. Fighting overhead coming out. Prep for the 2P. Brings it down with the meatball from the skies. They're going to come through. Keeps the combo going here. Scaling, working against you right now. One good hit is going to be all we need. Gets ice with JD. Puts it out. And then we can finish this route. Should be enough to do it there. Deflect shield. Winning off Deflect shield in 2026. If you would have told the Guilty Gear player when Deflect shield came out, no, I swear it's good, you can win from it, they would laugh you to the next game over. But I promise you, if you pick the right moments and represent the options after, you can seal the games out, no problem. Caliber up 2-0 now over Magician Girl. This is how I would expect the matchup to go, and kind of seeing it at this level, I can still see the pain points here for Asuka against this Unica character. Definitely looking like an uphill battle for Magician Girl. We'll have to see if she can do it as we get into game 3.
Yeah, Caliber really does feel like, really is looking like they have this matchup on lock. However, Magician Girl, Asuka Specialist, maybe needing to dig deep into the bag of tricks for some Unica-specific counterplay here, as Burst now gone from Caliber. Magician Girl, though, in Burnout, able to generate enough mana to get out, and using this combination of staffs and spells to great effect. Unable to charge any mana, though, so we're going to go through the wall, and we are going to have to spend a little bit of this Oki. No, we just run up, try and go for a button.
Oh, I respect the attempt. Yeah, trying to call out the YRC there, but Magician Girl holds strong and delayed Fuzzy into the 2P. Able to do it there. Magician Girl putting on essentially the best Zato impression with some of these 5P, 2P presses, but Caliber not feeling too deterred right yet there. Gets the sliding low to come out. Tries to match it on the projectile. If you block that, it's going to be a bad time. This round is almost over. No mana shield to be able to make it in time there. Could have actually RCC'd to definitely kill. Magician Girl has a chance.
Oh! Magician Girl baiting Caliber into going for the DP, and now this is the opening that she needed. Caliber going to be drugged to the other side of the screen, the throw to buy some time and get the mana regen back, and now Caliber having to use YRC. The air fireball not enough to kill, but the overhead will.
Flies on in with that overhead. Caliber 1 round away from moving on to the loser semis. Get a chance to run it back, or run it again, let's say Zentai if we do it, but let's see if Magician Girl has anything to say about that. It's a good jump in with the JD, gets a counter hit and a big reward for said hit again. Nice chunk of damage here. Big lead here in this third round. No mana quite built up yet. Able to get a bit of space here.
Magician Girl going to defy fate, at least put a game on the board here, and is going to do it with a perfect. That's what I call a mental builder.
Absolutely. Feeling that build up, that excitement of knowing that you maybe have changed your trajectory. Maybe you finally gotten a read on your opponent. What do they like to do? What do they like to represent as their offensive and defensive options too, right? We're seeing Caliber kind of, maybe over-respecting how often and when Magician Girl is trying to represent some of these things like the YRC or Deflect Shield, and then it's being called out for it with these really smart kind of fuzzy 2P timings. So we'll have to see if Caliber can kind of readjust, maybe catch Magician Girl, missing a bit on their timing and presses, but Magician Girl already off to a good start here in game 4. Good chunk of health off Caliber already.
Very early burst there, Ganon. Caliber definitely starting to feel the pressure. Well, I say early burst, half health gone. Probably a reasonable reaction to burst there, but here we go. Magician Girl starting to set things up, starting to make things a little bit confusing for Caliber. The staff goes away, and Caliber sending in the Gun Dipper, now trying to close the distance for Magician Girl.
Down here one more time.
Oh!
Out the super. Blocked out. Get a bit of a space here again. Like I said, just the falling JS there. Able to kind of on the way in. Screamer to keep ourselves plus. The immediate YC off from Caliber. Tries to guard it out there, but still in the air, so no Gun Dipper is going to connect. I'm starting to feel a change in the winds right now, and it's coming up all Magician Girl. Caliber's gonna have to press at the right moment, fight back from what this is trying to be done from Magician Girl, but she's just not giving Caliber a chance to be able to do that.
First now gone from Caliber as half health gets passed. Magician Girl, still a lot of mana to burn through, and burn through it she shall. Caliber, very low on life, able to finally crack the mana shield, so we are doing double damage. Back throw incident, just buy a little bit of time, and now mana is back. Caliber ripping the DP, guessing rightly.
And just like that, we were almost ready to write her off. A matchup that looks so tough to overcome in the last sequences, and Magician Girl is finding a way. I'm not sure if it's a specific call out to what Caliber wants to do, or something she maybe was forgetting about when it comes to the matchup, but like, we've just not seen the same level of good belligerence coming out from Caliber's Unica right now. As we get to our game 5, this could potentially be another reverse sweep. Magician Girl had done to her on the winner's side. Can she do it here against Caliber on the loser side? We'll see as we get into the start of our new round. And already Caliber being walked to the corner.
Give up the early burst, and I am seeing now some rallying behind Caliber. A lot of players in our Twitch chat rallying behind Magician Girl throughout this set. Magician Girl still needs your energy. Early burst now from Magician Girl. The overhead opens up Caliber. This is the exact opportunity that Magician Girl needs to try and close things out.
Oh my gosh, big counter hit there. Mana shield, and actually gets the 214H to swing through the disjoint, fighting that Screamer, saying, hey, nice projectile there. Couldn't care less. Caliber, once again, one round away from moving forward. Magician Girl has shown that she can definitely even it out. I can expect this to go into the final round here as Positive starts reeling in here with Magician Girl.
Absolutely, and Caliber, half health gone, no burst in sight just yet. Magician Girl having to play without mana, at least briefly. And now, full suite of spells available to them. Caliber just gonna die on their sword, I think. No, they are actually gonna swing. They are gonna try and close things out right now. But the longer that Magician Girl takes to close things out, the more burst that she gets, and as the final pixel gets taken away, we are in final game, final round.
Any other way, these players bringing their absolute best here on a Wednesday evening. Magician Girl already off to such a good start in this final round. Caliber's health bar being whittled down at this point. Will the bait come out here? Goldberg's gonna find its mark. Magician Girl with no mana to work with, and his delayed jumps and then floating with either the redraw or the spell cast, giving so much value there. But a 2D into there from that distance, it connects here. Magician Girl not able to quite do it. A pixel remaining. What will it be? A Farsight able to connect to the full screen. You go. Try to send it out with the JD into J236S then. One more time. Are we ready for it? And catching the backdash. The super projectile does it. Magician Girl, despite going down 2 games, digs deep, turns to the final page of that book, and takes it 3-2 over Caliber.
A happy ending in that book indeed, and your reward for that is you're going to have to fight the Axel Specialist of Zentai. That doesn't feel like much of a reward, let me tell you. However, that is going to be a money match. Just a reminder, by the way, we've still got some Matcherino codes left to claim. If you haven't already and you are watching right now, !Matcherino in the chat, no matter where you are. If you're on your YouTube, if you're on our YouTube, if you're on our Twitch chat, it'll bring you to the same page. But I think we're going to kick things off and figure out who has our grand finals winner's side advantage with Chainsaw Man and Insert.
So I'm kind of excited to see if Chainsaw Man is willing once again to run a similar like ploy. Is it Ram for the first 2 games until we go down, and then we bring out the Sin again? But you know, I feel like when it comes to like a bringing Powerhouse with Powerhouse, I can definitely understand wanting to bring Ram out into the May and see how it goes. But you know, no matter what character you play, if you get hit, man, like it's May, like you're gonna die. So maybe having that DP can actually help in a lot of those sequences. Very kind of curious to see how this ends up shaking out, because I can see on paper Ram being the right choice, but we saw how much more comfortable and free flowing Nan was looking on that Sin. But yeah, you know, that's what it comes to here. Switching to characters that you've played for a long time can be really tough, right? Especially if you're trying to make like a full-time switch off. It's one thing to pick up a new character for like a matchup or two that you don't really know or like or whatever, and then you have to kind of only really focus on those. But having to relearn the game on a new character is quite a big challenge, especially when you get to like this level here. Like the micro nuances of understanding hitbox and hurtbox interactions and understanding like heights of 6Ps or ways to punish certain, you know, reversals. It's like, it's just different, right? And you know, these players of course put a ton of hours into this game to be able to do it, and we are gonna indeed get the Ram to start us off here for Chainsaw Nan taking on Insert's May. Squid Pope, let's get to this winners finals.
This is a regular battle between these two, and no real big surprise. Chainsaw Nan really sticking it out with the Ramlethal Valentine, unless they feel like it is absolutely necessary to switch things out and Insert. I mean, you know that these two have played so much in bracket. By the way, that Insert is just absolutely taking a scalpel to Chainsaw Nan. A perfect to kick us off.
My goodness, here just unrelenting. Tries the ID out there, and this is your reward, taking 70% for just trying to leave the corner. Definitely tough here again, and a good RC confirm here. And before we even had a chance to finish our intro, Insert takes game one.
Yeah, this is probably what it's going to be looking like for a majority of the match. I will be completely honest. Insert, I think that Nan has not had the best of luck against Insert is probably the most mildest way that I can put it. But I mean, hey, eventually, Nan will bring Insert down. Is tonight the night, I wonder?
We will have to see here as we get into our second game. Of course, sticking on the Ramlethal, and like, yeah, I think when it comes for a band for band in the power department, Ram makes sense. We're seeing a much more alive Chainsaw Nan as we're in our game 2 here. Connects a couple of these normals and a 6P. Be able to fight ourselves back here. Bit of a BRC drift then. Keeps it plus though, of course, there with that single normal press. Back to the corner you go. No one wants to be here against Ramlethal. Gonna break the wall here with the windshield wipers. Chainsaw Nan looking like a different player here in game 2.
Absolutely, but the big overhead piss from Insert and the anchor drop as well. Nan giving up the burst pretty early on, and Insert able to get a big overhead, going for the reset, but the throw attempt gets neutral jumped, but Insert not giving this up, not by a long shot.
Good stuff here. Chainsaw Nan. The Ramlethal is alive. We are feeling ourselves out, being a little more comfortable with this pressure sequences again. I love the use of the rock there after the block. That sword keeps it going out here again with the falling H-2. Get into the Dolphin Bunker loops here. One loop is all we needed for half your health bar. Please, Connor, my goodness.
Absolutely, and yeah, Chainsaw Nan. Oh no, getting opened up. You do have burst. You gotta spend it real soon though, Nan. And the 2K 2D anchor scoot going to give Insert that round.
Around here again, Insert of course. No slouch of falling down and picking it back up from the fall here. I love these little double FD breaks here just to kind of bring a bit of a high-low, maybe even a left-right sequence here again. Oh, bit of a correct pickup here. Good hit confirmed there. The double 5K keeps that first one going. Now he's stuck in this corner. Overhead coming through with that explosion to get that held 5D for maximum damage as we go through the wall. Not able to spend the 50 on the wall break, so back to neutral we go. The right connection and hit. There's the burst out from Insert right now. Chainsaw Nan just has to be able to hit our turn back, and it should be enough to be able to answer for it. There it is with that burst.
Insert. Just looking for that one big hit that they know that they need. Nan, though, able to escape the corner. Now, pressure sequence being applied. The straight to Geki from Insert, though, freeing them from jail, and that will earn them the win.
And this game too looked so close. Like I can really see Chainsaw Nan kind of like coming alive and what they need to press, how they want to run some of these pressure sequences again. When they got Insert to the corner, definitely made their sweat to be able to answer out and fall appropriately with these big May buttons. But we'll have to see if Chainsaw Nan kind of slow down the Insert bandwagon here. But have to be another reverse sweep. We saw Chainsaw Nan do the reverse sweep before, but that was when they made the switch to Sin. We stayed on the Ram, which means it's only Ram to be able to do it right now. With a good stagger on the close slash there, gets the burst off Insert right away.
I mean, that second game definitely looked a lot more solid for Nan, so maybe starting to build up a game plan for Insert, but Insert is an exceptionally strong player. It's going to be very interesting to see what preemptive adaptations Insert is going to be making, but Nan, a great first round for this game.
Again, all the way to the corner you go. Good fight out with a 2K then, gets the throw, back into the corner. Now it's a good spot to be in for Chainsaw Nan. Head in the burst department. Lots of Insert there, gets the right sequence of time, and catches out on the falling button. The explosion's got you covered. Mortobato, no swords, but we get them back right away here. The corner you go again. When you get that wall break, the smaller map makes it so easy for Rand to push you to the corner almost immediately. Another Mortobato in the opening of the gap there. Reversal throw for your troubles. Keep the same side right now. Good jump back in the back out here again. But we want ourselves to the corner right now. Got to block out on this May. First being spent to stay in it.
You want to try and win this round right now. That's what that burst was. An Insert very low on health. Burst not being spent just yet. And then maybe thinking about trying to sneak in a throw somewhere. Does get it. Burst not being stripped though. But another throw for Nan finally gets them their game. Good thing we stuck on the Ramlethal. Maybe we have just figured out the recipe for taking down this May player here, but we'll have to see if Chainsaw Nan can keep that sequence going, or if Insert can find what she needs to be able to adjust appropriately and fight back. But these players absolutely trading blows here. These past two games have looked so close. Very, very bulldozy game one. A little bit worried about the future of this set, but we are seeing the Chainsaw Nan coming alive here and doing what they need to do to potentially take down Insert and move forward to the winner side of Grand Finals then, but potentially at least 2 more games to figure out the result of this one. Of course, loser going down to that loser's final side here. Good 2K from Chainsaw Nan. Gonna push Insert slowly back to his corner here. Immediate burst there. Wow, we did not take any more of that pressure. Definitely not. Yeah, Chainsaw Nan finally getting kick-started, pulling that ripcord in their heart. And Insert now gonna try and end things before we get to a Game 5 situation. Great read by Nan on the air throw. And Insert, though, with the bar slash, should be able to convert and will get the kill here. Set point now. Set point indeed. Chainsaw Nan have to dig deep, and holding our space with the 5K is a great way to get started. Blocks out the overhead. Lets the sword do the work for us. Then the practice has absolutely been given. Holds up. The immediate RC cancel keeps the pressure going. And a good throw tech there from Insert. Bar session get pressed to get the back throw. But there's a left right off the sequence here, which I absolutely agree with now, because look at the reward you get for being right. You can have a drop there, unfortunately. So much damage to come through. The late Mortobato to be out on the delayed knee. Chainsaw Nan looking ridiculous. Insert's not bursting. Oh no! And all of a sudden, Nan, it's set point versus game 5 point. Run up overhead kiss though from Insert. Chainsaw Nan, good poke out. All of a sudden, it's gotten really tense.
Gold burst!
Yes, indeed. Going back to the corner you go. Picks it out. The delayed BRC cancel just in case to call out the burst, but tries to fight a little bit too hard for our troubles. We are BRCing right now. Both these players trying to show us their favorite shade of blue. Up Dolphin actually gets punished, caught in the BRC slowdown. Great routing here from Chainsaw Nan, but we're back to neutral right now. Both these characters so good at navigating it with their big buttons here. Does he get the drift down there? No full pickup anymore. But gets the left, right, back, and the explosion keeps the sequence going. Chainsaw Nan is this close to another reverse sweep.
I am hogging, dude. Like, Gannon, I had to look it up, these two head-to-head, and I was not wrong. Nan has not had the best of luck against Insert, but this is looking like Nan has finally figured out the puzzle. Insert going to need to dig deep at this point in order to secure winner's side advantage as we head into our final game of this set in Insert with the Fart Splash already getting early damage. Nan, though, giving up the burst to put Insert in the corner.
There you go. Rampage place to have her opponent there. Good hit recognition here again. Not going to get the burst sent out quite yet from Insert here as we go through this wall, so positives are working in Chainsaw Nan's favor. But the S-Sword working again there. Oh, but gets burst into the corner. Bit of a rough case situation there. And look at the chunk of damage that came out from the fully held 6H. That was more than like Supers do for most of the cast. My goodness, Insert so optimal with their routing.
2K, 2D using some of the tension on the faultless defense in order to maybe control which side you drift there by Nan. And now Insert also without burst. We're playing this most of this game resourceless at this point, and Insert finding the opening. Nan only gonna have one shot at— no, you're dead. You are absolutely dead. Mr. Yamada says hello and sends you to an early grave. Insert able to stave off a reverse sweep, secures grand finals winner's advantage.
That was hype. That was just good. That was two players genuinely adjusting to each other's pressure as well. We felt there were even moments where either player could have still absolutely held the momentum moving through that fifth game. And even no matter what level of skill level you were at as a fighting game player, winning the first two games and then losing game three is a big moment in showing what is your composure. Do you genuinely think you know this matchup or know this game or maybe know the player you're fighting against when you're finally presented with your first like roadblock, right? And it's how you kind of maintain that composure to do it. And Insert, I think time and time again has shown that like, yeah, you gotta get the 3 games. Like it is not over for Insert until that third game hits the board for their opponent. So really impressive stuff. Of course, Chainsaw Nan almost doing back-to-back reverse sweeps, by the way. That in itself would be incredibly impressive to have that kind of feat too, especially in a top 8 of all places too. So pretty impressive stuff. So Nan, of course, going to move down. Chainsaw Nan move down to that loser's final side where they will be waiting the winner of Zintai versus Magician Girl coming up next. Of course, Axel versus Asuka. A battle of 2 zoners. And I'm very curious how this is going to go. I can't say I think I've seen this matchup since 2.0 has dropped now, with the big resurgence of Axel players kind of coming out again. But I'm just kind of curious how at this level what it shakes up to be, because of course some zoners are capable of fighting through cubes pretty easily. I'm curious how like a lot of Axel's single button presses will do it there. I have to imagine 5P gets a lot of work done for you as well on the Axel side. So yeah, curious to see how Magician Girl is able to handle that, of course, because Zintai has been looking good, has been placing really well in essentially every bracket that they enter. So this is a player you have to be ready for.
Yeah, I think Mika-chan puts it best over in our Twitch chat. Axel, very was considered to be highly winning versus Asuka before 2.0. It feels kind of similar, and like it really for Axel, the tool set hasn't changed. For Asuka, like you've got to deal with going into burnout a lot more, considering you cannot trade your resources anymore. So I mean, we'll see if Magician Girl has any specific tech that they want to show off for this matchup in particular, but I would say that Zentai is the one to be setting the pace here. As we are underway in this set, Zentai, very early burst, did not like the look of that counter hit that Magician Girl got. And once again, we are having to deal with some rushdown pressure from Asuka, surprisingly enough.
6Ks there, offering these delayed frame traps, of course, multi-hitting as well. Zentai, less than half their life bar remaining in this round. Falling out with the JH here, some basic trap pressure. Push back to more of that full screen. Again, we go. Of course, Asuka, a character more than comfortable being in this spot right now. Able to get the cubes out, gets the redraw super ready, gets that mana regen on deck right now to help with some of that flow back here. Also noting the mana does not come back during any of the slowdowns too. Very interesting to see here. But is Zentai staying in right now? Hasn't gotten hit now in the past like 20 to 30 seconds or so. Bit of a change of pace.
Yeah, and that slower pace definitely kind of favoring Zentai, like Magician Girl, just trying to get into a comfortable range where you can jump in and land that Screamer, and there you go. That's the end result. Magician Girl winning that first round, but it's really on Magician Girl to like rush down and make Zentai uncomfortable is what it's looking like the end result is being. And Zentai, you know, you're playing Axel, you've got to be comfortable whether you're getting rushed down, whether you're playing full screen, like you just got to be cool as a cucumber.
Easier said than done when you know you're made of paper without that mana shield, but have to see what we can do and work it out. Zentai gets pushed away to this corner again, gets delayed into the meatball overhead coming through. Tries to work around these Axel normals there, but still gets flipped for our trouble. The full pickup here with the one vision bomber to keep you flying and push it through that wall here. Actually, not quite then. He's like in this corner here, gets another reversal. The projectile fights through with a reversal of their own and gets to go through and gets the kill too. What a call out from Zentai.
That's the first time I've ever seen that super, like, invulnerability frames, like, in such clear, with such a clear picture. Like, what do you mean he is invulnerable on startup like that? What do you mean that cube just completely bypassed him? That's nuts.
Girl finding the right hit again. Back to neutral we go. We're off to a pretty big advantage. Health bars are near identical, though definitely on the tankier side with that mana shield at the ready. But a good 2H, they're going to force out that burst from Magician Girl already.
Magician Girl burning away that mana, and unfortunately the whiffed grab will spell curtains for you and send us back to the main stage. Zentai takes the first game pretty handily, I will say.
Absolutely there. Good stuff there. You know, both these players doing the best. Zentai's win quote being buff zoning. Nice
All
game.
right.
Turn off the Paragon channel if you're watching right now. Don't listen to this player. They don't know what I'm talking about. No, I'm kidding here. Zentai definitely, you know, just like looking so calm and collected. Yeah, and I'm definitely seeing very quickly here exactly why this matchup. I'm probably more on the leading side of Axel, just so easily able to kind of interact with these cubes, and of course, like neither of these characters probably care going full screen from each other again. It just kind of matters who is allowed to essentially, you know, do their things more often than the other, right? You know, is the Axel getting to press whatever normal he wants for fun and the occasional special move, he's big chilling. Is the Axel constantly drawing and working through these cubes there? They're having the time of their life, just like Zentai, the Magician Girl, almost near this corner right now. Health bar absolutely low, and the mana bar is burnt out.
Yeah, here we go. Magician Girl trying to set something up. Zentai pulls the trigger on the burst.
They want to end things right here, right now, and end things they shall. There we go. The OTG gonna be enough.
I think it's a micro dash to get that 2H there as well. Excellent routing from Zintai, knowing there's a maximum damage that they can work with here. Magician Girl with Zintai on the back end right now, letting the cubes do the work for it. Good mash out there, forces out Magician Girl to have to use that burst just to keep Zintai locked down in this corner here. A couple extra resets there. Gonna go ahead and single hit into the drop down. I mentioned that earlier again. Asuka's more than willing to get those resources back with the time. Then just a simple back to neutral we go. Super wall break to get a little extra damage. Get the hard knockdown. This is a really good spot for Magician Girl.
Magician Girl. Yeah, connecting with the overhead there. And Zentai looking a little mortal all of a suddenly. Like the Axel not looking like the invulnerable wall of defense that he has been for most of this set. Magician Girl, though, opening things up with the meatball and now putting on the high gravity staff, the counter hit trade. No one able to get the better of it. The left-right mix-up from Zentai does connect, and now the deep counter hit with the follow-up means that Zentai now 2-0 up. Magician Girl gonna have to dig deep and find some way to reverse sweep.
Looking tough, looking long for Magician Girl. See how we can figure out to do it. Like, we're getting some very close moments, some close sequences, maybe just one or two, mix-ups there where Zintai doesn't guess right. We had that one situation where a proper 5K stopped so much of the investment for Magician Girl, getting Zintai to that corner and able to fight out here. It'll have to be a reverse sweep to do it. We'll see if she can lock in enough gap this tough matchup as we go through. And overhead projectile is a good way to get started.
Indeedy. Hello, the explosion pushing Magician Girl all the way back into the corner, and Zentai now all the real estate behind you to work with. Magician Girl just stop, cannot escape, and there we go. Mana Shield finally gets cracked, and Magician Girl actually meeting Zentai face to face. Hold on. The bravery being very well rewarded there.
Important indeed. Stuck in this corner right now. Not able to get the full wall stick and connect. Does it out one more time. Sequence is coming out. OTG pickup here again. Double Winter Mantis. Blocking out. Oh man, that low into the cube again. Had another one in the tank here too. Let the big cube hold it down for me for a little bit. No mana for Magician Girl. Playing a little on the Anseer side right now. One good hit could be enough to do it. Set out the super to get a bit of space here again. It's the drawback. Enough to kind of get the mana bar back too. But catching out the throw, Zintai was ready. And with that, we are one round away from taking the set, moving on to losers finals.
Zentai has really been looking unstoppable tonight. Magician Girl trying to put up as much of a fight as she can, but it's just feeling so hard just looking at this to figure out some sort of game plan that Magician Girl can implement. Half health gone now off of her side. Zentai, trying to sneak in the 6P, but Magician Girl ready for it. But now full screen, mana is very low.
Indeed. Health bar also low behind it. A good throw attack from Zintai might be what we need to be able to do it. Spends the burst, believe in themselves that they're going to have enough to take what they need. The Winter Man's going to catch it on the low. We run out, take anyone that sequences again. Bring out the propeller, bursting back into the corner you go. Hold this setup here real quick. Gets the OG reset here again. This is late overhead. Great sequencing and mix, keeping Magician Girl in this set.
Again, and I don't know how she found it, but I'm so glad that Magician Girl was able to win that, so we got some more Guilty Gear ahead of us. At least one more round as Zentai looking to close things out. Very early life lead, and the lead is only widening here, but the mid-air screamer giving Magician Girl an opportunity to close things out using the Oki time to actually generate mana. Very interesting. As we now go through the wall, look at the damage.
Yeah, big chunk coming through here. Not just seeing that when it comes to Asuka right now, but here we go. Dressel behind it here. We're able to recover in time, but let's go get this secret scene. Just see it pushed into this corner right now. Delays out on the 2S. Great recognition here. And Rowdy so far. Tactical Bomber to be able to put it through. Gonna get a hard knockdown. Not gonna be enough to kill. Mana Shield a little bit too tanky.
Mana Shield being the only thing that saves Magician Girl in this scenario, but in the end, the long range button from Zentai finds its mark, and it is a sweep for Zentai as they punch their ticket to meet Chainsaw Nan and get paid a little bit.
It's tough out here, right? Sometimes you run into like that one matchup that you just go, oh man, you know, you kind of have to take that deep breath, figure out how you're gonna be able to do it, especially at this level, right? Because every player here can definitely do some damage no matter what caliber you're at, and so it's like, it's just tough. It's tough out there. Magician Girl, definitely a favorite. See all of you in chat cheering her on. I love when the homies pull up to cheer on their friend as they're playing his brackets. No better feeling, you know, if you're at a major or something, you got people cheering behind you, even after you lose one too. Like, you got some great friends there to kind of, you know, hey, you know, it's always next bracket, always next time kind of thing too. It's just like such a wonderful part about fighting games is how much community is a part of the FGC, of course. So really appreciate seeing everyone they're supported on. But of course, that means Zentai will be taking on Nan, who almost sent Insert down here. It almost would have been Zentai versus Insert, but it'll have to be to see if Zentai can take down Nan, whether it's on the Ram, whether it's around the, it's not working, heck, it would pull out the Sin. Kind of curious to see what they're feeling. The Ram would make sense. The Ram just makes sense in a lot of matchups, you know, if we're being real, right? There's like maybe 2 or 3 characters she kind of like fears in this game these days, right? So, and none of those here are in front of her. So we'll have to see as we go further along if Chainsaw Nan can do it, or if Zentai will be the one to get a chance to take down Insert, sitting very comfy right now in the winner side of Grants. And while you guys are waiting here, we are almost going to get to our next set. We have 14 codes left. I'm sure there's more than 14 of you in chat right now who have not claimed one. So please go ahead and do so. That'd be really appreciated. We'd appreciate it. The players appreciate it. Of course, none of the money goes to any of us. This is all for the players. So definitely support them here as we get into our potential second to last set tonight. We have up to 3 remaining here, of course. But losers finals going to be Zentai on the Axel and Chainsaw Nan here, bringing out the Ramlethal. Let's get to his win.
Absolutely, and yeah, this is the matchup that makes most sense. I mean, Chainsaw Nan can kind of challenge Zentai at the mid-range thanks to the sword, so long as she has the swords, I would say. But I mean, Zentai already, we're seeing a lot of mobility come out from them, and now Chainsaw Nan trying to open up Zentai with a empty jump low, empty jump high with a sword explosion backup. But I mean, as very little damage is being done as we hit the 20-second mark. Finally, Chainsaw Nan, the first one to land any sort of significant hit. But we're still just like barely touching everyone as Zentai finally landing the big back throw. And let's see what we can do from this point.
Yeah, that timer absolutely being worked down slowly as we go here. But the run-up throw, the respect is being given. The dash blocks are a little too heavy right now. And there's the burst. Get a bit of that space right now again. Wait for the right moment to go in. The ID attempt to come out. 5P to filter. Keep pressure going. Delayed jump on the overhead of that JH. No full combo though. Gets a bit of a flip. Actually gets an anti-air with the skill working against it. And this like weird kind of left-right off of the S-sword explosion right now. Chainsaw Nan doing their best. Finds themselves in the back on the corner. Clock is ticking, but the clock won't even be necessary. Zentai taking a very long first round.
Absolutely, and I hope that this isn't a theme that we are going to be seeing, these very awkward long rounds, as both of our players, their defense is solid to kick things off, as Zentai not getting opened up very easily by the sword explosion, actually able to fight their way out of the corner. Chainsaw Nan, getting opened up, and the flip trade actually giving Nan a little bit of screen room to work with, but Zentai just in a fantastic position at the moment.
Looking good, but the pressure is going in the way of Chainsaw Nan. Good throw tag from Zentai, gets a bit of space right now, able to press those axle buttons again, and back to full screen you go. You're ready to play the game, but a good BRC drift down into JK. But Chainsaw Nan probably went through. You get the IAD, catch out the punish on the JP. The scratches were already scratching, and they were met with a metal post. Burst into the sword, blocked out the first overhead. One more mix again, goes for the throw, gets the RC to cancel it out. As long as we can get the wall stick, should be more than enough to even out the rounds, and barely off the skin of Chainsaw Nan's teeth. Figures it out, a round apiece here, but down in burst.
Yeah, and that's the big thing to think about, you know, Ganon, is just how necessary how necessary is burst for Nan in this matchup. I mean, Zentai got a lot of backup thanks to that burst, just in case something goes south, but risk slowly being cranked up on Nan's side. Zentai, you have 50% tension, but no significant damage. Finally, Nan gets opened up. Not going to be enough to kill, but you holy moly. When did Axel do so much damage?
When you're sitting at 80% risk, everyone does damage, it feels like. So, good stuff here to Zentai. Pressuring so well. Chainsaw Nan having to be so different when we make our call-outs there, but a good fuzzy jump into that JK to find out. Tries to get a throw of our own. Also getting fuzzy jumped then. And Zentai gets the recognition, gets the counter hit into the pickup, and puts the first game on the board for themselves here against Chainsaw Nan. I have to imagine we're going to be sticking on this Ramlethal. Looking so damn close between these two in the interactions, but Zentai just putting them, essentially Chainsaw Nan, in this annoying relay race over and over and over again. And we've all felt it. You guess wrong once, and you're back to the starting finish line again.
Absolutely. Zentai really exemplifying sort of the mastery of the zoner. As Nan able to find the first significant hit, but not blocking the low hit grab. Moribato gets baited out and having to spend the burst, only to reset back to full screen. Things are not looking great for Nan. However, Zentai only 50% tension to work with. As this risk gauge now slowly getting cranked up for Nan, and there we go, the mid-range button finally paying out for Nan.
Off indeed here. They've been messed up on the BRC drift, but at least keeping Zentai stuck in this corner. No swords to work with to call out for, but the 2K into the throw attempt. Gonna get fuzzy jumped out here. Zentai relying a little too heavily on the sequence right now. Up into the low, 2K 5 deep, gets blocked out there, but gets caught for their troubles here. The rainwater too strong, making it all fall down here on Chainsaw Nan as we go into our second round.
Zentai, good IV, and now, again, it's just a matter of shit for both sides. It feels like 2K, 2B, though, is what Zentai uses to open up Nan. And we are playing this dance again, the mid-screen dance of will I get hit, will you block, will you try and go for a big Hail Mary reversal, and Zentai coming out the winner on everything. Nan having to spend the burst, but Zentai, look at the resources, burst available, 100% tension available, gonna have to start using it very soon.
And I love that timing, just ran a little bit farther forward, giving this idea that maybe a throw was coming in and gets clipped for their troubles. 2-0 now. And this feels like a story we've told a few times, Squid. That we've seen Chainsaw Nan go down 0-2. This is when we put up our first win of any of these top 8 sets so far. We'll have to see if we can do it again. It'll have to be a reverse sweep right now, which with how Zentai has been playing on this Axel in 2.0, it would definitely be a tall order, and already winning the burst war as a zoner, not even 10 seconds in.
Oh, but the tricky left, right, and the sword explosion backup does mean that Zentai is feeling the pressure, pulling the trigger on the burst. Nan, I can already feel her sitting forward, locking in. Zentai, be very careful. This is an entirely different character, or entirely different player almost, in terms of pressure. And yeah, Nan, what a good opening found. Morobato not going to be enough to kill because you're down a sword, but it's a hard knockdown rather that Zentai has to be worried about, and navigating things just briefly. Going to have burst back here, but Nan is still one touch away from bringing us to this next round.
Try to spin it all on the flip though. There's a heavy bait then again. Pulls it on the overhead, blocks it on the 5D. Burst has to be used to keep the sequence going here again. Barely picks the left right now, can't block it out forever. Gets the 5D to able to connect then. We do go to a round 2, of course, our first kind of chance to be able to answer back. We are down in the burst gauge department though, but definitely not the worst case scenario if you are in Chainsaw Nan's favor, because even if you essentially win this, we'll definitely be seeing that burst again. 2K2D, and I love these like delayed kind of FD drifts there. Trying to be able to call out this left right here. As the Axel fighting back, letting the 2K do some work for it again. PRC back to not get punished. Still got hit for the trouble though.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate because I know that Nan was ready to get that punish. But Zentai, though, finally priced into bursting. Look at this, 60 seconds left on the timer, and no one's below half health. Finally, Zentai gets a significant hit, and it's not enough to kill. Nan, very low on life, but still can give up this round.
Locked out the 5D with the explosion that keeps the turn, though. The Ram special. Tags on to the throw. One more time. Great tech, though. Calls out the 6P. I imagine right now if you're Nan, trying willing to spend out that burst once you get to the right. Actually, you know what? Keep Axel in this corner. Can't quite blame you at this point. Chases out with the JK. But a good 2K press here from Zentai. Evens it out. We bet it all on that burst. And we go into our potentially final round here down in the resource war. We already have Zentai walk to this corner. Delays out into the multiple 2S's again. Lets the explosion call it out. Gets the throw. Falls out again here. Great wall stick routing again. Chainsaw Nan because Boo needs a burst.
Definitely not Nan at this moment, that's for sure. And Zentai getting opened up. The counter hit. Zentai waiting a very long time to pull the trigger on that burst. Waiting to the absolute possible second. But Nan able to find the stray hit. Zentai not gonna get that sweep, but Nan putting themselves on the right track.
Starting to feel like deja vu, Squid. I can't lie. Here we are again, game 3. Chainsaw Nan down 0-2 and says, you know what? All right, I'll start winning some games now. We'll put him on the board here at this point. But man, love to see the determination to be able to do it. And just knowing we got to put this Axel on defense, and Ram definitely a character capable of doing just that. We spent our burst here, and we're being backthrown into the corner, taking a close last starter then here. Not what you're hoping for if you're cheering on Chainsaw Nan.
This is a very dark spot that Nan is right now. Good block on the run-up tap dust, and now Nan given some freedom, trying to apply pressure, but Zentai churning the butter needed in order to get that reversal out. And once again, Zentai on set point.
That point, and the 2S counter hit to a big reward here. Look at this damage from the zoner, by the way. My goodness. Reward for calling it out right here. Chainsaw Nan gets a 5H to connect, forces out that immediate burst from Zentai, which I absolutely agree with. Get that turn back. You have another round, worst case scenario. And here it comes, so getting whittled down here again. Chainsaw Nan looking so comfortable with this dash blocking you need to be able to do, represent against this Axel character. We'll find any little connections here again. Both these players are trying to find that one good hit to get that game plan started. 100 meter to work with here from Zentai. Trying to get on a close, a good Mortal Bato here from Shinkonen to fight back.
Spending the burst to try and counter the YRC, and it is successful. Nan gonna get this positive. No!
Yeah, you can't break with the windshield wiper if you do the Rekka sequence, I'm pretty sure. Good blocking out on the overhead. Just jump out there. Of course, on that rainwater. We're coming through. As long as we can finish our food, I don't think they're really willing to spend it out. Here it is, and Chainsaw Nan continues to hold on, saying, I'm not done yet. And I said it before, it might be a potential issue not having burst. Then they won that round in that game here again, but
Yeah.
walk to the corner we are. Down 10 seconds already here. Able to fight back though.
Yeah, but the big thing is, though, in that last round, not getting that wall break means that you have no shot at getting burst into the last possible moment at this point. And Zentai just absolutely running wild over Nan. Burst now available for Nan. You've got to be flawless from this point on. You've got to be near flawless from this point on. Zentai, though, probably just looking for chip at this point. Probably just looking to increase the risk gauge. Make it a one-touch situation. Resources getting traded. Burst finally getting spent. And now Nan finally getting that big hit. Zentai back against the wall. Swords getting spent.
Oh my god.
Did we bait it?
Did we press the throw? We
No!
did press throw! Just like that. Zentai off of some incredibly good defense there and not spending that burst too early. Takes it 3-0, and apparently my camera died in the process. Even my camera couldn't believe how close that was there, so.
That is so unfortunate. Meanwhile, thank you, Conmay Esports Studios, for the raid. I hope that tonight's bracket was good for y'all. Yeah, I definitely... That was definitely, like, unfortunately, an error of multiple magnitudes. The failed wall break there, because, like... not getting positive bonus in that situation, meaning that you didn't get nearly as much burst as you really wanted to in that situation. And B, all that burst unfortunately donated to Zentai because of the follow-up scramble being the end result, meaning that Zentai had an extra layer of insulation there for that final round. Just absolutely super unfortunate for Nan. However, getting paid at least tonight, finishing in third. Unfortunately, we didn't get to that game 5 like we both know, like I know that we both wanted to, but that does mean tonight, your grand finals, insert over on the winner's side, Zentai over on the loser's side. We still got a couple codes left to claim. By the way, if you're coming over from Conmay Esports Studios raid, ! Maturino, I think we got 5 codes left. Yes, we still got 5 codes left. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was a hype set, and I'm sure this next set will absolutely deliver as well. 2 players who have definitely been able to take some of these online brackets as of recent, coming up to the stands here. Not too surprised to be seeing these 2 names here as we get into our first match here. This is Grand Finals, Paragon Online bracket number 92. See how many there has been so far. You'd love to see it right now. Already off to a pretty good start there. Insert showing us their best dash blocking to work around these axle normals. Of course, with having this extra sporadic movement you get with these dolphin cancels here, I'm sure helps a ton in the matchup right now, and off to a great start.
Yeah, absolutely. Insert doing their best rushdown impression as Zentai. Look at that, half health already gone, able to get the stray hit though, and Insert being forced against the wall. And just like that though, able to escape and flip the script.
Here, and I love this choice of routing too, trying to keep it as burst safe as possible. Making Zentai kind of question if we know what spots we want to send it out in. Might not even get a chance to at this point here. Yeah, a little too respectful there of the pressure. It comes for us all. Insert to get that first round pretty handily.
Absolutely. However, Zentai really staying solid, and that's all that you can ask for if you are a zoner, is just staying as solid as you can. You've got to make sure that these zoning patterns aren't too predictable. You got to make sure that your anti-airs are on point just like that, although Insert ready for it. And look at that reward. Insert only just now closing distance, having their first shot at damage, but one touch could spell the end of this round for them.
Albrecht gets a good time to get started here. Can't burst out in either of those sequences too. Insert. Zentai just locked down right now, but a good reversal throw here to answer back. Not going to be enough to kill here. May absolutely built like the anchor she is wielding. A good 2K there off of the neutral wall break then. A good evening out in this first game. Good stuff from Zentai there. Not feeling too deterred the way that first round went. You can't be in this game. Rounds can be over so quickly even in this version. And there's the burst being spent.
And I'm actually curious if we are going to see it again, because Mopey did point out that 6K able to low crush Winter Mantis. Honestly, that shows the type of player that Insert really is. Like, they are so familiar with May's toolkit, what in theory they can use to try and crush some of Zentai's options. And as Great Yamada-san comes out, Zentai really going to have to dig deep into the bag of tricks to find some way to wrest control of this round. But Insert saying, no, we're going back to the lobby, and I am going to be up a game.
Good stuff there, Insert. Definitely a May to be terrified of if you ever see it. They're a crawling cost in a bracket, so to no surprise. But of course, Zentai, you know, no slouch as well. So you love the meeting of two titans of the online space right now. Definitely excited to see as we continue to get deeper here. We're seeing a lot of moments where Zentai is kind of able to maintain that space control, right? But it feels like you're almost kind of handling like a live grenade that is May, right? Where if you are wrong, boy, oh boy, does it probably feel pretty darn awful. But of course, being wrong against Axel has its own level of frustrations. Might just not be as high in the damage part. But the way that Zentai is building up risk in so many of their matches, Axel feels like a high damage character sometimes.
Oh yeah, and that's sort of the big thing is like, especially the slower starts of some of these matchups definitely feels like it's more rewarding for Zentai once the explosiveness finally pops off. But here we go, Insert already taking a very early lead, leading this dance as we head through the wall thanks to Great Yamada-san. Look at that damage, more probably half health taken off of Zentai and then some, and Insert with a quick left-right going to shut things down, and we head to round two just like that.
Getting the first round hit there off the far side, but the up Dolphin able to counter hit from across the screen. Definitely made privilege there, but so the Zentai not feeling too deterred by the way that first round went. Similar story to game one right now, though. Of course, you see Insert is able to find the right hit, as we are doing again right now. The burst, when will it get spent here? Early drop on the pickup again, one more time. Dolphin able to connect to finish it out, but a good 5P. Lays it out, bit out a burst, not get sent there, catches out into the Dolphin. We were not ready for that hit to actually connect. Another up Dolphin again! It's a 5-day OTG. We are so confident in when we want to take these callouts to the Axel movement, whether it comes from that, you know, Mantis, whether it comes from the Rainwater, even just the delayed IED backs into these JSs here. Insert looking so systematic and how they represent these great May quick movement options with this right before it. Zentai is gonna have to reverse sweep. A bit of a theme of tonight, where a lot of players are getting really good early starts there, and we'll have to see if their opponent can kind of adjust. But the toughest part, Squid, is even if you manage a miracle in a reverse sweep, you gotta win another set. You gotta win another set against May Guilty Gear after. Good luck with that, buddy. We'll have to see if we can get to it. We're going into game 3, y'all. Hope everyone in chat is hyped. I know I am here. And Zentai's having to press that 2K on Ronstar and get Insert walk to this corner.
Yeah, and this is the part of the broadcast where I always bring it up. How tired is Zentai feeling? Especially considering Zentai starting this bracket from the loser side has had to play significantly more matches than Insert has. Like, at some point, you know, if I'm playing this number of matches, I'm feeling mental fatigue. I'm feeling the fog start to set in if I'm not, like, sipping on some caffeine regularly. So, I mean, that is definitely something that I feel everyone gets affected by, which is why I usually pose that question. And Zentai, I mean, things are not really looking good. Like, the setups have still been crisp. Like, Insert has been on point all night tonight, especially in this situation right here. But Zentai, oh no, messing up the one vision setup. Just has to let it rip as a block option.
Yeah, not the best case scenario there, but health bars are working down. Timer in the favor here of Zentai to play it however they want it, and I love his delayed staggers catching out the startup then. Zentai taking, I think, the first round advantage that he's been able to get. You know, taking us to round 3 in that first game, but you know, round 2 looking much more Insert favored for most of that run so far. But here we go, Dolphin coming out, gonna get blocked out here again. It's a safe way out with the tornado. Insert finding their way back in once again. This Dolphin is inevitable. Does choose to spend the meter as well, maybe to more navigate the neutral a little bit easier here again, or cover some of these cancel options. Zentai, knowing that they are so close to at least potentially put a game on the board, taking at least another game deeper in the set right now. And Insert stuck on that defense.
Insert taking their time, now sends the Dolphin, and Zentai probably gonna die because of it. Yeah, not even gonna have an opportunity to burst at the very end, and the wall damage will be enough. Insert now on tournament point. Zentai just looking to survive.
Surviving against May is a task tough for many of Guilty Gear strivers, so we'll have to see how Zentai can find the right sequencing to be able to do, but the reward difference is showing itself pretty heavy right now. May gets so much for being right, no matter how much you get to control there, and the anti-air far slash is how you're taking this much damage. Put to the corner, blocking out the 5D, no matter how good this defense is, it cannot be enough. May is an inevitable. See ya again next week if you sign up. Insert taking that with a very commanding 3-0 and is your Paragon ladder for Guilty Gear Strive number 92 champion here. What an incredible showing tonight. I have to say, like, just every player put it out. We saw a ton of reverse sweeps. We saw some incredibly fun matchups here. We saw a lot of May. We saw a lot of Eno as well here too. So 2 characters saw a lot of representation as we go on. I got to see Biken, so you know your boy's happy. It's been probably a super fun time. I had a blast here. But while, of course, you know, all good things must come to an end, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to commentate with you, Squid. Squid, tell the people what you got going on. What's going on with you? How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling May Gaming, man. My name is Squid Pope. I am a commentator for Team Factor, and tomorrow it's going to be a very special edition of our in-house tournament called The Factory, because yesterday I was celebrating a birthday. So tomorrow, if you are interested in some more Guilty Gear, this is going to be a double elimination bracket. I am putting $32 into the Matcherino. Nice. So if you want to compete for some extra cash, go to start.gg/T Factory. We'll bring you to the latest bracket. Go ahead and sign up. We're going to be kicking things off at around 6 o'clock Central Time. And it's also kind of a double celebration as well, because our in-house TO, Macau, and Elucid just recently got married. So congratulations to them as well. Outside of that, though, I am based in North Dallas, so if you want to come and hang out, be sure to check out Suplex over at FX Game Exchange. And if you are in the North Dallas area next week as well, be sure to check out Hip Hop Kick, which is a combination fighting game tournament and music festival. Unfortunately, there is no on-site registration this year. So if you missed out on getting a ticket, unfortunately, you are just SOL. But hey, if you did get a ticket, I hope to see you there. And yeah, that's really all. Or one more thing, I cannot believe I almost forgot. Shoutouts to OneWise. I am also helping to TO Extras, which was a part of the Road to the Top series that Paragon is also a part of. We are rapidly approaching the finale of this season of Extras. I do believe that we are going to be running an LCQ for our last tournament. It's either going to be this week or next week, and then we will be having a 2-day invitational AWT style for $1,000 prize pool plus. So if you weren't able to make it into the invited players, I think that there is going to be one final shot in these coming weeks as well. But yeah, there is a lot that I am involved in. There is a lot that you can join in on. I hope to see you all tomorrow if you are interested. And Gannon, where can people find you? You got any plans here in these upcoming days?
Boy, do I have plans. Well, I am another cat heavier these days, so being a cat dad to a new kitten definitely has been a fun challenge. I have a 15-year-old cat who's a big part of my streams. If you ever check me out on Twitch there, you usually can see her, or you'll see her beautiful face there right on my screen then. But yeah, my name is Ganyan. I've been doing stuff in the FGC never since Dragon Ball, so since 2017, mostly getting into commentary after the pandemic, after I realized, you know, I like playing these games, but it's really fun to get hype about them, right? So that's why you see me on the mic a heck of a lot more these days. I'm also heavily involved and help TO and run the Green Bay, Wisconsin FGC scene we have here. We have a group called Counterhit FGC. You might be seeing us pop up a little bit more here as we go on. We also helped sponsor the Geekly for a couple of their events in the past here. And we have a big event coming up here. Our first monthly, we're going to be starting then in Appleton, Wisconsin, called Counter Break, and that is happening on July, I believe it's 25th. Yep, cool. I was right on my dates. Let's go. Just believe in yourself. You're probably right the first time. But other than that there as well, yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing the future of fighting games here as we keep on going. I cannot wait for Avatar. I'll see y'all on there. Hold this top 5C real quick. That is Gap right there. That is Finesse. That is me being a better gamer. No, I'm kidding. I cannot wait, man. Like, it's been such a fun time. I have been loving Strive right now, and I'm not playing as much these days, but the amount I have been consuming these days has been so much, because it's so great to see a game that I've now been playing for over 5 years still feel this fresh in a lot of ways, right? Like, isn't that just an awesome thing to have a fighting game that still feels like a new experience every time, or at least very often, right? So I'm definitely a big fan. But that's going to do it for us here, guys, at Paragon Online. Of course, this is number 92. So thank from everybody here, from Squid, myself, all of the staff, all of you wonderful viewers, guys. We will see you again next week for more Strive, and tomorrow for more Paragon ladder action. Take care, y'all.